Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with day number 10 of the group stages, where we have our 2 important matches left to talk about. But for now, we just have to talk about the prize pool itself, talk about the entirety on what exactly happening in the South Asian Nationals itself. The prize pool itself is a total of 11,000 US dollars. The first place will receive a total of 5,000 US dollars, second place for 3,000, and third place with a total of 1,000 US dollars. And then we have fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth, respectively, having their own US dollars as well. The MVP of this leaderboard will also receive a bonus of 500 USD. And now, talk about the 8 teams that they are trying to fight for this for this huge prize pool. You have all our 8 team presented itself, and I've got to ask you this question here, Bullet. We've seen a lot of matches that's been happening around here. What do you think is going to happen in day number 10?
Of course, man. Our first matchup is gonna be Won't Stop Peaking up against Mercenaries Law, and our second matchup for the day is gonna be Team Phalanx up against Team One. Talking about the teams, Won't Stop Peaking. Yes, yesterday they got away with a deniable victory up against Militant Esports, so they have a good points on the leaderboard or on the overall standings. But today, if you take a look, who's at the opposition team, it's the side of Mercenaries. Boy, oh boy, they have a pretty huge challenge to just even take up one map away from the side of Mercenaries. Talking about the second matchup, yep, it's going to be the side of Team Phalanx up against Team. We'll talk about the yesterday's matchup up against KIRA Esports, when Team Phalanx will be we're facing off KIRA Esports in the yesterday's maps. Yes, they were looking not so strong, not so confident with their overall play. But today in their position, it's going to be Team UWU. Talking about the side of Team UWU, they haven't secured any of the victories up here in South Asia Nationals. So there are 2 things that I want to say. First, Team Phalanx should definitely not underestimate the side of Team UWU. They can come back anytime with some unique kind of base strats, some unique kind of plays. But for the side of Team Phalanx, with yesterday's defeat up against KIRA Esports, they need to make sure that they at least get this victory on board and try to hop on to the standings. For now, we're taking a look at the standings. Yes, it's going to be Hunters LFO. 4 matches played, 4 victories, and 8 points accumulated on the leaderboard. Shaheens, one of the teams that needs to be appreciated well often. Very new team that I would say, which we are seeing in the SAN. 4 matches played, 4 wins. Talking about the side of Mercenary, they also played 4 maps. Overall, I would say 4 matches up against it here and every other teams, and they have secured 3 victories. So now today, when they are facing a team like Won't Stop Peaking, they have a pretty huge advantage also to face a team like Won't Stop Peaking, and they get the victory on board and try to be in the top 3, be in the top 2, and try to secure that place for the lion's share of the prize pool.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map videos itself. We talk about what kind of maps do we get to expect from Team Won't Stop Peaking, and also on the side of Team Mercenaries. Both of them had their fair, ups and downs in the South Asian Nationals. So hopefully, with this matchup being made, we might be able to see some changes in the standings itself. MRCZ currently in 4th place, I believe, whereas Team Won't Stop Peaking currently in 7th. So taking a look at the map vetoes itself, Chalet has already been picked by Team MRCZ, and that will be our first map for the day. And then we have map Theme Park on the second match itself, which is a map being picked by Team Won't Stop Peaking. So if both of these teams secure their own map picks, then we might see Bank, where Won't Stop Peaking will be on attack first.
Interesting. We were talking off camera also about the bank, Baba Gusta. We don't see often teams playing bank in our region, especially when it's a decider map. We see Oregon, we see Border. We often see Clubhouse, especially when it's going to be the side of Mercenaries to take up that advantage. But talk about the first map, Chalet. Yes, it's a very hard map to be just on the attacker side, and for the all 3 maps, it's going to be Won't Stop Peaking to be on the attacker side. So especially on the map of Chalet, they have to at least make the scoreline 3-3, try to gain up that advantage, then make it a 4-3, 4-4, something like that. Then try to pull off mercenaries in their defense and try to win maximum of the defense rounds after the swap is being made. Because Chalet, the mercenaries on Chalet, we have seen them play up against Hunters LFO pretty strong, I would say. We have seen them play against many of the teams, and their strats, their overall confidential attacks, their overall, I would say, team coordination looks pretty strong on Chalet. So I just think that yeah, Moonstop picking will have a little bit of trouble to even get some rounds on their side. But if they get at least one map, whether it's going to be Chalet or it's going to be theme park, so I guess that it's going to give them that confidence boost. It's going to give them that momentum boost, because Mercenaries is a team like I'm not able to get that word. It's kind of like a powerhouse. Entire the roster is kind of like powerhouse. They have represented us in many of the international tournaments as well. So I feel like yeah, it's going to be a big hurdle for the side of Won't Stop Picking here to face off a team like Mercenaries. But it all comes down to the players on how they want to play, how they want to counter strat a team like Mercenaries. So yeah, man, I'm just waiting for the map to begin. I really want to see which of the operators get banned on the map of Chalet. We are seeing operators like Flores getting banned. We quite often see operators like Val getting banned. So yeah, it's gonna be the side of WSP to face a very big challenge to just get a one map victory up against Mercenaries to put up that momentum and confidence boosts, and then go away on the map. Then go on a map like Theme Park, because especially talking about the side of Theme Park, the defense has a lot of area, a lot of rotations to be made. They can play around with the attackers, try to bait them here around. And again, like I said, Won't Stop Peeking are having three of those attacking on the all three maps. So it's going to be a little bit of trouble for them. So let's see what they do and how they perform on these maps.
Yeah, for Mercenaries, they did had a lot of roster changes, right? First and foremost, we did get to see Shinra be in, be in the side of Team MRCZ when the SA National arrived, and now instead of Shinra, sometimes we see Din play as the
Yeah.
role of a fragger. So when it comes to
Yeah.
these three important players, you'd usually see MI7, Taha, and Nodi Ashrit, in which three of them are being very consistent when it comes to playing both as the support as well as playing as
Yeah.
the frag role itself. Hasib, we usually see him play more of a cap can on defense, although some certain situations it does work, some certain situation it does not. But this time we see a lot of changes in the rosters itself from MRCZ, and that might have a lot of
Yeah.
problems when it comes to the coordination. But once they do it, they don't have any problems in doing so. But for One Stop Peaking, they are considered to be the underdogs for the South Asian nationals. I mean, for a moment there, especially in the starting stages of the group stages, we always did get to expect them winning a lot of matches, and currently they did secure third or fourth place in the group standings. Then afterwards we did get to
Yep.
witness Mercenaries lose a lot of matches, and then after day 6 or day 7, we see MRCZ recovering back with a different roster, just like I said again. Taha, MI7, Nodi Ashrit, and Din has been an excellent addition for Team Mercenaries. He does
True.
the
Yes.
job
Yes.
done. He does an exceptional job when it comes to getting the early peak advantage. He's been
Yeah.
exceptional when it comes to those clutch situations. Nodi Ashrit still being very strong as the support role, playing as the smoke. His shotguns in close range are very deadly. So does his SMG 11, and his smoke placements have been so influential, especially in the late rounds, that we might see Won't Stop Peaking go for a targeted ban, because for MRCZ,
They
the
have
way
to.
how they play accordingly to smoke has to be the main weakness to it. So if they ban smoke immediately on the defensive bans, then it would be a targeted ban itself. But doing so will also cause a lot of hindrance towards the defensive side, which could mean that it could be heavily attacker favored. And then you would maximally be forced to having certain operators that have denial abilities, like you'd be forced to bring in the Goi's Vulcan shield because you don't have any other choice. Yes,
Yeah.
of course the C4s could work out. Yes, even the pulses cardiac sensors could at least help you on towards the first floor, when the site is on second floor. But
Melusi's
there are
bands.
some
Yeah.
certain sites, yeah, even including the Melusi's Banshee deterrent, to give them vital information. But there are some certain sites which does not favor to any certain operators, like for pulse, say, for example. So knowing that smoke has been banned, it would cause a lot of problems to the defensive side.
Yeah.
And that's the main reason why you don't get to see smoke being banned a lot more often. But if Won't Stop Peaking wants to take the risk, if they want to dismantle MRCZ's defensive hold properly, then they could go for it. But I'm pretty sure that there's also a thing called as a standard ban, where a Thatcher and Valkyrie gets banned most of the time.
Yeah, and even talking about Valkyrie, we see a lot of players from the side of World Stop peaking in the previous tournaments in our region, playing a lot of Valk in the Pro Series also when they was not. When especially talking about Buckinator, if I'm not wrong, there was one more guy from his team. I'm not able to recall that name correctly right now. So I see a lot of players playing Valkyrie, especially with that MPEX to be favored. Especially talking about his ability with the Black Eye Camps, talking on the map of Team PAK. On the second map, there are a lot of spots that you can just place the camps, and attackers will have no single idea until you are actively looking at the camps here and there, and the blue ring suddenly appears on that, and attackers will just clear it out. So I guess, yeah, Valkyrie can be that standard ban. But for today, won't stop picking when they are facing a powerhouse like Mercenaries. I guess they have to do some targeted bans. And talking about targeted bans and starter bans, yes, when I talk about Mercenaries, they are a team with the players like who have a tremendous experience of playing Siege over the years. So I guess, yeah, if teams also, if like won't stop picking did and targeted band, so I feel like, yeah, Mercenaries won't have that much of trouble playing so confidently when they are defending, especially on the map of Chalet, where I told, like, attacking on the map of Chalet, it's kind of like pretty hard, especially when you're trying to move around the main lobby side, especially also if you're trying to gain up that vertical front. There's a lot of vertical spaces that you can get C4'd on. So yeah, Mercenaries, I have also seen like Mercenaries player playing a lot of Oryx also on a map like Villa. So when you can play Oryx on a map like Villa, so then talk about the map of Chile. There are a lot of hatches that you can just climb upon and gain up that flank advantage. So yeah, talking about the operator bans, I feel like there could be some standard bans from the side of Mercenaries. They could ban I feel like they can ban Flores Ace because they are onto the side of defense to get maximum of the defense round on their favor. But for the side of won't stop thinking, I have to say you have to go for those kind of like target bans too, and try kind of like bans that, okay, if you ban that particular operator, you have much less of that kind of trouble to gain up that attacker advantage. Try to get up that wall open pretty quick. Try to either get that push from a particular entry point pretty easily. Try to gain up that vertical control. So they should go for, like, if I want to name some operators, they can go for Kaid ban. They can, especially like you told, like smoke bans. They can go for bans like Mira. They can go for bans like Valk. So I feel like they might not ban Valk. I just said that name for a second. They might not ban Valk for a second, because I have seen a lot of players from the side of won't stop picking players playing the operator Valkyrie for the gun, for the ability as well. So I feel like, yes, they have to do some kind of like twisted ban when it comes to the side of operator. But for the side of mercenary, I feel like there's going to be standard bans just to stop the push and try to just gain up the advantage from over the side of won't stop picking.
Yep, finally the wait is over because we are definitely jumping into the matchup. First map itself will be Chalet. So now let's get to see
Yep.
what kind of bans do we expect from these two teams. So Hasib will be there as well. He couldn't get to attend one of these matches in the previous previous matchup when they did go up against certain teams, mainly because Hasib had
Yep.
exams, so he couldn't do it. But now he's back into the fray. He's now also on. He's currently the IGL leader too. So I'm pretty sure when it comes to playing as the Smoke, Hasib will do his absolute best in holding his angles. But for now, talk about the ban phase itself. MRCZ will go for a standard ban of all. It will be the Thatcher once again on Chalet, and a Twitch
Okay.
ban at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking. Mainly because we did get to. Mainly because MI7 usually play Twitch a
I'm
lot,
i7, yeah.
and since those
Yeah, a lot.
shock drones are so good when it comes to denying those ADSs all the way from mezzanine hallway without being detected, and once you have those long range, it's very difficult to remove those certain gadgets. So with Twitch being removed out of the fray, maybe One Stop Peaking needs to find other ways of proceeding into a society itself. Azami ban has been on the rise on defense, so One Stop Peaking will be going in for that one particular ban. And second will be the Mira, which means that Valkyrie is opened up. The information being
Yep.
gained will prove a lot more usefulness towards the side of MRCZ. So expect Ion to bring in the Valkyrie. So you have tons of information. They could go in for flank potentials. Roam games would be very strong on defense, which means that that they'll be heavily relied on C4 plays from below if the site's on the first floor. But once again, Seeb will pick the cap can once again. Those EDDs are such a pain for the attackers if they are not careful and if they don't have the IQ to check on it, mainly because of how great she can find out any electronic gadgets. I'm pretty much sure that
Yep.
One Stop Picking won't bring that specific operator, but instead they'll just heavily rely on the attack drones. But they've got to be very careful about this because once they get caught out from the blast, you will deal a total of 60 damage. Which means that for any defenders, all you've got to do is just you only require like 2 shots to the body to confirm the kill itself. So they've got to be careful on certain situations. And now with everything set and set and in stone, we'll proceed with round number 1 being the site in second floor master bedroom / office.
Yeah, and take a look what we have in the store when it comes for the side of operator. I want to put the focus on Kuntal. Oh, he gets a little bit of damage. I guess that was a spawn peak because, yeah, it should have been a spawn peak coming in from the side of MercenarieZ because he's down to 60% HP. Like, I was coming back to the point, we can see Desmond playing up a operator like Yana, which has the ARX rifle with him, and Kuntal with that R4C. So that frag responsibility to just take out the defense operators just like that, and he gets up MI7. But it's gonna be this time of a diamond from the side of Cobra to get up MI7 on that mute. So I was talking about, like, yes, Kuntal and Desmond have that kind of like frag responsibility to take out the defenders and make up that space point of entry for the side of the whole attacking team. Because last time I remember when WSP were playing on the Pro Series, Kuntal and 2 of these guys didn't perform well. But hey, Desmond gets inside, takes out Ayan. 2 of the defenders are already down. 3 other of the defenders are left, and they have a lot of time to play on their part. Trying to push from the side of Stellarium stairs, but nope. Hasi will take a little bit of damage with that grenade. Smoke canisters going down, but still trying to play a vertical. Kuntal gets one. Hasi goes down. Just 2 of the defense operators being left. Still, we can see Smoke playing up on the side of Solarium. It's going to be the bathroom. I'm really sorry. That's going to be the bathroom doorway. He can find the head. Yes, he finds that. But no, he misses a little bit of shots. Still, Kuntal does the damage. But no, it's going to be Cobra to take out Ashrit instead. And Cobra gets another one. What a flawless round coming in from the side of WSP. And we definitely didn't expect it that, Baba, did we?
Yeah, definitely. We did not. Won't Stop Peaking starts out that first round with
Level.
a flawless round win. Cobra was the one who initiated the kill and also ended up getting a 3K in the first round itself.
Yep.
At this point, I've got to wonder what exactly happened from MRCZ's end. First, I believe there was an aggressive attempt of a spawn peak being made, which it
Yep.
did dealt
Toward
some major
Kuntal.
damage towards
Yeah.
Kuntal's end. So Won't Stop Peaking. What mostly when you see a push being made from second from master bedroom, you usually go in towards the office. But this time we see them push all the way by getting control on trophy and then slowly making their way in towards Solarium. Although that there
Yeah.
was vertical lines of sight being made, somehow Won't Stop Peaking contested those vertical lines of sight despite being the high ground advantage in the hands of
Yeah.
Team
Yeah.
MRCZ. Naughty Ashrit had high ground, so did Ayan and MI7, but
Yeah. The vertical
somehow
advantage. Yeah.
they got caught in the crossfire from Team Won't Stop Peaking. So and not just that, ending the round out in a flawless round win is actually very scary coming in from a Team Won't Stop Peaking. So, oh boy, I mean, even though this is a map being picked by Team MRCZ, it's really interesting coming in from Team Won't Stop Peaking. Once again, going to see those vertical lines side being used from the library side, and plus we'll even get to see the mute jammers placed from the gaming room itself to deny a lot of information from the attacker side itself. But what's more interesting is that we see an Amaru pick being made from the Cobra. Interesting picks being made. I mean, the same thing can also be said for MRCC2 with Naughty Ashret. Bring in the Maestro, and turns out Desmond finds the opening pick once again. It's Hasib who gets picked out for the second time, and this is very concerning coming in from Mercenaries.
Yeah, man, and there you go. Not your spots. One is going to be the Desmond who are already with 2 frags compared to what we saw in round number 1, and with another kill coming into the second round. Yes, we can see 2 of the defenders playing up on the first floor towards the library area. Yes, there can be a trade-off falling in from coming in from the side of Mercenaries, but will it come right now? Because the CV is already down, picking up that frost. Prot mats will be up there. But yes, I wanted to say that one thing. WSP Esports won't stop peeking, are relying a lot going on for the gunfights, trying to rely a lot on the gunfights, and there you have it. Ayan picks up Dark Lord, makes the situation even, makes it a 4v4. Still, I guess Ayan has that ender. There's gonna somebody picking up the window, try to spot him, try to get at an angle, but there you have it. Whatever starts going down, double kill coming in, a triple kill coming in from Ayan. He can get a fourth one. Kuntal is coming up from the piano room. Yes, he takes a little bit of damage. There are two defenders just spotting him, just waiting him for to come, try to get up that advantage, but nope. It's gonna be never damage Cobra. He spots the head, he gets one, take out some I7, makes it a 2v3. He has that LMG, he can just fire and tap. He can just get it, but no, it's gonna be Dean to take out Cobra. Left out in a 1v3. That's gonna be Kuntal with R4C. 3 of the breach charges left. But I don't think so. With that HP, it's gonna be possible to pull off a 1v3 like this. Still, he has just one intel that, okay, it's going to be Naughty Ashura the Maestro standing with that LMG. But I guess now he has that area also. Gladiator is playing on the stairs. He gets him. No, just pre-firing a little bit over here, over there. But with that little bit of HP left, I don't think that this kind of 1v3 is possible right now to get into the favor of Kuntal.
Yeah, for Ayan, that this was a full-on shutdown all the way from the mezzanine hallway.
Yep.
He didn't let Won't Stop Peeking set foot into his library or even on the hallway side of window. So even in a 1v3, Ayan's attempt will at least fortify his hold on round number 2, forcing Kuntal on a 1v3. Low on HP, only has the breach charges to at least open up some soft walls, but the constant information that they're gaining from the Maestro's Evil Eye cams, this is an impossible task for Kuntal to succeed this 1v3. Information will be given,
4K.
so does the confirmation from Ayan, as he will secure 4 kills in round number 2. An amazing performance being displayed from Ayan as he will secure those 4 important kills, denying the push being made from Won't Stop Peeking as they were making an attempt to push all the way towards the second floor master bedroom site. That did not happen, mainly because of Ayan. A job well done for MercenarieZ as they will secure round number 2. And now kitchen and dining room will be the site. Turns out MRCZ will bring in a heavy denial operators like the Goyo and Smoke. So expect MercenarieZ wasting a lot of time towards Won't Stop Peeking. And I believe that Won't Stop Peeking's main goal is to ensure that they have second floor control. Once they have second floor control, they've got to make sure that they do it as fast as possible so that they can open up those vertical lines of sight, force the smoke out of its deployable shield from kitchen, and ensure that they can proceed with the post plant.
Yeah, especially talking about the last round, Ayan just went ham over, and you gotta give kudos to the side of, I guess it was Ashrit only playing up on the Maestro last round. He was providing the cover from the side of library that provided a lot of help towards the side of Ayan to just secure up those kills. For now, going on towards side of round number 3, we see kitchen up being picked, like Baba said. Yes, there will be a lot of utilities being played from the side of defense, try to waste maximum of the time for the side of attackers. We can also see 2 of the defenders playing up on the second floor. We can see a push being made from the side of White Garage. We don't see a push being made from the side of attackers. There's still a lot of time left. They can switch up the strats, try to push from another entry point. But let's see what's going to be the side of WSP now. MercenarieZ have gained 1 more round from their side. Hasib gets 1. It's going to be the side of Testament to go down. Finally, an opening coming in, and I would say a very early opening for the last round. What's happening from the side of WSP. So this time around is going to be the side of MercenarieZ to gain that advantage. And now a little bit of shocker coming in from the side of WSP. So Desmond is out. There will be no more sledgehammer, no more 2 of those frag nades left. Kunta's got to rely on that gun, trying to get up very close to that defender over there. This can be a little bit trouble for the side of Kuntal if he doesn't have the internet. MI7 is just playing up on that prone area, and there are 1 more guy left. 1 more guy, I guess he's playing up on that stairs. So this can be a little bit trouble for the side of Kuntal. So let's see.
Turns out it's even much more trouble for Won't Stop Peeking as they lose Cobra as well, which means that the Osa's shield won't be available for Team Won't Stop Peeking to proceed with the push. And since MercenarieZ has displayed their aggressive attempts all the way from the early peak, I'm pretty sure that Won't Stop Peeking has no other ideas to open up the first floor kitchen site, mainly because you still need to worry about the flanks. Violet is very much afraid of that, so Kuntal will make sure to nullify those effects. But they're still having a lot of problems breaching the wall on second floor. It will be done. Cooked grenade will be used as well. Won't be able to find anything at the moment, but at least a breach will be done in only a minute.
Yeah, they've perfectly done the time management for now. Still trying to go for that the flashbang nade effect, but nope, it's gonna be the side of Bane. Take out Dark Lord. A lot of damage has been done. Just two attackers left to take out the whole team from the side of Mercenaries. MI7 is still trying toward the side of Gaming Hallway, prone toward the side of Gaming Hallway, still remaining calm, not trying to go in, not trying to be a little bit cheeky to get those kills. I would say yes, Violet Versace have a little bit of chance to take out one or two guys, but I'm not really sure what they're gonna do in the just land the 30 seconds remaining. There you have it. Dean picks up another one. Kuntal gets spotted. Oh, he misses out. Has he misses out Kuntal, but finally he picks up another time. And this time Kuntal is going down for sure from the hands of Hasib. Overall, good round coming in from both sides. I guess the initial frags which did came in for the side of Mercenaries, how it was happening for the WSP for the last two rounds. It did happen for the side of Mercenaries this time, and they got away with the round pretty quick and pretty easily.
Yeah, removing Desmond at the initial of the round and getting away safely really put One Stop Peaking on a very bad situation, especially knowing that they have to open up the second floor wall, they've got to open up lines of sight. But that's also the secondary problem, right? They didn't even get control on the second floor site itself. MRCZ,
Yeah.
the way how they've planned it, going for the initial pick, removing Desmond off, forcing them in a 4v5. Next thing you know, Din is doing an exceptional job when it comes to being much more aggressive, playing much more pressure in towards the second floor. It almost as if MRCZ were literally playing the second floor side itself instead of the side being on first floor kitchen side. You even saw the Goya's Vulcan shield, you even saw the smoke gas canisters, which was placed, you even had the castle's armor panel, which blocked a majority of the doors. So, since every single place was on shutdown, Desmond
Yeah.
could have at least helped the attackers to at least open up those castle armor panel to ensure that they have multiple angles to remove certain players. But since he'd already been picked out very early in the round, won't stop peeking. They had no other choice but to just rely on heavy weaponry, and turns out it actually didn't work out well for them. So, and a very unfortunate situation for Won't Stop Peaking to be in round number 3, but they could recover it back on round number 4 because the site is the same thing. Second floor master bedroom slash office, the same site where Team Won't Stop Peaking had secured a flawless win, but maybe it
Lovely.
can. No, it cannot. Dark Lord will deny one, so does Kuntal. Two important kill as both Hasib and Nodiyashrid will be eliminated, which means that the whole site, second for master bedroom, will be entirely at their hands. But MI7 has something else to say with his submachine gun headshot to remove Kuntal. With the Ash gone, they heavily need to rely on the Zofia and the Ace to open up lines of sight and gain access towards the site so that they can proceed with post plant.
Still, Violet Versace has a responsibility to take out Dean, so they can gain up an entry towards the side of the side, but it's not going to be easy. Dean with that Scorpion, the tremendous amount of fire rate with this gun has, it's not going to be easy to take out Dean for now, take out Ella for now. Still trying to make up a pressure. Dean is still standing very calmly, trying to destroy the drones, giving that his position away. Spots one, this can be a kill coming in from the hands of Andy Cobra. But still, Dark Lord is also trying to push up. Zofia, I'm really sorry, is trying to push up towards the side of Piano. I guess it's going to be MI7 still trying towards the shield, towards the Piano. Not going to be easy. Concussion mine going in. Impact going in from the side of Zofia's launcher. MI7 going for the. Oh, he gets up with that C4. I was about to say the C4, and he gets it. Try to go for the second kill with the SSMG, but he's very low on HP. Gotta back off. Play with that submachine gun. Try to just fall off. Back off for just less than 50 seconds remaining. Diffuser goes down. Ace didn't have the right call. He gets one. He gets another one. But no, it's going to be a Cobra turning off Ion for the time being. Makes it a 2v2. MI7 very low on HP. Dean left with 100% HP. Diffuser is down towards the side of the site, and it's very inside. But no, Dollar comes in, takes out the headshot. Dean is already down. MI7 with that low HP, I don't think so he can pull it off. But still, you got to take out one of them to at least gain up that advantage. But nope, it's going to be ND to take out the second kill and takes out MI7. What just happened? Nomad gets in the way. I guess, like, yeah, this was I would say a silly mistake to just come in without the getting on the right angle. But a kill like this coming from the Cobra, he just backs off with that kill, and MI7 comes in with no intel having, and Cobra just did all of the work together to just pull off a victory on a round like that. I thought for a second, yes, WSP is done, because like diffuser was given away in a very vulnerable position. Like how just Nomad came in together, and again it's gonna be the side of Cobra, and then Ayad gets out from the hands of Cobra. That was the moment where the WSP just got the round away on their back.
Yeah, even with Din having that good angle towards second floor office, getting picked off like that from the Nomad really did, helped Won't Stop Peaking to secure this round. In a 2v2 situation where Din almost, focused on both the angles, both the angles as in one at the breached wall, the second at the doorways of the office. When you have a weapon like a Scorpio Evo that has good fire rate, it's actually very difficult for the side of Won't Stop Peaking to secure it. But once they found out an opening, that was more than enough for Won't Stop Peaking to secure it. So, round number 5, I believe the site will be changed once again. I believe it will be in first floor bar and gaming room. The only site that Won't Stop Peaking had secured is at towards second floor. So Mercenaries will have a lot of problems from that one particular site. But if Won't Stop Peaking secures this round too, then high likely a chance that it could end in either a 3v3 equalizer or a 4-2, and maybe we might be able to see Kuntal use his Gara hook. No, he's just going to cancel it for now. He's not very sure about the player's location just yet, so he's going to drone it out with the help of his attack drones and find the exact positioning on the players on the side of Mercenaries. And the way how they're playing it is that they have good control on library. You even have Hasib playing as the Valkyrie, interestingly enough. Still has one of the cams. He could be able to use it for important usage, but here comes Den. Starts it off with the initial frag. The push will be made from second floor master bedroom, and turns out that there is chaos running all over towards the piano site. And it will end up in a 3v4 situation, favoring the side of MRCZ as they secured in removing both Desmond and Cobra. With both the IQ and Flores being downed, the explosive drones won't be available to destroy those deployable shields. So the places being made from the blue stairs hallway will be so powerful that it will be difficult for Won't Stop Peaking to deny this particular angle. So they need to find another way. And turns out they want to challenge this. Kuntal wants to challenge this angle, but the information being gained from the Valkyrie scam will give Ayan the advantage that they need. Flashbang being thrown out, one gets caught out from the ADS, the second will also get caught out from the Womice Magnet. The deployable shield will stay alive nonetheless. Now Yashrit will be downed from the library side. Only a minute left for Won't Stop Peaking to proceed with the push, and without the help of the Flores attack drone, this will be even much more tougher for Won't Stop Peaking to secure this, but somehow they find the opening. Violet starts off with a bang. So does the grenade from Darkler to secure one more, which now is a 2v3.
Oh, nice one,
it's all at the hands of Ayan to secure it. He will down Violet, but he won't be able to get the confirmation just yet. So he'll just forced to fall back. He will find a different angle and play for post plant. Time is running out. They only have 35 seconds. Not a lot of information has been gained from Won't Stop Peaking's end, which means that they have to go in for picks. Violet has the diffuser in hand, so he should be the one to proceed with the defuse plant. But they have to get securance in towards the site itself, and that itself is a difficult task, especially when they have those crossfire angles being established. No attack drones just yet. They're not going to use it. Only 10 seconds. Information, one of them will catch us exactly the location of a sieve. So it's all down to a 2v2. One of them will be downed out. The crossfire angles is working out so well, and now it's at the hands of Violet. He needs to go in for the frags, and unfortunately time is of the essence, and Mercenaries will secure round number 5 with a beautiful hold being made from them.
Yeah, definitely a job very well done from the side of Ayan and Hasib. But what just happened, I just want to recap. One of the guy from the side of, I guess it was Ashrit only, who got down very early with that window peak from coming in from the side of Sledge. All they had to do just drone it up. You have 4 of your guys remaining and 4 of the attackers remaining in, and you just need to do some little bit of drone work. And this is what exactly happened. You didn't drone up. You didn't have that intel where exactly the guys are being pulled. Of course, there was just one single challenge to just take out that black shield, the deployable shield, which they can't, because Flores was killed off very early by the side of Mercenary. So all you had to do just push it together, because you did have the control of library very very good. Like you had the control to your hands very early to gain up that advantage. But what exactly went wrong was not doing that drone, not going with that intel gathering here and there. And initially, that was a lot of time being wasted from their side. And this is what Mercedes did pretty good. In the end, They had no option. 50-second left. You gotta go in. You gotta go from stairs. You gotta go from the main hallway. You gotta just drop down from the hatch, and that gave away all of those kills towards the side of Mercenary. So a job very well done to create up that pressure, to create up that not giving up that space, not allowing then the attackers to be confident in their push. So job very well done from the side of Mercenary, especially talking about the side of Ion, how he was just able to pull it off on the stairs like that, especially with the 3 attackers coming in and then getting a kill upon that window. That was a very well play coming in from the side of Ion.
Yeah, an impressive performance from Ayan and also Hasib too, establishing, playing accordingly to crossfire angles, knowing that time is in their hands. They will secure a win on round number 5. But since on round number 6, oh boy, aggressive attempt all the way towards library, but Hasib will survive, and so does MI7, getting away with the kill, and the second kill might be at the hands of the UMP Castle. Well, you won't be able to get it just yet, but the library pushes so much that Desmond will secure a kill nonetheless. They will equalize it to a 4v4, but Ayan needs to fall back because there is a lot of aggressive attempts being made from Won't Stop Peeking's end that it is helping them in their favor a lot.
Yeah.
But now
Yeah.
they've got to focus on those cameras, in which it will be denied nonetheless. And one of the cameras will get caught out, in which it was present from the mezzanine's side. But Hasib still has one more cam. He could use it to gain vital information. But now the pressure is on in towards the second floor side. Ayan is still on the piano. His location is now revealed by the bullet. He needs to fall back as best as possible. But Desmond is mainly afraid of the blue stairs and that he needs to divert his attention. Look at the save. Look at the save that Hasib is doing right now, saving his teammate Ayan to safely fall back towards the solarium stairs is going to let Won't Stop Peeking have all the control into a second floor, but there are some retaliations being made, and that is Ayan once again. The main problem has to be the window side of the bathrooms. And now it will be denied once again. Hasib removes Desmond. This is looking good. Hasib, very close. He doesn't have any information on second floor, and he will get fired at the hands of Dark Lord and Cobra. Then finds one, equalize it to a 2v2, and now they heavily need to require a smoke gas canisters to secure round number 6. This is a very difficult situation coming in from Mercenaries, mainly because Won't Stop Peeking has control on towards second floor. And now with Cobra and Violet securing a kill from Nori Ashrit, this is not looking good from Mercenaries. It's all at the hands of Den. It's 1v2, only 5 HP. C4 being tossed out, deals major damage to Violet, but does not secure a kill. They have to go in for the drop down. Flashbang will affect Den, but he is still alive and still kicking 1v1. It's all at the hands of Cobra. Only 4 HP. He still has the bulletproof shield. He could use it to find info, but no, it's not gonna happen. Headshot. Den secures it. MRCZ will end the first half on a 3. It is a 4-2. Again, apologies. My God, what a clutch from Din as he will secure this round.
Bro, what a play coming with that. Like, he didn't have no ADS, no magnets. It all was just like, you gotta have that 1C4. It also dealt damage, but in the end, it was the no kill coming in. Like, no, I would say not a casualty for the side of WSP. So this was a job very well done. And what happened wrong for the side of WSP? That was a lack of coordination, lack of just deciding what exactly you want to do. You want to push from Solarium stairs, you have talent shield left. There was one talent shield left for the side of Osa. I didn't saw any time around he was playing with that talent shield, especially when going for operator like Osa. Boy, oh boy, that was some play coming from the side of Dean. So I have to say, man, Ayan, even Ashrit, I would say, is playing those support ops. Hasib, Dean are looking all fired up, all cylinders fired up, and with those, potential clutch situation when they are coming with 1v2, whether it's 2v3, left out in a very not in a very favorable man advantage. They are doing a very tremendous job of just not letting the attackers come in confidently and get away with that round win. After 6 rounds, yes, we have the swap being made. Mercenaries looking very confident with the score line. 4-2 will be the score into the favor of Mercenaries. After the swap, we can see, yes, it's going to be the first floor side which has been selected from the second floor. I'm really sorry. Side has been selected from the side of WSP Esports. Now, like I said, man, attack is definitely not very easy on the map of Chalet. It all comes down to the side of WSP, how they want to retaliate, make this a score line, get it looking like something like 4-4, or maybe try to win up this particular first round of defense to their side. And then we can see a comeback. Like I said in the starting, it's not going to be easy to even win a map from a team like Mercenaries, who have a tremendous, like a huge experience of playing that. Oh, that
No,
just
no,
really happened.
no. No, that actually did happen. Hasib knew that there was a force mat trap. He tried to aim it. But, man, that has definitely got to hurt. And even much more so from Desmond. My god, double kill. The damage had been done. It's a 3v4. And my god, this is going to hurt a lot for Mercenaries. Ah, there you
Dark
go.
Lord
One
comes
more.
in, gets up
Yeah.
MI7, and it's gonna be a 1v4. And then nonetheless, there was a lot of blunder done from the side of WSP in their attack, so it's gonna be just one coming in for the side of Mercenaries and giving away a round like that. But still, a lot of time left, and it's a 1v3. I would say Ayan, like being a player like Ayan with that FOC, still has good potential to pull this off. That's gonna be the problem, that the diffuser is already down on the second floor, drop down on the second floor, first floor, really sorry. So that can be a little bit of trouble. So if you want to go with that diffuser secure, you gotta go down. If you want to push up, then you don't have the diffuser, you gotta go for all frags. And we can see there's already one Goyo trying to hold it off on the first floor, trying to secure up that diffuser, not letting any attacker just come in. But no, it's gonna be Dark Lord to secure up that Ion, and WSP wins up the round number 7. So yeah, exactly what happened. I was trying to just tell about Mercedes experience, how they are a tremendous good team, and then at the right time, just Hasib like, okay, let me just go on the first match. Nonetheless, not a big problem to still have the lead. But what it has done, that WSP has got their first defense round winning up on the map of Chalet, and this can go anywhere around from here. Now they have selected a bar and gaming room on the side of first floor. Yes, we can see some changes being made. Dark Lord on Valkyrie. We don't see a Jaeger, we see a Vamai. So, okay, that's good. We see Vamai magnets coming into the play, because there are a lot of projectiles coming in from the side of Mercenaries, smokes, stuns, everything's on the place from the side of Mercenaries. So yeah, the only thing that needs to be done from the side of Mercenaries is to play it cool, play it calmly, play it like you do the basics right, grown up on the side of preparation phase. Then try to, when you go on the action phase, you have at least 2 of your guys playing on the support road, try to give you where are the exactly defenders playing upon, and then push it and play the gunfights accordingly how they want.
Yep. Oh boy. Round number
It happens,
7.
like,
This, yeah, it happens. Yeah, I know it happens most of the time, but getting caught out with the frost mat like that, knowing that Desmond was still present from second floor, definitely has to hurt from Hasib. I'm not gonna lie. Zero could have, helped with gaining a lot of information from the Argus camps, but I believe they'll be even much more attentive while they drone the library side itself. While it will be placing his frostmat trap once again at the same place. Although you can't fool the player twice, but it does, well, I mean, we might be able to see that in round number 8 itself. But for now, if we focus on the round at hand, MRCZ, they could have ended this round in a 5-2, but instead ending things off on a 4-3 will have to make a decision for Mercenaries to put themselves in the lead once again. If they cannot do this, then One Stop Peaking will equalize it to a 4v4, and things will be even much more tougher, especially on a map like Chile, which is heavily attacker favored. But getting caught off on a minute, getting caught off in a situation like that, they really need to be careful again. Asif once again going in for a second attempt, but this time he's going to
good.
drone it thoroughly to make sure that there is a frostmat. Yeah, there you go. Frostmat been placed, destroyed. Okay. And the mistake won't be made twice. Dark Lord sees the character, but instead it's just a Gemini replicator, and here comes Ten to get the headshot too. Information and clarification, both of them just perfected so well for Mercenaries.
Yeah, we can see library side of control just being given away to the side of Mercenaries, and they'll have no problem because of that vertical damage onto the side of WSP. I guess there's one defender playing on side of master bedroom, and he gets down. It's going to be Wallet Search to take off that good trade happening in, but it's going to be a gunfight on the stairs, and Ion wins it pretty easily. Makes the situation 2v4 very early, and I guess Mercenaries have no trouble now to just push up on the last 2 defenders. No! Wallet Versace is going to not make it look easy like that. It's going to be Ion to take out Wallet Versace. Makes it a 1v3. Kunta left on it a 1v3. Kunta gets one. Ion goes down. Still a lot of time, a lot of HP on the both sides just remaining in. Kunta is already out doing a smart work. Now I don't think Dini's having any idea. He gets one. He gets it. Makes it a 1v1. This time around, it's going to be Mercenary to play up that blunder. But no, Kuntal is rotating very well, trying to make up that bait, try to create a diversion. Ashit had no idea. He's already on the side of a bomb. I guess he has been spotted now. We can see the yellow ping. But still, Ashit has to go for the plant. 35 seconds left on the clock. If he gets the sound, he can make it a fake. But nope, I don't think so. Kuntal is going for it, and it can be a plant successfully done. He gets that yellow ping, pushing for it. He's going for the pre-fire. He gets it! A triple kill clutch and coming in from the side of Kuntal, and he does it pretty well. Boy, oh boy, I'm just thinking, didn't have one single drone onto the side of library stairs, and now they are just giving away this particular round. So let me recall it. The entry was being done pretty good. Dean just gets in and he gets that frag pretty easily. Oliver Sase gets two, but it's going to be shut down coming from Ayan. And in the end, it was just Kuntal being Kuntal, trying to play up, just like just a car, bro. He just turned on the engine. He just go for the rotation, takes out Dean, he goes on another one to play up and cause that diversion. Like, okay, I'm on the first floor. No, I'm not on the first floor. I'm on the second floor. Oh no, I'm not on the second floor. I'm back again on the side. So this was a play and a very, I would say, a smartly played from the side of Kuntal, and he gets it. Score being equalized, and this is what WSP needed. Now 2 rounds just given away from the side of Mercenaries. They need to think, they need to calm down. They gotta put their horses in the stable. Okay, boy, we need to just calm down for a second. We do not need to make mistakes like that, because Dean provided a very good entry. You had the whole vertical control towards the stairs, and then Desmond was also out when he was playing toward the side of master bedroom. So you had all of the spaces on second floor to play, but in the end, they just gave it away.
Yeah, once they realized it was 1v3, they just decided to play for picks instead of going, instead of confirming for post plant. And my god, it did ended up with Kuntal securing a 1v3 clutch. An important one that will equalize. Won't stop peaking on a 4-4. My goodness, MRCZ, what just happened in the last round? Especially in the late round itself. You guys had the advantage when it comes to man count, but turns out you had less information from the attack drones, especially from the stairs on Mezzanine, the place where Kuntal got away with a kill and ran back safely. And what's more problematic was that the sledge was sprinting at that moment. The sledge was sprinting. He had no idea that Kuntal would just sprint all the way upstairs, hoping that he would stay in the side to, hold his particular angles. But turns out the element of surprise really did help Kuntal to secure this 1v3. Now, Mercenaries, this mistake is going to cost them a lot. And they've got to make sure that they would not, increase their chances of failing more rounds over and over again. So they've got to make sure that they would not, make those mistakes again. Let's see the players on the side of MRCZ,
Yeah, please go on, please.
Yeah, it's alright, Scott.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, again, we can see both of the teams playing very aggressive when it comes to the side of attack, just going in, try to take up the control as soon as possible. They had Hasib gets one, Kuntal is already down, the clutch guy is down from the side of WSP. This one also very low in HP, almost just like 5% HP left. We try to push into the side of main hallway. MI7 takes out Desmond, makes the situation very hard for the side of WSP to now get this round. And this is what I was talking about. Both of the side of team, when they are playing on attack, they are playing very aggressive. Sometimes around they get the win. Sometime around it doesn't work for the attacking side. So I guess they need to calm down a little bit. So okay, you are taking the control pretty quick. So after that, you just need to play it cool. And this is what happened. Dark Lord gets out MI7. The OSA talent see no more. Dean comes up, takes out Dark Lord for the trade. And it's going to be Hasib to take out Oliver Sache. Just one guy, ND Cobra, left out in the 1v4. And he's already toward the side of Solarium. He's got to make the rotation, go back to site first. I don't think so that's going to be easy, but still take a look. Mercenaries have taken the entry toward the side of objective point, so this is kind of bad. If you are not droning it up, if you're not having that intel that one of the guys already not inside the site, you're doing it wrong. There you have it. Dermai goes for the plant. He can run for a C4, but no, it's going to be Ayan to come up from the behind and say peekaboo. This time around, Mercenaries got up the win pretty quick. The aggressiveness was looking very good. The first pick going away from Kuntal, like that kind of play, like picking from a hallway up towards the long stairs, not a smart move, but still you gotta give a rep towards the side of Mercenary. They did a very job securing the victory on round number 9, I'm really sorry, and making the score line look 5-4. Now just 1 round away for being on match points, but still you gotta give props to WSP. When the mistake was being done, when the blunders are being done from the side of Mercenaries, they are not just giving it away towards the side of WSP. WSP are trying to merge into a victory, trying to just converge on those mistakes, try to look it like, okay, we are doing a very good job, just take it away and get the victory. Especially talking about the side of Kuntal, how he is able to get those frags pretty quick, especially talking about his attacking play, also talking about the clutch onto the side of defense on the last round. everything's looking good. All just need to do is Mercenaries to play it cool, play it calmly, try to drone it up a little bit, because what happened on the round, like, for a guy that the site is empty, you can just go in, not to give away any kill. So I would say, like, yes, a little bit of drone work needs to be done from both sides, especially if this goes on match over time. So let's see what these both teams do from here on round number 10.
Yeah, won't stop peeking. They currently have the advantage when it comes to playing aggressive and clutch situations. Won't stop peeking has it thoroughly, but the previous round, MRCZ, they, just like you said, Bullet, they did at least, uh, s- make sure that they're calm, but not like that. Oh no, information was a bit too late for Hasib. And once he made his attempt towards the windows of Trophy Room, he got picked out from Dark Lord, who was just patiently waiting for him to vault outside the window. Very unfortunate. Information wasn't received very quickly as you'd expected it to happen, but at least this will give an opening pick for Won't Stop Peaking. But turns out Ayan will turn that opening peak into a balanced situation. Somehow Desmond has just arrived at a question mark to see what exactly happened at that moment. Ayan just, I believe Ayan just removed Desmond while he was rotating from the hallways of Blue Stairs. But now, if you focus on the situation at hand, Mercenaries have control on second floor library, which means that now they can focus in towards second floor master bedroom, knowing that the rumor has been taken care of. Flank drones will be placed from Ayan to make sure that the fireplace hall will be looked at. And now all they've got to do is just make sure that they open up those lines of sight and proceed with post plant.
Yep. I guess there are only two. Okay, all of the defenders are back onto the side objective point. So yes, this can be a little bit of trouble if you don't get the wall open pretty quick from now on. Gotta watch their flanks. Dean can also play with the knaves to the side of piano room. He can go away with a kill and trying to just take up the control towards the side of piano. He's known for a second. There's gonna be someone. He gets the pre-fire done. Oh, Mr. Shots on mute. Mute gets lucky over there, and Dean. This was not a job very well done, but Kuntal comes up, takes out MI7 with a very good kill from the side of the bathroom. But Nate comes in, C4 also goes down. Both of the projectiles not doing any damage to the opponent, to their opponent for now. Ace has also got up the aqua thermal charges, and we can see the walls are being opened now. Doctor gotta play with those Goyo instantly. Traps for the time being, and it's going to be a lot of time being wasted because attackers got to wait up, because Goyo instantly fires can definitely deal you some major damage if you are getting away with that plant. So I guess they have done a pretty good job from the side of WSP to just waste up their time. Goyo's incendiary nade is going away. Ashwin going for the plant. Just 1 second left out. Yes, Dean gets one. Cobra gets out. Diffuser has been planted. Ashrit very low on HP. Din still trying to cover it up from the angle. And yes, he gets one. He can get two, but no. Melusi comes in. He gets out Dean. Kuntal again looking very confident with his gunfight, but no. All Ashrit left out in a 2v1 scenario. But still, they got away with that plant. They did a very good job with planting it up after the Goyo fire went out. And yes, with that early kill coming in from the side of Dark Lord, this was some, I would say, a good effort coming in from the side of WSP to gain up that early advantage, play with those Goyo shield pretty quick. But still, I would say Mercenary did a pretty good job of winning those rounds after that man advantage not being on the place of gaining that control toward the side of library. And that was one mistake that nobody from the side of WSP is playing on stairs. I guess like Kuntal should have been on the side of the library stairs, trying to play it up, trying to waste the time of attackers, but instead he was playing on the side of Solarium. So yeah, for now it's going to be a match part coming in from the side of Mercenaries with a scoreline of 6-4 on the map of Shelly.
Yeah, I wish we got to see exactly what happened from Desmond's end while he got himself picked out from. I believe he got picked out from Ayan. So
I guess it was a wall
what I'm
bang,
guessing is,
like a random.
I think it was either a wall bang. Yeah, it has to be a wall bang through the barricade windows. But because last time I remember, Ayan was at the roof, right? At the roof, he shot and then he randomly got a kill off from Desmond. So he was a bit surprised to see exactly what happened at that certain moment. But if you focus on the first map itself, as we can see, Mercenaries have secured match point for Chalet. If they secure one more round, then that means they will secure map Chalet, and we will proceed to map number 2, being the map on Theme Park, which is a map being picked by Team Won't Stop Peaking. So I've got to say, Won't Stop Peaking's performance in the first half has been exponentially good, 4-6, and their attack coordination on second for Must Bedroom was just absolutely brilliant. And how can I even forget about the defensive hold that they've made, putting themselves in a 4-6 scoreline? I'm pretty sure on map number 2, Theme Park, it will also be a similar difficulties. And talk about difficulties, Desmond will catch Ayan off while he was busy rappelling in towards the building side of library window. He just got himself caught off from Desmond, and you could say it's a good trade on what exactly happened on that previous round.
Yeah, I would say a good revenge kill coming in, but now it's going to be a 5v4 scenario. We saw that, I guess it was the side of Dark Lord going for the side of White Garage, kind of like doing up that early frag, but he didn't got successful. C1 to the side of kitchen area, maybe he can play with those frag nades, try to get a 1. MI7 also pushing from the side of library window, the bathroom window, but this time around, this can be a wall bang, but he knows that, I guess, somebody's coming in. And this can be a little bit of trouble for the side of MI7, picking up from all sides, being vulnerable on this particular spot. Now is this call? He's gonna go for a fire towards the side of piano, or maybe just take out that guy. But this time around, he goes for a fire toward the barricade, and the position being given away. I guess Goyo, still not clear. Dark Lord is where exactly Ash is, or maybe he can just speed. Not this time around. He's trying to decide to peek over there. Solarium wall going down from the higher side of Hibana, Carrier Spirit from the side of Ashrit. This can be a Solarium push also coming in. MercenarieZ also trying to just make the pressure points really well, pushing in from the side of Kitchen. As we can see, a nade going down. This can be a very successful kill, and he gets it. Kuntal gets one. Haseeb gets one for the side of Kuntal. MI7 gets another one. And it's going to be a 3v3 scenario, being very quickly favored from the side of MercenarieZ.
Yep, and now all they've got to do is just proceed with the push. I believe that this will be a very difficult task. Well, it's made easier from the Iana. Here comes Cobra once again with a run-out kill. Actually, it's not a run-out, a outside kill to remove one of the players out, but it's still a 2v2. Make that 1v2 as Nordia Shred secures a headshot. Now it's all at the hands of Cobra. He still has the C4. You could use it to deny the plant, and I believe this might happen. C4 timed into perfection. Will that catch one of the players? No! It's been in mid-air by Haseeb. A job well done on deciding to remove the C4 and gets away with a kill. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful plays being made from Haseeb, denying the C4 toss being thrown in midair to make sure that this post plant would succeed. And I've got to say, MercenarieZ, this is an amazing attack that we've seen for a very long time. 7-4 will be the scoreline, and just like that, folks, we will see MercenarieZ secure Chalet.
And this was, I would say, like you said, this was a very brilliant. This was a very brilliant attack round in all of this particular map. This was not being done from the side of WSP when they were on the side of attack. They were relying a lot on the gunfight rather than going for the utilities. But they were relying a lot for 1v1 individual gunfights. And this is what exactly happened. MRCD has that right kind of match scoreline set. You gotta just win one round. You're already on match point, and they just did it. But the last that C4 getting destroyed at the last moment, that was something coming in from the side of Haseeb to just deny that and get away with that map victory. Of course, we will take a look at the highlights for now, what exactly happened on the map of Chalet. Initially, I would say, yes, like WSP did had, a very good first half compared to what we saw on the side of MercenarieZ. After the swap being made, yes, I thought WSP can make a victory on the map of Chalet on how they were playing on the first half. But still, MercenarieZ, I guess, more than 2 rounds were given away from the side of Mercy, and that was exactly where WSP was able to converge into a round victory. So after, when MercenarieZ decided to play it calmly, play it cool, try to just do up that drone work, try to play with that very smartly classic Siege, how you play it. So after that, it was very hard for the side of WSP to get even a round victory from that onwards, from the side of MercenarieZ. A 7-4 score line, 7-4 victory coming onto the map of Sharia. And take a look what is happening in Ayan here and there, just bagging kills. It was Kuntal then again coming in. It was also Dean with some crucial kills coming in when they were on the side of defense. But yes, an overall good performance coming in from the side of both team. But on the map of Theme Park, I guess, like, with MercenarieZ being up on the first to defend the 7 rounds, and WSP being the first team to attack for the first 6 rounds. I'm sorry, not seven, for the first 6 rounds. This can be a little bit, not a little bit, it can be very much of a trouble for the side of WSP to win on the map of Theme Park, especially after that map not being won from the side of WSP.
Yeah, Team Won't Stop Peaking had a very strong start in the first half while they were on attack, but also it could say the same thing. We did witness a lot of clutches being made on defense. One was from Din's 1v2, and then we did get to witness Kuntal secure his 1v3, mainly because MRCZ decides to engage Kuntal in a 1v1 gunfight that it ended up being in favor for Team Won't Stop Peaking, and then suddenly they decided, you know what, enough is enough. I'm pretty sure that we've made a lot of mistakes. Let's make sure that we don't do it once more. And they decided to put themselves, they made sure that they won't make those mistakes once again. Cook grenade from a sieve has been worked out exceptionally well. It really did help out some of the, to eliminate some certain angles towards the second floor side, sometimes on towards the first floor too. And the way how Hasib played in the initial of the series, sure, his presence what was not known at all on defense, he really did made his correction well on attack, playing as the Iana, finding important picks, getting those crucial elements being done, putting themselves in a post plant situation really did help MRCZ secure their first map. And also we'll take a look at it in the match summary itself. 12 kills to Din, 13 kills to Ayan, as he was also the one making impressive plays on defense, playing as the Jaeger. So when it comes to the opening picks, Din has made an exceptional job in doing so. The same thing can also be said to Desmond and Dark Lord too, while they were on attack as well as on defense. Good hold, good strategies being executed from One Stop Peaking while they're pushing the side in towards second for Master Bedroom. Both of them had secured flawless round wins. They've even secured clutches too, but in the end, it was Team MercenarieZ who had the consistency to secure most of the rounds on attack and secure map number one, Chalet.
Yeah, especially talking about from the side of mercenaries, it was just one guy, and of course we can see he was playing a lot of support operators. Talking when talking about the side of Ashrit, was not able to secure as much as skill compared to what we were seeing from the rest of the team, but he was doing a very good. The support plays, trying to go for the drone, trying to play up those thermite, try to play up those ace. So it was a job well done from the side of entire roster. But talking about the side of WSP, yes, they were, I have to say this, they were relying a lot on individual gunfights rather than to play with the utilities. So this is what I think they costed the first half also. When initially we saw Mercenary doing some mistakes here and there, so they converted into a round victory. But after that, it was just falling apart for the side of WSP on the map of Chalet. For now, it will be a 7-4 score line onto the favor of Mercenary. We'll be going to the map of Theme Park after. I guess we will take a little bit of break. But on the map of Theme Park, I feel like yes, after this confidence boost, after this momentum gain, Mercenary will be just making it will be just trying to make it very easy for their side, because onto the map of Theme Park, it's not very easy to attack. Like I said on the map of Chalet, but for the side of defense, you have a lot of spaces to play upon. You have a lot of spaces to flank upon. So I feel like yes, Mercenary will make it look very easy, but that's where the challenge comes to. Just like anyhow make the score line, make it look like 3-4. But if the same story goes in after, like WSP just not allowing sorry, Mercy not allowing the side of WSP to win maximum of those rounds, and that can be a little bit of trouble for the side of WSP. So I feel like yes, WSP needs to do more of the hard work, but we taking a look at the map results individually. What happened on the map of Chalet? Yes, it was the first half, which did resulted to be on the favor of WSP. But after that, Mercenaries fired up all cylinders and make it the scoreline of 7-4 onto the map of Chalet.
Yep, with the first map done, MRCZ will get their map pick done as well. Chalet 7-4. Now on Theme Park, Won't Stop Peaking still has a chance to secure this, and if they do, then you could say that both of the teams have already secured 1 point. The only difference is that who will gain an extra point on decider if Won't Stop Peaking secures their own map pick on Theme Park. Since Won't Stop Peaking will be going on attack first, they'll have the major advantage in second half, which means that since theme park is heavily defender favored, especially on certain sites like first floor armory and throne room and second floor uh, bunk and daycare, which is the both of the sites being picked a lot on map theme park, you've got to know that there might be some changes being made on the ban phase as well, so we might expect to see a Kaid ban, because if you have all three defenders having mute, Kaid, and bandit, you could say that you have an entire site on lockdown by electrifying the walls on throne room, electrifying the walls on armory as well. So you have a lot of denials that's been placed around. So maybe removing
Yep.
Kaid will at least force them to have a different cause of effect. But by doing so, will enable Azami being in play. And now, since Azami's been banned on Map Chalet, I'm pretty sure that in Theme Park this could be the exact same case.
Yeah, we like Azami, like especially how fast the kunai barriers makes up those bulletproof barrier. It kind of denies that particular angle or where these attackers will come from. So I feel like yes, WSP will again go for an Azami ban, but how they didn't ban Valkyrie? Talking about the both sides, I feel like on the map of theme park, we could see a Valkyrie ban. We also can maybe see a Kaid ban if WSP wants to win a maximum of those attacking rounds. But let's see what the teams individually decide. We'll be taking a going on to the operator ban phase pretty quick. But for now, like seeing theme park, especially after, like if I was on the side of WSP, I could have been thinking the same. Like, okay, we have lost the first map 7-4. Theme park is a very tough map to attack on, more tougher than the side of chalet for the first being. Like chalet can also be tough when you're trying to push from the side of library to gain up that control on mezzanine. That can be a little bit tough because there's a lot of angles where defenders can come up from. Talking about the side of theme park, it's more hard to even get up from the side of hatch, try to take up control on dragon stairs. Any c4 can come in from any, I would say, flag you up, whether it's Oryx or whether it's any kind of operator on the side of defense. There are a lot of spaces that can be made. A good rotation, quick rotation can be made from side of impact net. So yes, WSP gotta play good with the side of Nomad if you are going for the OSA. Like talking about the side of OSA, I never really saw OSHA shields coming into the play from the side of WSP. So especially when like you're not relying on abilities, you are much really relying on the side of individual frag kills. That can be a little bit of trouble when you're playing a game like Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, man, we know for a fact that Rainbow Six, these all players are very much like given their time onto the game. But take a look what WSP was doing. Take nades apart, take those hard breach charges apart. I was not seeing much of the utilities being played from those operators because Amaru, yes, you can do some quick maneuvers around with those. Garara hook. I didn't saw Osha Talonade shield being in play. I didn't saw even like I would say those secondary heartbeat charges were going in from the side of, I guess it was the Buck, where we saw not the Buck, the other operator. I'm not able to recall that name correctly. So yeah, the point I'm trying to say is that they are relying a lot on individual gunfights. They have to deny that. They have to push in together. They have to do the drone work pretty quick. They gotta rely on the intel and then make their push, because initially it was the side of I guess it was Desmond and Kuntal going for those frag kills, being successful on it. But after that, when they were not able to get those early frag kills on their favor, it was all falling apart for the side of WSP to play as a unit.
Yeah, and also on map theme park, it'll be even much more tougher knowing that Won't Stop Peaking couldn't get to secure their first map
Yeah,
on Chalet, which in fact was a very close round too. There were tons of close rounds where Team Won't Stop
yeah.
Peaking had, especially the 1v3 clutch from Kuntal. We've even see Desmond's performance while he was playing on defense, the alibi, which it really helped. With a bit of the frostbite trap being placed from library windows. So although there were some close encounters, Mercenaries they did ended up adapting to the situation that they were in the second half. And since they were very confident on winning a lot of attack rounds, you could say that this could also be the same thing on map theme park if they crack the equation of One Stop Peaking's defensive hold. Now, since that
Yeah.
map number 2 is a pick by Team Won't Stop Peaking, they are going on attack first, which means that on attack, their main goal is to make sure that they could at least secure maybe 2 or 3 rounds on attack. 3 would be great. 4 would be even much more better
4
on
would be
attack
much
for Team Won't
better.
Stop Peeking. But I'm pretty sure on a map like Theme Park, they can hardly secure like 2 or 3 rounds, especially on second floor bunk and daycare, because if the site on basement armory and throne room, it doesn't work out well in their favor, then second floor side is the only site where the attackers could gain a lot of wins from. And since mercenaries have also showed that they don't have any more problems in dealing with the armory site itself, it heavily, like I
Yeah,
said, relies on the ban phase itself. But I know I've talked about it time and time again, but still, it always heavily relies on how mercenaries would proceed on their defense, because if they lose their important rounds, especially on the first floor side, and let Won't Stop Peaking have majority of the advantage when it comes to the early peaks as well as the late peaks, it will be very difficult. And for a map like Theme Park, which is very close range, I wouldn't say close range, there are some certain places which are heavily long range, like the yellow stairs itself. We have this
yellow stairs.
entire long hallway where it's so good for any players to engage in certain lines of sight. But for now, folks, I know we've been rambling all about the match itself to talk about the second map in which it will happen, folks. But for that to happen, we just need to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
say again, Grim?
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow-Six-Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotec Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back with map number 2 of the first match, which is happening right now. It is between Team Won't Stop Peaking Esports versus Team MercenarieZ. MercenarieZ have already secured their first map on today, securing 7-4.
7-4.
Now we are here to talk about map number 2, Theme Park, and of course, with with all of the players just fixing out the recent issues, we'll be heading off. We'll jump into it right as soon as we get the confirmation from our admins aside. But for now, we can just talk about speculations, talk about exactly
Yeah.
what can Won't Stop Peaking do in the certain situations. Because let's face it, on map Chalet, it was a very close round. MRCZ could have lost on some certain situations, but they did ended up securing the round in a 7-4. But that does not mean that on map Theme Park it could be the same situations. MRCZ could have a major downfall, and maybe Won't Stop Peaking could use it to their advantage.
Yes, man, but like what we have seen from the past, when a team like Mercenaries, when we were facing a team like Mercenaries, it's not really that easy. Especially if you talk about the side of WSP, like I said, they were relying a lot on those gunfights. They were relying a lot on aggressive plays. Talk about aggressive play, both our teams are playing very aggressive when it comes down to their attacking side. So I feel like yes, WSP needs to do a lot of homework to just even counter strat the side of the mercenaries when they are attacking. Because especially like talk about the side of objectives, man. On the second floor, yes, you can have a lot of pressure points that you can make pressure and then gain up that entry, whether you call it the cafe area where you want to push in from the side of dragon stairs. Then when talk about the side, the common sides, man, when they go towards the side of throne, you can gain up that vertical control, then try to push up when you're trying to open up the wall from the 90 hall, where maybe from the side of maintenance. So these are some of the pretty usual strat that need to work with your experiments, how you want to approach it, how you want to gain up that vertical control. It feels like, yes, by playing more on the side of utilities, on how we saw the last two rounds being played from the side of mercenaries on the map of Chalet. Yes, if you play like that, WSP if plays it with very much relying on utilities, trying to open up the wall pretty quick, try to push up, winning those gunfights. Yes, WSP can get maximum of those gunfights into their favor, try to get up those maximum attacking rounds in their favor. If they don't, yes, mercenaries will try to end it up pretty quick, or maybe we can see a scoreline like 7-2, 7-3. Like, it shouldn't happen, but we can see happening in on the map of theme park, because it's a theme park. Defense is pretty much very easy on some of those specific sites. Defense is very, I would say, easy for the side of roaming operator as well, to make up those quick rotation with those impact nades. A lot of space where you can play it in your own style. But for the side of attacker, it's going to be really hard for the side of WSP to gain up those round wins, especially with the mercenaries being on the side of defense, an opponent team being like mercenaries when they are having on the map of theme park, where they will be defending for the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, and since both the teams are trying to fight to have a spot in towards the playoffs, it will be a difficult task for them to do so. So, yeah, you could say that everything is on the line for all the 8 teams, in which currently we still have our second matchup, which will happen after the first match comes to an end. It's between Team Phalanx versus
Yeah,
Team UWU. Phalanx, on the other hand, although they have secured their seventh place, unfortunately,
yeah,
when it comes to their fight in the previous matchup, was a bit too
yeah,
difficult for them to handle. So now talking about them
yeah,
having another matchup up against Team Uvu. Now, let's not underestimate Team Uvu just yet. Granted that they've lost a lot of major matches, but still they have some fight in them left. And maybe we could see them
yep,
fight back in the second matchup and see whether if they could, have an even ground, and see whether if they can have a chance for them to fight back into as the playoffs. But looking at the group standings itself, Uvu haven't secured at least a single round win. I mean, not even, they haven't even included deciders yet. It's just 0 points. All of the 4 matches that they've had ended up on a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 score line. Not a single one did go all the
yeah,
way towards the deciders. And if that decider did happen, maybe we could have seen them have at least securing 4 points for Team Uvu. But since they haven't secured that, they're still all the way at the bottom of the leaderboards. But still, they have a chance. They could have a good fight up against Team Phalanx, but also Team Phalanx, they're also having the same thing too, right? I mean, granted, they have such amazing players like Guy of Audacity. You even had Hussein, who used to be an amazing player when it comes to playing as the frag operator role. But now you see a lot of changes being made from the roster change itself from Team Phalanx. But it's all, to be frank, I'm really can't wait to see what kind of plays do we get to see from Team Phalanx Ascend with the match number 2 being on hand. But for now, I know I've been talking a lot about Team Phalanx. What about Team Won't Stop Peaking, or what about Team MRCZ? Well, for now,
yeah,
folks, if you're actually wondering on what exactly is happening on map number 2, we just have to wait for a little while. The players on the side of Team MRCZ or Won't Stop Peaking are currently in the lobby. We are currently in the lobby. We're just waiting out, and we're just trying to see. We just have to wait and watch, and see whether if we could get our match up and running. But don't worry, it's not going to take a lot of time. It will take around like a minute or two maximum. But yeah, if I have to talk more about the side on Team MRCZ, and also on Team Won't Stop Peaking, I've seen a lot of promises that has been made on all the 3 series that we've had: summer, spring, and fall.
okay,
Won't Stop Peaking, the way how they've played as a team, the way how they love making those aggressive attempts, clearly shows that they're up to the task. And since that they've got a good ticket towards the SA Nationals, now we see them make a very good, you could say a powerful performance every single time we see One Stop Peking head off against either with MRCZ, KIRA Esports, or including Shaheens, or maybe even Hunters LFO. One Stop Peking
yeah,
shows that no matter what kind of issues that they have, they would always come back, and they would definitely hit hard. So we are not going
yeah,
to let One Stop Peking out of the equation just yet. But when it comes to the
hmm,
standings itself, I'm pretty sure that every single team has a total of 7 matches, right? Now, won't stop peaking, although even if they have a major problems up against MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that securing map number 2 will have even much more chances for won't stop peaking to secure at least fourth place. Keep that in mind. In the first half of the group stages, won't stop peaking were in third place itself, while MRCZ and KIRA Esports were at fifth and sixth place respectively, mainly because they had a lot of problems dealing with some certain matches and won't stop peaking if they do secure a spot on towards the playoffs. Imagine the amount
Yep,
of predictions that we, the casters, would have, and also from the audience's side, knowing that
exactly.
if won't stop peaking secure the spot on towards the playoffs, there'll be a lot of changes and a lot of hopes that maybe we could see won't stop peaking get to the top of the leaderboards. That it can happen, but you could say it's also just a speculation.
Yes, especially like if Won't Stop Baking wins up this entire series by making a two map comeback on the map of Bank and on the map of Theme Park, what we are about to witness in a pretty soon. So it feels like yes, they will cross a very big hurdle, man. If you can take out a team like Mercenaries being with one map down, you can actually take out any team when it comes to SAN. Like no disrespect to any team, but Mercenary is a very good team with a very all of the players having a tremendous amount of experience of winning tournaments, of dominating the entire tournaments. So it feels like yes, if they take out Mercenaries today, they can make it up that same kind of like what I was saying, like for the side of KIRA Esports. Like take a look what is happening for the side of KIRA Esports. They are not performing pretty well when it comes to the side of overall the pro series what we have seen, or even when it comes to the side of SA, and they're lacking that that flair that we used to see in KIRA Esports. That same can be said for the side of Won't Stop Picking. All the players are playing the game for a quite a time now. All of the players are playing competitive every now and then, so they have that experience of handling that pressure. They have that experience of playing up against like Mercenaries. But today in Modern Life feels like yes, even if Mercenaries lost today up against Won't Stopping, they won't having that amount of trouble onto the side of group standing. But what's really necessary for the side of Won't Stop Peaking is to win today and get up on to top 4, top 5 to qualify for the playoff. For now, we have the confirmation. We'll be jumping straight into the map of Theme Park anytime soon. Yes, we'll be taking a look at the operator bans. Yes, Baba Gusta, we did talk about the side of not just guessing which operators will be banned. From my side, it feels like yes, Valkyrie, on how she was not banned on the side of first map Chalet, we could see Valkyrie getting by on the map of Theme Park. And why? Theme Park has those very dark spots, very of those, black eye camp spots, what we call it, as a player, as a normal player who doesn't play much of the competitive matches. So it feels like yes, Valkyrie could be banned. But from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, as they're again attacking for the first 6 round, they gotta ban Kaid. They gotta ban those heartbeats denial operators, so they can gain up that entry, gain up that angle to peek up on that, to gain up that entry on the side point and get away with that round victory. So it feels like yes, they have to target some bans, but let's see which of these teams will be banning which operator.
Yep, let's get to see that. And also, not wasting any time at all, proceeding with map number 2, Theme Park, MRCZ. We've already secured map number 1. Now, the biggest question of it all is that can they secure map number 2? A map being picked by Team One Stop Peaking, and they have a reason for it. Start off with the ban phase. Mercenaries will just go in with the usual ban. Thatcher will be banned on the side of attack because mainly they don't want to deal with an EMP operator that can disable almost half of the electronic gadgets, especially having that big range. But what's more interesting is that One Stop Peaking have decided to ban Zero. Uh, okay, Zero ban. Not a lot do we get to see a Zero being banned, especially on a map like Theme Park. Yes, granted, those Argus camps are very useful if there is a mute jammer being placed on the bottom of it, because you can just use your Argus cam, place it on the top of it, use the laser to disable that mute jammer itself. It's a very useful operator when it comes to gaining information and denying utilities both at the same time. And with him being removed out, there is still a lot of attackers, but I think One Stop Peaking has a reason of removing Zero for a reason. But when it talks to the defensive bans, it will still be the same nonetheless. Mira and Azami will be banned on defense. A pause will be requested on the side of Team One Stop Peaking. And now I'm still trying to understand why would Won't Stop Peeking ban Zero? Out of all the attackers, they could have either banned the Flores, they could have banned the Osa, they could have even banned a roamer, anti-roam operator like the Jackal, or even more so, they could have even banned Twitch. But instead, banning the Zero on a map like Theme Park, well, there are some other operators that it would be easier for them to remove those utility gadgets.
Yep, man. I feels like Zero is a very often played operator from the side of Ion. From the side of MI7, he's not playing up those specific operators like he does play according to a team, or we see Twitch. So it feels like, okay, when you're banning Zero, why ban Azami? Like, you could have gone for a Kaid ban. I know I'm relying a lot on Kaid ban. This is why exactly what I'm saying. Okay, mute. You can actually go for the Twitch picks. You can go for those retro charges with not being on that that static range. You can actually take out those mute jammers. The same kind of thing goes for the side of Bandit, but the Electro Claw, there are some of those specific points when on the side of Theme Park, when the Electro Claws are placed, that connect, it's more of like it's impossible to take them out. So yes, that could have, we could have seen a Kaid brand from the own stopping, but nonetheless there could have been some other plans to play how they want to play according to the map. But for the side of MRCZ, Thatcher, pretty usual ban what we see in the competitive mode, and Mira getting banned from the side of MRCZ. Now being on the first team to defend for the first 6 rounds, this is going to be very interesting on how Mira could have been played from the side of WSP. So they think that yes, that uh, Black Mirror can do a lot of trouble for the side of Mercenary, so they just take it out pretty easily. So with MRCZ being on one map advantage, even if they lose this one, that's not going to be a trouble, because we have seen MRCZ play really well on the map of Bank up against a team like Hunters LFO in the previous Pro Series and Community Cup matches. So it feels like yes, they can lose it this one out, but even if they lose this entire series, that's not going to be a trouble. That's what I was talking about before the operator ban phase started. So more of the responsibility and the pressure remains on the side of Won't Stop Picking, because they already one map down. They're already not standing very good on the overall SA and point table. So more of like feels like yes, WSP has to do a lot of hard work, a lot of homework to win this entire series, and particularly the entire theme park map.
Yeah, to talk about
Okay.
team won't stop peaking, going in for certain bans. But what I have to talk more about is the amount of maps being picked on certain maps like Chalet, Theme Park. Theme Park has been picked for the ninth time in the SA Nationals. And the least picked map in this entire tournament is Cafe
Yeah.
Dostoevsky, folks. Mainly
Cafe.
because we haven't seen a single map on Cafe being played in this in South Asian Nationals. We haven't seen a
Yep.
single map on Cafe, and I seriously want that to happen. Maybe we could see it in the best of 5 grand finals, but man, not being able to see a single map on Cafe Dostoevsky, are you serious? But nonetheless, we will resume back the match nonetheless on map Theme Park. So we're going to start off with MRCZ, starting off with their main defensive hold on Armory and Throne Room. And speaking of the Zero bans, I kind of understand and realize on how powerful Zero can be with his Argus cams. You could place those Argus cams, you could use it more of like a vertical line of sight, mainly because, a second floor office is very soft wall. So you could use Zero's Argus cam to not only gain information the thro- uh, towards first floor armory, but also you can deny electroclaws or mute jammers. Although the same thing cannot be said towards the armory room, mainly because the floor itself is very hard walled, especially on second floor initiation room. So you need to figure out a proper angle in a way that you could remove those important angles. And now, since Zero has been removed out, you still have the Twitch. This is exactly where you will get to see Ishan bring in that specific operators. The shock drones will be very useful when it comes to denying the important utilities, and also gives information both at the same time. And since MI7 will bring in the Kepcan this time, those EDs will be very powerful. And for that, the better counter to it is the Twitch nonetheless.
Yep, for now it's going to be Desmond Drake, a little bit of damage from the side of Valkyrie. And yes, again, Valkyrie has not been banned. So black eye camps can give a lot of information from the side of WSP. Oh, Valkyrie gets down from the side of Cobra, and yes, Cobra is doing a potential very good job to take out that early defender out. So no more, MPX getting played from the hands of Hasib. For now, MI7 try to go take a rotation to the side of Dragon Red Stairs. Maybe he can go to the Dragon Lobby, play over there. But for now, we see a lot of defenders playing out of the side. So they are trying to, use up that theme park space. What I was trying to talk about. That theme park is a very good map to make up those rotation, very good map to play up like a roamer. For now, it's gonna be a gunfire coming in. Spots ahead, go for a kill, but no, it gets denied. But nope, it's gonna be MI7 to take up that cover behind that particular statue. But no, it's gonna be the Hopi to take out Boiler Versace. And all of the side of mercenaries are actually playing very confident, especially when they are out of the side. It's going to be Sledge to take up that peak, but for now it's going to be Tahaopi to come back again.
Oh, no.
Gets up Hibana, but no, Cobra will deny him. But for now, I guess he has confirmed the kill of Hibana, makes the situation even, makes it a 3v3. For now, it's going to be all up to left onto the side of WSP. Buckinator comes in and he's going to take out Ayan. So it's going to be a player swap after the first map. So Buckinator is back on Twitch, so we can see more aggressive plays for now compared to what we're seeing onto the side of Kuntal. But I just saw Kuntal is not here, so it's going to be the side of Buckinator to replace Kuntal for now. 3v2 will be the scenario for now. 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time just still left out for the side of WSP to open up those walls, but no more exothermic charges, no more heartbeat charges left out. So they gotta play from the side of door and make entry from door. That means that they gotta at least take out MI7 or D to make up that entry. Impact goes down and that takes a lot of damage. He's down with that gunfight. And MI7 is looking pretty much confident. Another impact will go down and confirms the kill. Another one coming in from the side of MI7. What he's doing exactly? And this is what happens when you don't open the wall. You push from single point and any of those defenders can get him. But no, Darklock comes from MI7. Left out in a 1v1 spot yet again. And this can be a little bit of trouble for the side of WSP as he's not having that diffuser. And Dean was actually make a rotation toward the side of diffuser being guarded. And there you have it, folks. MRCZ winning it very confidently and very, I would say, a job very well done from the side of MRCZ on how defenders were getting out and how those roamers were taken out from the side of WSP. But this play coming in from the side of MI7 did the whole job in the world for this particular first round.
Yeah, those pixel peaks that we've seen from both 10 and MI7 was just so good. They also had the denial of the bulletproof shields, right? The impacts was more than enough to remove those important gadgets. But what's more important is that MRCZ, the main reason why they chose to be aggressive is to eliminate those hard breaches from both Violet and Desmond. Both of them were playing. Both the Thermite and Hibana were eliminated in the second half, which forced Team Won't Stop Peeking to make their push all the way from the door side, which was in towards Dragon Stairs. So once they made their push, they realized that they don't have a proper, proper chokehold angle, in which MRCZ had tons of it. And all they had to do was just wait for them to arrive right at their crosshairs and just engage in those important headshots, in which they did succeed in doing so. So on round number 2, Won't Stop Peeking, what mainly they need to be afraid of has to be these aggressive plays being made from mercenaries. So maybe Taha and Hasib, these two players were currently the one who did go very aggressive on first round, and now it's been denied immediately at the hands of Desmond as he secures a kill, removing the Valkyrie out of the equation, which means that 2 of the Black Eye Cams will still be available, but without the man count advantage being in favor for Team Mercenaries, this will be a very difficult task for the defenders to hold their ground.
Yep, initial kills are getting into the favor of WSP pretty quick. Last time it was the side of Hasib who got out when he was playing Val, but no, Ayan goes for the C4, but not gonna connect to anyone. So C4 being wasted from the side of the Hasib. For now, we can see again the second floor being selected for the second round. Not again, it's gonna be the first time when we see this particular objective. But for now, as the early man advantage is to the favor of WSP, still, Mercy is not allowing any of those attackers to come in. So this is, I would say, how the defenders are playing scattered around the objective, doing shallow roaming here and there around the map. So they're actually utilizing the theme park as, it's already the side of WSP who they picked upon to play on the map of theme park. So actually making them look very hard to even get up entry toward the side of Cafe. But Cobra takes a little bit of damage. I guess it was damage being done from the side of Dean. But for now, MI7 is still trying to make up those two angles, not letting anyone come from the side, drop down from the side of Hatch, and assisting him is going to be Ayan playing on that bandit with that doorway. So we can see a lot of attackers making a push from the side of Yellow Stairs hallway. So this can be a pretty hard to just make up an entry. I guess they still have echo thermal charges left, yes, to deny those bandit charges, and there's going to be an entry being made. The wall going down towards the side of B bomb site.
At least the breach will be made, but I don't think it's a good breach though. You could crouch in, but you can't sprint from that particular place. So it will be a difficult one and also more advantageous state for Ayan as he's continuously peeking right to almost around 2 to 3 times. Still stay alive even with the grenades being tossed out from that particular place. But now, if you talk about the time, it's still favoring for MRCZ. Although even with a 4v5 situation, they've dealt major damage to all 3 players: Cobra, Dark Lord, and Desmond. With only just 30 seconds, won't stop peeking. They're currently stuck. They have no idea on how to deal with the situation. And here comes the peak. Here comes the beautiful hole being made from Hasib, whereas Jin gets picked out from Violet. More problems arises, but Ayan he doesn't want to give up the site. Not one bit. Headshot removed Dark Lord. From a 5v4 comes a 2v4 situation where Hasib and Ayan has done an exceptional job on holding their ground out. And that's cuff breach that had been made. They cannot push in towards the side, and Ayan will just clear every single player from the side of Team Won't Stop Peeking. The main problem had to be the breach itself. The breach was so bad that it could not let the players from Won't Stop Peeking to push in, and in which it did ended up being in favor for MercenarieZ. 2-0 will be the score line. As now we proceed to round number 3, the site will be an office, an initiation room.
Exactly, man. Even I would, if you just ignore the the breach was not well done from the side of WSP, on how mercenaries, after Hasi went out, Valk went out very early. So after even that, they were actually not allowing any of the defenders to just even come close to the site. So this was that one particular trade that really affected the side of mercenaries to just win the entire round. And again, you cannot deny the fact that Ayan just peeks and gets one kill, peeks here, gets another kill. So that was a very job well done when taking out those frags to their side. But for now, we are going into round number 3. Again, second floor objective being picked up from the side of WSP. The side of mercenaries. So still, I would say this can be a push towards from the side of Dragon if they can eliminate the defenders who are playing onto the side of Dragon area to gain up that entry on the side of Bombi. This is not going to be easy, like I said. So mercenaries, by winning back-to-back 2 rounds consecutive, so Immortal feels like yes, they are on momentum advantage. They are on that really team coordination on point. Everything looks very good onto the favor. More of that is just like just not allowing, not doing any kind of mistakes, not creating any kind of blunder from their end. So it more like be very easy for the side of mercenaries to win the entire map series also.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk about Won't Stop Peeking. Although they've made good efforts on round number 1 and 2, it mainly had to deal with the utility plays that's been working out so well for them. The impacts, in which I just realized that they have a total of 8 of them, interestingly enough. 8 impact nades, in which already we do get to see mercenaries used most of it. Only have 4 left. C4 from Ayan. So I'm quite intrigued to see what would be their game plan, because there's no barbed wire, no bulletproof cams to give them info, and this could spell doom for them, but somehow it's working out well for it. Ayan starts off with a bang, headshot remove Cobra. There goes the Osa, and Violet will respond back safely with yet another kill being made. A refrag will be made as well. There goes your C4, and now the control on server will be at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking. But now, since the site is in towards the first floor Armory Throne Room, their main goal is to make sure that they remove a hard breacher. And since Violet is still alive, they still need to deal with the whole hold being made on towards second floor. So a cook grenade will come in, gets caught out from the Womi's magnet nades. MI7 still alive, so he'll place one more. MI7 gets tagged quite a lot. especially with information being gained from the attack drones. He needs to run away safely, in which he does, barely, in just 6 HP. And here comes a Seep for the rescue. Headshot remove one, then gets the other. There goes Buckinator, 2v4. Dark Lord and Desmond needs to figure out a way to bring this back up. And here comes Dark Lord. Powerful shots as he secures a double kill. Equalizing it to a 2v2. They've secured the diffuser, and here comes Taha all the way from behind. It wasn't necessary. Desmond will get it. It's a 1v2. All at the hands of Din. Can they secure this plant? Desmond sees the head, and he will get away with it as best as possible. Won't stop peeking. An impressive efforts, an aggressive attempt, and it will end up being in favor for Team MercenarieZ. In favor for Team Won't Stop Peeking.
WS.
What a performance from Dark Lord. Double kills immediately denied, and Taha, oh man, this I believe the impact needs was a bit too much for MRCZs to handle. I mean, if they had a C4, they could have at least secured a kill or two, but my god, Won't Stop Peeking. Although it was a messy round, they did end up getting the win.
And even I would say WSP were quite confident on what exactly wanna do. They wanna take control toward a bomb site and plant it. They were exactly focusing on that. So that was a very good effort being made from side WSP, which was lacking for the last 2 rounds. They were pretty much confused on how they wanna push. But yeah, MercenarieZ on how, like, it's just one round being out onto the side of WSP, so it's not a very big of a problem. But yeah, on the side of WSP, things will look more confident from now on. Ayan on that Valkyrie, placing those black eye cams where he wants to, giving those, trying to get up those intel information as quickly as possible, not trying to alert the side of attackers. For now, we can see MI7 playing on mute jammers. We can see still 2 C4s and 4 impact nades being onto the side of MercenarieZ. So like you said, a lot of impact nades not able, like, but the team not is able to handle. Motorcycle feels like they wanted to utilize the space on the theme park, which they didn't able to do. Yeah, exactly the same thing what you told. So for now, we can see the attackers trying to make a push from the side of Dragon, or maybe try to push from the side of the drug lab area, maybe, which they can do, because we can see 2 of those defenders playing on the second floor. 2 of the defenders. So exactly, we can see maybe they can also go for the maintenance wall being breached upon. We can see a cafe push. It all comes on the side of attackers how they really want to push. Maybe they firstly do the classic siege approach, try to gain up that vertical advantage, try to take out those defenders. But in the meantime, you gotta be careful. You don't waste a lot of time doing that.
For now, some major damage will be dealt all the way from the window side. But for Won't Stop Peeking, securing that round will at least have some morale boost given from them. The main problem that they have to deal with has to be with the second floor hold being made. Currently, there's 3 defenders holding in. You have Hasib, you even have Taha, and plus Ayan with the information being gained from those Valkyrie cams. But here comes the push being made all the way towards arcade stairs, will be known, and Taha will make sure to secure the kill as best as possible. MI7 also knows this push being made from the sledge. His location's been compromised, forced to fall back, but he is still safe. Here comes the head of the sledge, and he will get taken out from MI7. Not a lot of problems being made. Man count is still equalized. Well, not anymore. 3v4 as Cobra secures a kills, a headshot to remove Ayan. But now you still need to be careful on the rest of the 2 roamers who are currently having good control in towards second floor. Information is being given from the alibis prismas. Will be able to detect exactly where Buckinator's location is. So he needs to be very careful. Equalizer comes in as Violet secures a kill off from Taha. And now all they have to do is just focus in towards the side. The bright side of the Won't Stop Peeking is that they have a hard breacher Thermite who is still alive. So he'll make sure to open up the yellow wall. Yeah, yellow stairs wall breach as best as possible. So it shouldn't have much of a problem. But as Hasib is slowly arriving in towards the side to make his final hold, so does MI7, but he still wants to hold in towards the dragon stairs, see whether if he can get an opening pick or not. But instead, he'll just decide to stay there. 25 seconds. MRCZ, although that they've done major damage denying vertical lines of sight, they still need to worry about the push, which is going to happen all the way towards yellow stairs. And they only have impact C4s, which will be used to open up lines of sight. Hasib will secure 1. The second, as he will remove Cobra out of the place, which leads to Buckinator left in a 1v3, also gets taken out from MI7 all the way from yellow stairs. Mainly, he was used to watch those vertical lines of sight into a second floor office, but getting the timing right, he eventually knew exactly what to do in that important important moment. And just like that, Mercenaries will secure round number 4 once again, putting themselves in a very good lead, 3-1, as we proceed to round number 5.
Yeah, again, the same kind of stress what we saw on the map of Chalet, man. When you are already two man, one man down, you play on your communications, you play on those, last period of those last remaining seconds of the round. You not let any of the attackers give away your position. You don't want to engage in gunfights. You gotta play time. A classic siege, what you want to do. So I guess Mercedes is able to do that very well. Mercedes is able to hold off their defenses very well. So this is exactly what is favoring it. For the side of WSP, yes, the Thermite was still alive, but overall they wasted a lot of time, taking out the defender, especially that kill for coming in from the side of MI7. Sledge has no idea there's going to be MI7 coming in from the stairs when he, just uh, take a look back. Then it's going to be one defender. Whether I thought almost for a second that Sledge can take him out, but the head was very much exposed to MI7's ADS, so more of like it was a pretty much MI7 kill. So overall, Mercenaries is doing a very good job when it comes down to side of defense. What WSP needs to do that when there's just two more rounds left. You don't want from now on, you don't want any of those rounds being not into your favor. You want to make the score line, make it look like 3-3, make it look like 3-2 as far as possible. But if you don't, that can be a Mercenaries victory all over the place on the map of Theme Park, because their defense is looking very, very strong when if you just compare to what happened on Shell. Okay.
All right, a bit of a problem with the attack drones, but not to worry, you'll be able to pick it up as best as possible. But yeah, talking about won't stop peaking, the only side that they have maximum chances to secure has to be the second floor site, which is in towards office and initiation room, mainly because of how easier it is for Won't Stop Peaking to get control on that certain situation. They've got to figure out a different way to do so. Oh boy, turns out that there might be a chance to remove this one particular player, and that is Ayan. Oh, he will safely fall back. A lot of damage been dealt around, especially with information being gained from the IQ scans. And now here comes the push all the way from Cash Room, denied once again from Taha, as will secure his first frag. The second won't be able to get it as of now, but they want to continue this aggression here being made from Taha. Cash Room is still under the hands of Mercenaries as Taha wants to go aggressive once again, not working out, so he'll just safely fall back from the hatch. But let's not forget about Hasib, who will get picked out from Violet. Equalizer is in, 4v4, and even with the Rook's armor plate still being in play, he was eliminated with a headshot. So you gotta be careful. Taha also needs to be careful too, which he gets removed out from Dark Lord once again. 4v3. Not quite sure that being aggressive would be a very good idea, so Mercenaries will just fall back and ensure to hold their ground as best as possible.
Yep, exactly. But take a look what they have already done. Most of the attackers are very low in HP. Talk about Cobra, talk about Wallet. Uh, Even if the Buckinator is almost on 60% HP. So even if they can get their crossfires right, they can eliminate most of the attackers who are trying to push from the same corridor. But this can be that same case where WSP gains up that advantage, and they have already with a one-man advantage being on their place. But how these angles are favoring in from the side of Mercenary, this can be one part. Oh, he goes for a white peak, and MI7 gets one. Cobra gets down, and that was some kill coming in from the side of MI7. Cobra is out, makes the situation even, makes it a 3v3. Just 30 seconds left on the clock, and as I say, 25 seconds left on the clock. I don't think so. This can go for the side of WSP. And overall, how these angles are getting hold, are getting peaked from the side of MI7 Mercenaries.
Yeah, now the push needs to happen from Team Won't Stop Peaking, and with the Melusi's ban, she's giving away the information. Ayan just pressing off the matters to hold their ground, and MI7 will be the one to end up getting the final frag nonetheless. My god,
Lovely.
not a lot of time left. MRCCs they just played heavily accordingly to time, and they will end up securing that win nonetheless. 4-1, round number 6. They're back in the same site, second floor bunk and daycare. Sorry, not on bunk and daycare, office and initiation room, the same site where Won't Stop Peaking had their victory on attack. Now, they might have a chance to end the first half on a 4-2 scoreline, especially if they make the same push as they made in towards the servers. Knowing that MRCZ will be playing a bit loose towards the side, knowing that there will be a heavy hold in towards the cash room, maybe Dragon Stairs, in which there will be heavy resistance being made, and plus with the help of the Milusi Banshee deterrence, which will force the attackers to use either an explosive utility or be in a certain range so that they can just eliminate it with the bullet. But it will end up giving information for the defenders nonetheless. So unless and until we see Won't Stop Peaking do the same thing just like they did on round number 3, we will see Won't Stop Peaking end the first half on a 2-4 score line, or else MRCZ can end the first half on a 5-1, which will be even much more favorable, knowing that Theme Park is heavily defender favored.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like I said, like I talked about, the map of Shelley is much hard to attack, being on attack for the first 6 rounds. Even though WSP were able to, get more of those rounds looking very confident, it's more hard to even attack on the map of Theme Park. Last round being on the play, WSP, if they can get a victory, it will be very much good for the side of the WSP team to make the scoreline 4-2. But how Mercenaries are able to play that time so well, try to waste maximum of those rounds on their favor.
Um,
Okay.
all right, MI7. Not quite sure what exactly happened from his end, but yeah, Taha needs to try to find an equalizer, in
Oh
which he
boy.
does. Mischief manage, equalize it to a 4v4. There goes Osa, in which the bulletproof shield won't be available for Won't Stop Peaking to go in for the push. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened from MI7's end, but yeah, maybe it's because I think he
I
had.
guess he was
I
trying to
think he
toss
fat
it
fingered,
between.
Yeah, I
I guess
think
he was
he
trying to
got
toss
fat
it.
fingered.
Yeah, it could be like, I think like he was tossing between the barricades, like when you melee for once and it got stuck on
Yeah,
barricade. It
yeah.
happened with me quite a lot often. But Ayan finds up, bucking it up pretty easily, makes the situation 3v4, trying to control the damage being done from the side of WSP. Not exactly, but probably by 7 only. Like it was a funny moment right there. But oh, he gets another one. Volley for Chachi goes down, and it's going to be a 2v4. There you have it. Dorla comes on, takes out Dean. If is already being down toward the side of Dragon. But nope, we see no one pushing in. But Taha gives it position. Desmond takes it out pretty quick. The switch range is 2v2, but Hasib comes up. Darklaw gets out. A cluster bluster coming in from the side of WSP. Just one boy left. And not going to be easy to clutch it out up against two of these guys like Ayan and Hasib. There's a lot of time for the side of Twitch to, gather intel, try to destroy those ADS, those cup contract. It needs to be destroyed pretty well. And if he doesn't, he's gonna go to cup contract and boom.
Yeah, the Kakan trap is the only main problem. Or should I say, Desmond needs to still focus on the trade, which might happen from both Hasib and Ayan, because they're going to play to it accordingly. They're going to make sure that they do not isolate this 1v1 gunfights. Smokes will be used to block lines of sight. Both of them will be holding on towards their side respectively. Still has the diffuser in hand. Desmond needs to get a win so that he could at least end this first half on a 4-2. Information is being given from the F2 as well. Hasib will just play to it accordingly, knowing that he will make a push from office. Impacts will be made to open up lines of sight, and now things will be even much more tougher for him to deal with. Yeah, there you go, Hasib. All the way from the hallway, he will secure a kill. And even if Hasib did get removed out, you still had Ayan, who's just all the way present towards the doorway to secure for the trade too. So there was no other choice for Desmond to be in the situation. He did all he could, but in the end, it will give MercenarieZ 5-1 in the first half on map Theme Park. They are 2 rounds away of securing map Theme Park and also securing 2 points in the group standings.
Yep, and like I said, man, if Mercenary loses this series, they're not gonna be much of a problem with their group stand. But if WSP does, they're going into like what? If I recall it correctly, they're going into bottom 3. So that's not a very good place to be upon. So it feels like yes, still this time it's 5-1. You're not on match point, but if Mercenary win this one, will be on a entire match point series. But it feels like yes, WSP can do it. Now the swap is being made, like we said, man. The Theme Park is very defender favored. map. And when I say defender favor, a lot of time I have actually I put up a debate against Blackjack or Baba, like this particular map is not defender favor like you're saying. But when I say like Team Park defender favor, it's very much it is. You want to hold your angles like Mercedes did, man. They're already 2 man down. They're not having that man advantage. They're just holding up their angles and they're winning those ones. This is exactly what it feels like. Yeah, this is very defenders oriented, a defenders favored map. For now, WSP onto the side of defense with 4 more rounds to go. It more feels like, yes, they have to anyhow make it a 5-5. But if Mercenaries get to a back-to-back victory, they are losing the entire series.
Yeah, high likely a chance that it can happen, but also the first half is also a 1v5, which means that Team Won't Stop Peaking still has a chance, especially on a map like Theme Park. Just like I said, heavily defender favored. This could end up in a 5-5 if Mercenaries aren't careful with their attack push. Now, this first side that you still need to be careful about is that it's on towards first for Aurelian Throne Room, the highest win rate on defensive side. Desmond will bring in the Oryx, interestingly enough. So he'll be the one to roam all the way towards the second first site. Maybe he will, play accordingly with Buckinator too. Maybe he could establish those crossfire angles to get those initial frags, or maybe end up in a trade. But the main thing that you need to focus on is that MRCZ, they went map theme park on a very aggressive attempt. And turns out they will also go in for an aggressive attempt on attack, by this time securing kill off from Desmond. There goes your Oryx. No more of those roams. Now they just have to focus on the site, which will be heavily dealt with those Electroclaws. And since the EE1Ds will be used to provide good information, they will proceed with blowing up the hatch in towards the Yellow Stairs hallway. Informations will be given. They know exactly what to do in these certain situations. They're not going to open up the barrel wall or on maintenance, but instead they will go in for a drop-down hatch to see whether they can get an opening pick or not. This is the usual MRCZ way, and turns out it usually does end up winning a lot of attack rounds with this strategy. But the main problem of it all is that it will waste a lot of time. Shock drones, will it catch out the Electroclaw? Yes, it does. There goes the Electroclaw. They will open up the Yellow Stairs. All they've got to do is just make sure that this execute succeeds at the hands of MRCZ.
Still, I would say 3 of the defenders are already, 4 of the defenders are inside the site. This can be pretty much tricky on which of these angles you want to just peek upon, because it's going to be crossfire checkings all over the place. They have it. Smoke canisters coming into play. A lot of time being wasted. Dark Lord gets out with those nades and no more smoke canisters left. They already used 2 though. But I guess they can make an entry if Kaid is being taken care of. If Line UAD is left, they can make an entry pretty quick, but 20 seconds left on the clock. This can be a pretty close one. How they want to do. Here comes. MI7 takes out Dark Lord. The confirmation is there. MI7 gets another one. Whatever size goes down. Buckinator left out in a 1v4. Cobra left out in a 1v4. He gets one as he gets denied. Still, the plant is going down. Cobra is trying to get another one, but it's not going to be easy. Cobra gets Dean, makes it a 1v2. Post-plant situation it is. But still, he gets out for a right-hand, the passage, the hallway rotation. And MI7 denies it. It's gonna be a good effort being made from the side of Cobra, but in the end, how the post-plant situation was not onto the favor of MRCG, they didn't allow it. Like Blackjack said, most of the times when they haven't in for this kind of approach to open up the yellow corridor wall with a lot of time being on their favor, they have succeeded in winning those maximum of those attacking rounds, and this is exactly what has happened.
Yeah, for MRCZ, the only thing that they did was just open up the hatch, get the whole clearance on second floor, and make sure that the yellow wall has been opened up, and make sure to remove smoke. Once everything was taken care of, all they had to do was just proceed with post plant, and the coordination that they did was just so good. They used the hatch to throw the grenade to remove the smoke. They even used the shock drone to disable the the gadget from the Kaid. They opened up Yellow Stairs. They don't have a lot of control towards the hatch itself, which it did give good angles for Ayan to secure those kills. And the best part about it is that they haven't focused on removing the walls in towards Throne Room. Not a single time. And Mercenaries, they've showed us that there are multiple ways of breaching in the site without opening up the throne room wall itself. You can just open hatch, you can just open yellow, and once you have the confirmation, you proceed with post plant by making sure that you eliminate the denial operators like the smoke. And that's the main reason why you see a lot of utilities being placed on that one specific corner. ADSs, you even have, making sure that they have good amount of protection being made from that one single corner. But instead, that will leave the other places a lot vulnerable, which will put Won't Stop Peaking on a very difficult situation. So what they need to rely on is the roam games. And that's the main reason why you see Cobra, Dark Lord, and Desmond, all three of them, we're holding on to a second floor. Desmond will go back, knowing that he's very low on HP, and it's best for him to hold adjacent angles instead of holding on to a second floor. So here comes Ayan once again with the information being gained from the Lions EE1D. Let's not forget, Mercenaries have secured a match point. One more round on attack will give them a huge win, making sure that they have much more points in the round conversion rate in the standings itself. So, Won't Stop Peaking, what would be your response? I believe the response has to be wasting a lot of time. One of the C4 has been tossed out from Bucket, and I believe it's a pre-play C4. Yellow pings has also been given. All it requires is just good information from the Valkyrie scam. Oh, MI7 dealt with. He's just a bit damaged slightly from the Lion, but in the end, he will stay safe. But for Mercenaries, they haven't removed any player just yet. So they'll just go with the usual push like they did in the previous round. Everything is placed accordingly. Vertical lines of sight is being placed. So does Ayan, who will drop down all the way towards the maintenance side. The first frag is in. Here goes Desmond. Here goes Cobra. Hasib and Ayan doing as best work as they possibly can to make sure that they have an opening. And that opening will be in towards maintenance. Ishan, my god, 2 powerful kills. And looks like Won't Stop Peaking. They've decided to fight back. It's a 3v2. Hasib and Din are the only 2 players left, and they only have 50 seconds. Dark Lord in a very good position, but he'll end up getting picked off from Din. Equalizing it to a 2v2. Hasib needs to recover the defuse, in which Ishan is prepped and ready with his shotgun. Knowing that it's very on close range, all it requires is beautiful information being gained. And I think Ishan hears this. He definitely hears so, but he's much more afraid of the long range. Oh, 20 HP. Hasib will recover the defuse, and Din gets away with the kill. Good confirmation, good protection. Now it's all 1v2, perfectly lined up as Violet gets 2. Won't Stop Peaking. Oh boy, close round it is. Violet will get away with 2 important kills and secure the round for Team Won't Stop Peaking. 6-2. MercenarieZ, for a moment when you thought that they had almost a slight glimmering hints of hope, turns out it always had to rely on Ishan and Violet to secure the win on first floor Armenian Throne Room. Amazing display of skills being displayed from Won't Stop Peaking. Great plays being made from Mercenaries. And let's not forget, the match's not over yet, folks.
Exactly, a very good, I would say, where it was needed to win the map, win the entire round to your favor when there's a match point, to just not let the attackers get in your head. So it was a very good effort being made from the side of Spurs, especially when you talk about those shotgun kills. He goes in, attackers have no idea. But talking about the last kill where Violet Versace got that, it was more of like a Mercenaries were not able to, of course the time was running out, so not able to clear, like, okay, if you want to push it from exactly here, he doesn't have that location where Jaeger was. So overall, it was a very good effort being made from the side of WSP. But what is has up till then now, it is up till then. Because right now, they are already down with 6-2 scoreline. Still a lot of hard work needs to be done to make it go on to the overtime. And it looks very hard, kind of looks impossible. But, I'm not going to estimate a team like WSP who can win a round on a match point like that. So there's still a lot of time left where they can do the efforts. They can actually be on the side of defense and just let the attackers come in, hold their angles, play it really cool. But they'll, like, how Mercenaries are able to get those entry frags right, it's going to say a lot about WSP's fate in this particular theme park map.
All Mercenaries require is a single round win on attack, and especially on a map like Theme Park, it's a difficult task to do so, especially when Won't Stop Peaking makes a recovery like that in the previous round. This will put Mercenaries on a very difficult situation. I'm not gonna lie, the way how they've the way how MRCZ looks after players' back, covering, making sure that they have good amount of protection, the crossfire angles being placed, it's just absolutely amazing. The way how they go in with that coordinated teamwork is so good, and also that C4 from Dark Lord, in which he catches a Seeb off guard while he was focused on cooking the nade and removing on one of those players. Desmond will get tagged with some major damage towards Ayan's end. He's not going to give away his positioning just yet. So they have good information, but the aggressive plays being made all the way from Cash Room is going to put Din in a very difficult situation. So MI7 needs to do something about this, and he will do so by being very aggressive from the Windows side. Removing the important player out from the cash room, they are now free to make a push all the way towards the side on Bunk and Daycare. And I just realized the defenders, they have the Thunderbird, so that was their main goal after all. Being aggressive and knowing that when they are left with at least 10 or 20 HP, they'll just usually fall back with the help of the Thunderbird to get themselves back up to full HP. So that was the idea. And now since that they've lost the control on second floor cash, won't stop peeking. They know that they wasted good amount of time. They only have 1 minute, and MercenarieZ, they have to make do with those crucial 1 minute. Sorry.
Exactly. Taha is actually trying to, just go in from the hallway. Just not the wall is not open toward the side of B bomb area. If now, of course, the echo thermal charges are going in. We can see black high cams also giving away positions. Though more likely it's like, yes, WSP are still in control if they don't give away the frags. But here it comes. Buckinator try to get that one, and he gets it with that SMG kill on Taha. 30 seconds left on the clock. WSP still in the control. Nobody is actually getting out, but Ayan still trying to make his way from the side of Cafe, and Ayan gets one. Buckinator is out, makes the situation 3v3. Still, I would say WSP is in control, but no, not anymore. Din gets one. Cobra is out. It's going to be just Jaeger to cross that, crossfire. Somehow they need to go inside. Somehow they need to go for the plant. But here it comes. Oryx takes out Din. It's going to be just one more left. While Versace get another one. It's going to be a 1v2 scenario. But Versace shuts the last guy down. And again, a triple kill. I would say a double kill coming in again in the end from the side of Wallace Versace. And it was a very good, I would say, a C4, which we saw initially when the round started. Still, I would say WSP fighting very hard to stay alive in this match point series. MercenarieZ with a scoreline of 6-3. Again, WSP still, I would say, there's a lot of time, a lot of hard work that needs to be done, but just one map, just one round away. Because MercenarieZ, if allowed it to be on 6-5 and then wins it on the 7-5, it's still gonna be a match lose for the side of WSP. So they need to just carry out this momentum, carry out this teamwork up till they don't make it a 6-6 or they entirely win this entire map of Theme Park.
Yeah, Theme Park always relies on how good your teamwork coordination is, especially for the attackers, because if you make one single mistake, then it would spiral all the way. And I believe the 1-5 scoreline in the first half immediately, fortifies what I'm trying to say here. Every single 1v5s that we've seen, especially the first series that we've talked about, I believe it was Retrograde versus Mahadi Esports. It was a 1-5 on map Theme Park, and it did ended up being in favor for Retrograde, knowing that it was a 1v5. Second half, they're the ones on defense, and guess what happened? They won map Theme Park on a maximum overtime of 8-7. And when you think that was just the end case, it actually happened once more. I'm talking about the first summer series, which had happened in the TC series. So Theme Park is notoriously known on how defensive favored it is. And now since MercenarieZ, although that they've secured one round on attack with a beautiful coordination being made from them, adaptation was made from Won't Stop Peeking, and now they are also going in for a very aggressive approach. It turns out that aggressive approach really did help out Won't Stop Peeking to secure the round, especially with the plays being made from Desmond and Ishan. Now MercenarieZ, they've got to be careful. They've got to make sure that every single second counts while they're on attack. And if they waste, or should I say lose, a lot of players in that early round, then you could say that Won't Stop Peeking has things under control.
Definitely, I agree with the point that you made. Was the WSP taking a look what happened on the last round? Buckinator got killed away, and there was a lot of plays happening in Ayan trying to push up towards the side of Dark Lord. Dark Lord has that idea there's going to be someone. He doesn't notice it, but now he has the visual aid, and there he comes. No doesn't have any idea. Deserve a little bit damage, but Dark Lord gets Ayan pretty quick, pretty easily.
Oh man, that has definitely got to hurt. Ayan had no idea that Dark Lord is currently all the way towards the locker's side. But in the end, he will give information regarding this issue. But yeah, once again, Mercenaries losing the initial frag out on attack is going to put them once again on the back of the seat. Especially with Won't Stop Peaking having so much momentum and confidence on defense. Boy, Mercenaries, what would be their initial response? Yeah, I believe MI7 just saw one of the leg all the way towards the drone fort itself. Won't be able to get the kill nonetheless, but instead they'll have some good clearance though. Where is the hard breacher? Well, apparently Taha is currently all the way from the second floor, joined alongside with Den and Hasib. All he's got to do is just make sure that Mercenaries wouldn't lose a lot of players in the meanwhile. Breach will be done all the way towards the bunk. Off has been opened, so does the cooked nade. Not a lot of information has been relayed towards MRCZ's end, and they are going less amount of information, in which Buckinator gets away with one more. 5v3, Mercenaries are starting to lose a lot of players at this point, and they have to figure out a way to bring this back, and that will be at the hands of MI7. Headshot removed Desmond. It's a 4v3, but the advantage is still at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking, especially with the C4s that both Ishan and Dark Lord has. Well, just make Dark Lord because MI7 just removes Ishan. They only have 10 seconds. They have to proceed with the plan. Where is the defuse? No, it's been removed from Taha. Now it's just a 1v3. It's all in the hands of MI7 to secure it. And I believe he doesn't have enough time left. There's a chance, but no. Time is what won't stop peaking. Will end up getting the win nonetheless. My god, what just happened in that push? MRCZ, they were this close, and MI7 was the only one who was getting those important picks. And I'm pretty sure that Taha had the defuse. He could have just planted all the way towards the office, but he was so afraid of the player towards White Stairs.
Still, man, like I, I don't know, man, because MICZ after the diffuser being dropped off, the entry was exactly done, but how WSP remained in control. The last guy was not giving away his position, not trying to peek up that angle. That was a job very well done from the side of WSP. A tactical timeout request has been done from the side of Mercenaries. Just trying to think what is exactly going on because they are now on the 6-4 score line. The main problem is that the Mercenaries are just getting inside the map and just giving those frags away. This is the exact problem that we saw on the side of Nook. Ayan is a very good player, and Ayan is, like, you can see his score line here. 11-7 is his score line. So Immortal feels like they're just trying to, okay, like, we just need one round, just get it anyhow. They're not trying to play it very calmly, not trying to play it very cool. So that is what exactly allowing for the side of WSP to converge it in a round victory. So what exactly happened when the scoreline was 5-4 on the chalet. This is what happened on this. This is what is actually happening on the map of Theme Pass. So they need to cool themselves down. They need to just think that, okay, it's WSP. We're already just on match point. Just do the drone work. Let's take up those teamwork. They push it accordingly. They push it, try to adapt on how WSP defenses are being laid out, and then try to just win it out the whole series on a 7-4 scoreline once again.
For Mercenaries, they know that this is theme park. The attackers always have a major disadvantage. And what once we thought it was a 1v5, now it's a 6-4. Won't stop peaking. They have to secure 2 more rounds on defense, in which there's high likely a possibility that it can happen. Mercenaries, they are back on the same site. The same site where they had won their attack round. And the same
Yeah.
site where Won't Stop Peaking had adapted to it. This is the only round where MRCZ can finish this once and for all. And if Won't Stop Peaking denies this, then I'm pretty much then we are pretty much guaranteed to have overtime on map theme park.
Let's see, man. Like I said, my Mercenary just need one round to win it. They can win it on 6-5 scoreline. They can win it on right now. But if they did allow, which they have pretty much allowed WSP to gain that momentum, but it doesn't mean that WSP has not done a pretty good job. They are in control. They are trying to waste time as how on how Mercenary was doing that on their defense. And of course, theme park objectives are exactly favoring them too. It feels like yes, they can make it go onto map overpoint, but that's not gonna be easy on how Mercenaries is still trying to hold up with their attack.
Oh man, that is not good.
Oh,
That is
that is
not
definitely not
good.
good.
Oh, Hasib. Man, he should have been careful, especially while he's making a push all the way from bumper cars. My god. That is definitely going to hurt for Mercenaries, especially when they used their especially when they used their tactical timeouts. They had
Yep.
every single ideas, and yeah, getting picked out like that is going to put Won't Stop Peaking in a much more stronger state. They still have C4s, Dark Lord eliminating the major problem for the defense. There goes your soft breacher. There goes your vertical line of sight towards second floor office. There is no other way that Mercenaries can open up the wall now, knowing that they heavily need to rely on OS's secondary EMPs, in which it needs to be very precise. And the Electroclaws, which will be used for in which Won't Stop Peaking, they have a total of 4 C4s and an Electroclaw to deny most of their utilities. And oh boy, Mercenaries will be having a lot of pain to go through this.
Exactly, man. And still, I would say Mercenaries on how Hasi was able to get those, frags, initial frags on this in his favor, on how also Ayana MI7 is assisting. After Dark Lord has killed him up, it's going to be a little bit, a shock coming in for the side of Mercenaries. Impact EMP is going down to open those hatches, calling up for the hard breach charges. Where are you, MI7? Still trying to make his way from the cafe. I guess they are going for the plant approach. Yes, they are getting those hatches open. They're getting the yellow corridor, but no, it's going to be Dean to find up Desmond with that vertical shot. Dark Lord can toss a C4, maybe toward the side of hatch, can get one kill. I don't know why he's not trying to find that angle. Yes, you gotta do it. Kill coming in, but he gets the sound and he gets out of that position at the right nick of time. Finally, I would say the C4 went out, but no, I guess he can get another one from the hands of Taha, but no, it's going to be Dark Lord to come up with another kill. Vertical disadvantage, but still getting that job done. That's a very commendable play coming in from the side of WSP. 40 seconds left on the clock. Let's see now this time how the execution is going to be favoring the side of Mercenaries or not.
Yeah, only 30 seconds. MRCZ, the time is now. You've got the control on vertical lines of sight, but they're losing a lot of bodies. MI7's been dropped out. They have to go in for the revive. Only 20 seconds. Will be protected from the bulletproof shield.
Good.
They're losing a lot of time. Smoke's been present. So does the C4, in which Bucknator also has his glasses. Triple kill. My god, Dark Lord is making wonders for Won't Stop Peaking, and so does Cobra. My oh my, Won't Stop Peaking. All the way from 1 to 5, here we are with a 6 to 5. Match point is still in for Mercenaries. And the way how Won't Stop Peaking outsmarts Mercenaries. My god, the C4 was present. They even know that they're going to go in for a smoke execute. And Ishan bringing in the Warden was just so good. The strategy worked out.
That was clever.
C4, although the C4 didn't catch any of the players, but it did ended up forcing MRCZ on a very narrow push, which was all the way towards Yellow Stairs hallway. Actually, in towards Yellow Stairs breach. So, my god, Won't Stop Peaking, they have a chance to put this match on overtime. And MRCZ, they've only secured one round on attack. So, what do we learn here? 1 to 5 on first half. High likely chance that it can go 1 to 5 in the second half as well.
Like you said, like how Dark Lord is stepping up for those skill, how even we see Cobra being successful anyhow with a vertical disadvantage, advantage, and whatever situation is being in, that is allowing WSP to remain in control, remain alive in this entire series. This means that yes, WSP still has chance when they have gone for the side of the second floor objective, but it all comes down to the side of Mercenaries to how they want to attack. Taha onto the side of Nook, again we can see for a fact that they want to just go for the kills, try to get up that opening made for the other attackers. Still, man, I have really no words where this match is gonna end up, to be very honest.
High chances for OT. Mercenaries, they're feeling the pressure right now. And if they lose that
Yeah.
initial frag once again, won't stop peaking, no matter what the outcome would be in the last half, man, MRCZ. Oh boy, this is theme park for you folks. This is theme park. This really shows how much of an advantage you could have as a defender, mainly because on how good you can hold out those crossfire angles properly. So for the attackers, once again, we will see Mercenaries push in all the way from second floor cash. And now, since Taha will bring in the Nomad, actually, not the Nomad, Nook, you will have at least denial of information from the Valkyrie scam. But you've got to make sure that you eliminate the main threat as well. Confirmations, control will be given. Second floor bunk in daycare is currently the side, which means that Mercenaries, they will have ample amount of control towards servers. Actually, yeah, on second floor bunk in daycare. So since One Stop Peaking knows that MRCZ will adapt to it, especially with the information which will be denied with the help of the attack drones, removing Valkyrie cams, removing any important utilities being presented towards the defensive side. Now they are currently all the way towards office initiation room. All they've got to do is just push in with the help of the breach, which will happen all the way from the office side, and we haven't seen any players being picked out. So you could say that Won't Stop Peaking is heavily relying on those C4s, but they got to make sure that those C4s could gain good value once that push happens in 30 seconds.
Yep, and again, I would say late execution coming in from the side of Mercenaries, and this is what I'm going to go in. Cobra finds up Ion, makes the situation 5v4, and this is also what happened on the previous two rounds, what I have observed. Taha gets off one, it's going to be Dark Lord to shut down Hasib. MI7 quietly tried to sneak it up, but it's going to be Dean to come up, takes up a double, Buccaneer Dark Lord is out, makes the situation even, but no, it's going to be Desmond to take out MI7, who's trying to make a rotate for itself, but no, it's going to be Jaeger to find up Dean, and all left in a 1v2 scenario is going to be Nook. But yes, with that ability coming into the play, but not much of the time being left, just 5 seconds remaining on the clock as I speak. He can't find Jaeger, but not really sure he can find the other guy. But nope, it's going to be Versace doing a tremendous amount of kills back to back in these rounds. And there you have it, folks. There you have it. Oof.
Yep, as expected, folks.
Yes. Yes.
As we expected, folks, we are heading to overtime. 6-6. 1-5 in the first half, 1-5 in the second half, all favoring the hands on defense, which means that Won't Stop Peaking, they're currently the ones having the advantage here, folks. Second floor, bunk and daycare will be the site. And for Team Won't Stop Peaking, I've got to say, the way how they've shown their presence on map number 1, Chalet, ending things off on a 7-4 scoreline to now a 6-6 equalizer. This could go all the way at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking, and that's the main reason why I keep saying that when it comes to the group stages, it could change a lot when it comes to team, especially that 4th place.
Attackers
Yep.
have discovered the location of a bomb.
Especially how Mercenaries have allowed to remain WSP in control. It's more feels like the late executions were not coming right after, I guess it was round number 8. If I'm not wrong, yeah, round number 8 was the point where execution from the line, everyone was just trying to open up the yellow corridor. From that round exactly, every execution that we have seen from the side of Mercenary on the side of attack is not being on time and being on point. So this is what is allowing the side allowing the side of WSP Esports Won't Stop Peaking to remain in control. So let's see after the overtime how far WSP can go, or whether the MRCZ can shut this down like a 2-0. But more I feels like they are trying to make a push from the side of Dragon Hall.
Yeah, for now we're going to see Team MRCZ just making sure that they get the cash control as best as possible. Because last time I remember, those C4 kills that we've seen from Dark Lord was just so influential. And this time, Mercenaries will deny it. MI7 will start things off with his initial kill. So does Hasib, but to take out both of the heavy hitter players on the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Dark Lord and Desmond, both of them have been eliminated, which means that Mercenaries can now heavily focus on the side without facing any issues whatsoever. Breaches will be done. Buckinator hears this. He's going to breach. Not quite sure if it would be a good idea to play all the way from the White Stairs hallway. So he's going to fall back and be in a safe spot for now. His M5 shotgun is so powerful in close range, he could have a higher chances of downing one of the attackers, even though they are in full HP. So they've got to play this safe. They know that they've lost two of the players on the side of Won't Stop Peaking. And MRCZ, they currently have the advantage in their underhand. With information being gained from the OSA's bulletproof shield and converting that information into kill will give MI7 the advantage that he required. 2v5 Won't Stop Peaking are slowly falling apart, but that C4 will actually catch one. There goes Ayan. Cobra. A peek would have been given to get the kill, but he'll get the information right now. Constant use of the pre-fire kills, but it will be Taha who will win it nonetheless. It's 1v4. It's all at the hands of Violet. Tries to run away to safety, but then he will finally catch him off guard and give Mercenaries the win on attack in overtime, which means that Mercenaries will secure overtime map point 7-6. What could go wrong on this round? What could go wrong?
I don't know, man. Like how, back and forth this all of the game is going, but how I have to appraise the side on. I'm quite a lot saying about the side of Mercy, but I have to also praise the side of WSP and how they have made a comeback onto the map of Team PAK. Yes, it was the side of defense, but now on how again MRCZ in control in the driver's seat now, just one round away to win this one all. It all comes to the side of WSP to just not let their attack crumble up, not let any early flags go into the favor of MRCZ, not the late execution being made from the side of WSP. They gotta put all the markers right on the check. They gotta put all the effort right here to go on map number 3, the decider map, which is going to be on bank. Like I said, the game is not going to be over for the side of WSP. They gotta again try hard very onto the map of bank. It's just going to be the decider map. But still, to remain alive in this entire series, they gotta win this one anyhow, any way possible.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers ejected.
There you go. The moment of truth is here. Mercenaries have secured their round on attack, which means they've got to do the same thing on defense. So for Won't Stop Peaking, what will be their response? If they secure this round, then we are heading off to round number 15, where Won't Stop Peaking will have the advantage, knowing that they'll be on defense. Mercenaries, if they finish this map, they will conclude on a 2-0 scoreline, with Mercenaries securing 2 points in the table, with Won't Stop Peaking not being able to secure at least a single point. So everything is on the line in this round. Won't Stop Peaking. They finally managed to get a chance in the second half. But now in this overtime match point, with Mercenaries being the one securing match point, this will be a difficult task to do so. The site is also on Armory and Throne Room. The most highest, I wouldn't say the highest side. Won't Stop Peaking, they did secure, second floor bunk in daycare. That is the only side that Won't Stop Peaking had secured on attack. This will be a difficult task, knowing that they've wasted so much time. There's no response being made. Only drone works to give them vital information. But we don't see any pushes being made from the attack side. Not from Buckinator, not from Dark Lord. But the interesting fact about it is that Desmond bringing in the cluster charges is an interesting fact to look at it. You could deny a lot of information all the way towards the second floor office. That's the only denial that you could do at this moment. Calls will be given from the Ishan. And here comes the Candelas from Cobras too. Will be able to flash some lines of sight, but MI7 decides to say, nope, not gonna happen. He'll fall back, get the kill, falls back to safety, and once more as Taha secures a headshot towards Desmond.
Yup, a manpower being onto the favor of MRCZ, not looking very good, but Cobra comes up with Thing, takes out Ayan. Still, they are in control with their attack, but how Hasib is right now trying to control the server room area. Frag goes out, Hasib gets out of that position, and no more damage. I guess Sledge has no idea. Wall bang it is. Darklock gets out. Tao becomes a Cobra. Left out in a 1v4 spot is gonna be MRCZ being in total control, totally on the driver's seat now. And yes, how many times we have seen Oliver Versace being in those end situations, 1v2, 1v1, trying to clutch it out. But this time around is going to be the toughest one. Gets one, but still 1v3 30-second left out for the side of Thermite. That's going to be Bullet Versace.
Yep, all hands on Violet as he needs to find all three players. He only has 20 seconds left to do so. Only 3 flashbangs, which could be used to block at least one particular line of sight.
Seconds left.
But this is a difficult task for him. Information's been given all the way towards the barrels aside. Din gets the confirmation of the kill. And just like that, folks, Mercenaries will secure their second map on an OT match point 8-6. With Won't Stop Peaking making an impressive performance in the second half, winning 5 rounds on defense. But in the end, it will be Team Mercenaries who will fight back, winning their attack round in the overtime round. Interestingly enough, we see a timeout requested by MRCZ, but nonetheless, it's still 8-6. Map number 2 is done and dusted, which means that Mercenaries will secure 2 points in this matchup.
Exactly, man. But this was some fight off coming in from the side of WSP, and how Mercenaries were doing the mistakes right here after, and they tried to convert it into a round victory. 8-6 is a very impressive scoreline, but how entire map score went to the favor of Mercenaries. Yes, we could have seen at least one map victory being on the favor of WSP to remain in the competition. But for now, match highlights on your screens. Overall, MI7 being entire roster of MRCG were all fired up on the second map on how they wanted to make this quick, make this fast as possible. First map scoreline 7-4, and we have Theme Park with a scoreline of 8-6 on being totally in the favor of MRCZ. Another victory round in their bag, looking very strong on the group standings, that's for sure.
I also have a stats regarding to map Theme Park.
Okay.
The amount of wins that we've seen on attack, excluding this map, as we see from MRCZ versus One Stop Peaking, on a map like Theme Park, which has been played 8 times in the South Asian Nationals, a total of 29 wins was in favor for the attackers, whereas a total of 58 wins on defense. So you could see the huge difference and on how powerful the defensive side is, especially on a map like Theme Park. It always relies on how good of a performance you make on defense, because we've seen a lot of attackers, especially from Mercenaries, where they really show that there are multiple ways where you can succeed with the push. But if you make one single mistake on that strategy, then immediately it would go at the hands of defense immediately once they reach in towards the end stage. It always ends up on a 30-second push for the attackers, and they've got to make sure that whenever they make that execution, they need to have proper information, and with it, they'll be able to win it without facing any issues. So a lot of problems happened on defense in the end, as we'll get to take a look in the match summary itself. Dark Lord, an impressive performance from this man right here. 3 initial kills, 13 kills, and also Buckinator, although he's in the last in the leaderboards, he did make some very impactful plays. 3 kills from with him playing as the mute. The shotguns was just so powerful. And also, if you take a look at the side of Team Mercenaries, MI7 with 86% cost, the man had secured a quad kill, 17 kills, and 2 initial first frags. He was the heavy hitter of most while he's playing as the Twitch. And then also we have Din, who's also been making some impressive plays, especially with the initial kills that he's been making, and also with the heavy, when it comes to a good frag player, Din has been very exceptional in making those plays. 11 kills, 79% cost. Although he didn't secure any first kills, it was Ayan who usually did most of his heavy works on defense. But in the end, it was all about the defensive plays, and since Won't Stop Peaking couldn't get to secure that one last defensive round win in overtime match point, was the main result why Won't Stop Peaking lost in the first place. So 6-8 will be the final scoreline. Mercenaries have secured an amazing performance. So did Won't Stop Peaking. They did give Mercenaries a really good fight. And I've got to say, this is just the first match, folks. We still have another matchup which will happen right about now. It will be Team Phalanx versus Team UWU. But I've got to say, Mercenaries, man, although they've had a very shaky start in the first half, they are recovering, and they're recovering well indeed.
Of course, player spotlight, MI7 with the highest rating in the entire map, 1.2 over the KD of 23 by 17, cost percentage 76.00, KPR of 0.92. Phenomenal performance when he was playing the Twitch. This is exactly the reason why Twitch was banned on the first map itself. But with the mute also, there were good kills coming in right up. Of course, we cannot forget that own TK, which he did to himself. But nevertheless, a very overall good performance coming in for that MI7 on how he was able to, do the job when needed. Even on the last round, MI7 was left out on the, I guess that was round number 10, I suppose. It was the diffuser being dropped on. He secured 3 kills, a quad kill nonetheless, and the last guy played out on the timed, running out of time. So overall, I would say MI7 is on the top of his game. But as a unit, the entire team performed really well when it was needed on the map of Theme Park. And overall, I would also say WSP performed pretty well, and how they were able to pull it off on an 8-4 score line like that. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, MI7 has done an exceptional job playing both on attack as well as on defense. Usually you'd get to see him make those initial kills, and that's the main reason why we get to see him in the player spotlight. 23 kills, 1.20 ratings on both the maps, securing a total of 76% cost and a 0.92 kills per round. So all in all,
Yeah.
the performance that we've seen from MercenarieZ, they are recovering well, and I'm pretty sure with this win that they've secured up against Team Won't Stop Peaking, we will see them secure a really good spot on third place. Meanwhile, Shaheens and Hunters LFO, they've currently secured 8 points, whereas Team MercenarieZ, they're currently in 6 points. So you could say that all three teams have secured 8 points, whereas you still have teams like KIRA Esports, Team Phalanx, and also Team Won't Stop Peaking, who just lost their matchup. The main thing that I have to worry about has to be these three teams: KIRA Esports, Won't Stop Peaking, and Phalanx. These three teams are an exceptional team, and they also have a chance to secure fourth place, but only one can secure it. And talk about the map vetoes itself, of all the three maps that we've had: Chalet 7-4, and also map theme park 8-6. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see Bang being brought out, mainly because MRCZ had secured both the maps. Although it was a very good fight being made from Team Won't Stop Peaking, MercenarieZ will secure it nonetheless. So with all that, with all of that being said, folks, MercenarieZ, they're not out of the game just yet. And also the next matches that we're going to have, Team Phalanx and Team UWU, will also be an interesting one to talk about.
Yes, of course. Like how WSP fighted back initially, that was very cool on the both maps. Like on the first half on Chalet, they were very strong. On the second half, they were very strong on Thempa. Overall, good performance. But talking about our next matchup is going to be Team U up against Team Phalanx. And talking about Team U, they haven't secured any victory when it comes to South Asian National. This can be that one chance where they flip their game and try to gain a victory over the side of Team Phalanx. And how Team Phalanx didn't win over the side of KIRA Esports. Talking about the yesterday matchups, yes, they cannot underestimate the side of Team Who, but overall, it's gonna be a pretty good matchup when when the match will be beginning very shortly. For now, we'll be taking a look at the updated standing. MercenarieZ 5 matches played, 4 wins back to back, and 9 points in their bag. Hunters LFO 4 matches played and 4 wins and getting up 8 points. Shaheens with a similar score line. KIRA Esports winning playing 5 matches and winning 3 of them with accumulated 8 points in their bag. WSP Esports still, I would stay in the game, but overall a good performance today also, and right there in the top 5. Team Phalanx with 5 matches played and just 1 victory, points accumulated just 4. MercenarieZ Esports no victories up till now, being on the court that they have played 5 matches, and Team Who is gonna be playing, gonna be playing the 5th match today, but still no victories for them also. Overall, I would say both of the teams who are bottom 2, they can make a comeback if they want to, like if they work really hard. But they have team stats on our score on our screens. Taha with a rating of 0.82, KD 912, a KPR going with uh, 064. The main attacker that we saw playing in from side of Taha, that is very unexpected, with a thermite onto the main attacker for this matchup, and alibi on the defense. Cost percentage of 57.14%. Hasib on speeds, of course, a very good performance today, especially combining the side of Ion, MI7, who are going 23-17, 25-17. The main attacker being from the side of Hasib, Ayana, and Cup Khan. Also talking about the Dean, exceptional plays being played. He also going in with a scoreline of 23-16. So overall, I would say MI7 did perform really well as a unit. Like I said, man, MI7 will be is gonna be a very big hurdle for the side of Won't Stop Peaking to just pass on, and they again proved that they are mercenaries, and entirely they did perform very well as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. To talk about Din, who used to be on Militant Esports first in the previous season,
Yeah.
now playing with MRCZ, he's been showing excellent performance. And the way how he plays with the team clearly shows that MRCZ have got a powerful player in their hands. And I really can't wait to see what's going to happen on those future matches. So let's not forget, MRCZ only have 2 matches left. I believe those 2 matches will be up against Shaheens on round number 6 and up against Monkey Hunters, which will happen on our last stage,
Okay.
in our last day of the group stages. And that would be the only 2 matches left for MRCZ. So securing more points will be the biggest concerns for Team Mercenaries because currently they're standing on the first place. Second and third is Hunters and Shaheen. So for now, since we're not going to be seeing those teams as of now, we'll be seeing
Yep.
Team Phalanx to go up against Team UWU. But for that to happen, folks, we'll be taking a shorter break and we will be right back after this.
Okay. 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 Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Okay. Okay. Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Don't you think
Stop myself for a while.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second matchup, which will happen between Team Phalanx and Team UWU. And this time I'll be joining alongside with Aggressive. It's been a while since I've cast alongside with him, but now we are back, and we're going to talk about our second matchup itself. Aggressive, how do you feel, and what do you think about the match that's going to happen here today? I believe that we could not hear Aggressive voice as of now, but hopefully,
Testing.
yeah,
Okay,
I
I'm back.
believe, yeah, there you go.
Amazing.
Aggressive's back. Yeah, welcome back, Aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, again, a new setup. Having some problems coming in from my end. That's why I haven't been casting for a while. But hey, I'm going to be back on full force from tomorrow on, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. But for now, you have to deal with the small technical difficulties here and there. But what we don't have to deal with is going to be the action of today's games. Because again, the first initial set of matches, I was pleasantly surprised. Won't Stop Peaking. They put up a pretty good fight going up against Mercenaries. But here now, one of the dark horses, I would say, Team Phalanx, they've been making a lot of strides, but on the other end of the spectrum, Team UWU, from what I have been following and from the matches that we have casted in the past at the very start of this tournament, they just fell flat on their face and they haven't been able to pick themselves up even once, Baba. If I remember properly, they have 0 points on the board.
Yep, and they still do right now. Aggressive. Team UWU, unfortunately, not being able to secure at least a single point on putting themselves on towards the deciders. We won't be able to see them do that, especially, in the standing itself. Yep, 0 points, currently in the 8th position. Meanwhile, we see Phalanx on 6th place, claiming 4 points. But the main problem of it all is that they only have 2 more matches left, 6th and 7th. Right now, they're heading up against Team UWU, and if they win this, they'll secure 6 points maximum, where they will have at least some major standings up against Team Won't Stop Peaking. And also for Team Phalanx, they only have 2 matches left, right? So maximum they'll get 8 points, whereas when it comes to 8 points, you have Hunters, Shaheens, and KIRA Esports currently having their positions at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. But now, let's take a look at the map videos itself and talk about what kind of match we get to expect from both the sides.
Okay.
And it's quite interesting to see Team UWU picking map Skyscraper. Second map will be Clubhouse, and the third decider will be on Border. All right, and also let's keep that in mind that Cafe hasn't been picked a single time in the South Asian Nationals. I'm still looking forward to that specific map being played here.
Yep. I'm just pleasantly surprised, honestly, because all of these 3 maps is something that we don't really see that often. Of course, Clubhouse, it's always picked up or always banned out, but for Skyscraper and Border, this will be extremely interesting because Team UWU, we know how strong they are on Border. Skyscraper, also one of the few maps that they have showcased a lot of proficiency in the past when they were playing in the Pro Series. But again, that was the Pro Series, and now we're here in the Nationals, where the team just, it doesn't show any strength. Like, I don't know what's wrong with the team at this point. We've made a lot of analysis saying that Team UWU, they're going through a rough patch. I understand if it's like 1, 2, 3 games, but to say that's happening to you on the 4th, 5th, and now possibly the 6th map going up against Phalanx, which should arguably be a match where you should be the ones to win. Team UWU, they should have the favoritism here because of their performances back in the Pro Series, but all that analytics, all the statistics that we have on them, it needs to be thrown out of the window because we don't see even a presence of that roster that we had seen in the past.
Yeah, and also we only have 4 days left for the group stage itself, right? And knowing that we have Team UWU only having 1 match left, no, actually, 2 matches left. One where they have to go up against KIRA Esports, and then the final match, which will happen on October 29th, where they will go up against Team Militant Esports. So they only have 2 points, and even if they do secure a map win like this, they'll secure at least 4 points. In which, if you take a look at the group standings itself, the maximum required points right now for Team UWU is to have at least 6 or 8 points in total, in which it is very difficult for UWU to secure at least a spot in towards the playoffs, because the competition is in itself so fierce for all these 5 teams competing in the group standings. It is very difficult for Team UWU to come back. So, maybe you could say that there might be a bit of hope coming in from Phalanx's side, mainly because they've secured 6 points. So even if they do win this matchup against Team UWU, they'll have 8 points, where they will be tied alongside with Shaheens, KIRA Esports, and Team Hunters LFO. So there will be a lot of competition which will happen right from there itself. Won't Stop Peaking, Phalanx, even Mercenaries. All these 6 teams right now are fighting for the spot, and I'm pretty sure that once we get to see Hunters LFO, come back, we'll have our 2 matches, which will happen in October 29th, 30, and 31st, where Hunters only have 3 matches left in their hands. So for now, focusing about Team Phalanx, they have a tremendous chance to put themselves in towards the playoffs. And knowing that the group stages are almost coming to an end, this will be a fierce competition.
That's for certain. Both of these teams, they know what they are capable of. Both of these teams know what exactly could be in stake. But for the side of UWU, I don't know. It could be brownie points because when we looked at the standings, like what? 8 points across the board for the first 4 position. So playoffs is almost close to null when it comes down to their chances. But for the side of Phalanx, there's a pretty good opportunity because they have 2 more matches to play. So Phalanx, they could still make it over into playoffs if they have a phenomenal performance and if the other teams start to blunder on down through. But we'll talk more about that later after this entire matchup has gone through. We can get into the nitty-gritty of what teams could make it, what teams cannot. But for now, for Team UWU in particular, a couple of brownie points to push themselves up in the standings so that at least at the bare minimum can get a larger prize pool chunk, because I have to remember the top 8 teams, they still get a decent chunk of money if they make it through on the positions.
Yeah, at least on the bright side, even if most of the teams, I mean, at least the least 4 of them, they'll at least go back with some with some cash in their end, right? But for now, let's just focus on the match as we get to see the ban phase itself being made from the side of Team UWU and Phalanx. It'll be the standard bans nonetheless on a map like Skyscraper, except we will see a Nomad being removed out of the
Nomad
place,
is a
which
must
would
ban.
give. Yeah, Nomad is definitely a must ban, especially if the defenders wants to, roam out clearly and not being able to worry about claymores and other explosive utilities that can, catch them off guard. So with Nomad being gone, you still need to rely on other. You still need to be careful on the claymores, right? But nonetheless, on defense, we'll see the normal bans. Valkyrie ban on the side of Team UWU, which means that either Mira or Azami will be banned on the last defensive ban. But what could it be here, Aggressive?
I'm expecting a possible Azami here because the way that Skyscraper plays out in some cases, if the defenders have the utility to just terraform the entire map, it could be interesting. But a Kaid ban. Sorry about the long pause here, Baba, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly the Kaid could do and what problems he could cause. Again, Ace is quite powerful in this particular map because, of course, Ace is one of the only hard breaches in the entire game that has utility that can be thrown onto reinforces. So he can create pretty easy lines of sight through the windows of Skyscraper. So that could be one of the reasons why they have picked up the Kaid to deny the Ace from getting a lot of value. But then again,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
I
many
don't know, the
bombs as
Kaid
they
ban
can.
seems a little bit out of place in my eyes.
I'm guessing the Kaid ban was mainly done to give easier access towards the second force side. That's what I'm thinking at the moment, because those electroclaws can electrify almost 3 walls in total. So yeah, maybe it could have been better if they had an Azami ban or a Mira ban, but turns out neither does Team Phalanx wants to bring that specific operator. So I'm quite confused. But yeah, let's get to see what's going to happen here between Team UWU and Phalanx, as we'll start off with the first site.
Wait, an
Second
IQ?
floor, T and karaoke room will be the site. And yeah, an IQ will be brought out to find ADSs, mute jammers, and also making
they
sure
saved
that
all the
those military
drones.
banshees won't be able to remove it. Yeah, maybe including the drones. Yeah, I believe the bulletproof cams will be detected as well from the IQ's end.
I think they saved all their drones. Yeah, they have saved all their drones. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why they picked up the IQ as well, just to ping out the site almost immediately, not have to utilize any of their drones to gain information early on, and use the drones to play a lot more aggressively. That's also a strategy that a lot of teams like to employ. They save out all of their drones and use those drones as resources to gain aggressive map control. But on Skyscraper, the idea for map control really does come from the outside, where you're trying to hold as many windows as you possibly can, because Skyscraper is one of those maps that does play out like Chalet, and this is one of the main reasons why. There's a lot of lines of sight that the attackers can play around with, and with that first hit and that first skill going up onto the Melusi, that's a pretty big hit. You've lost out on one of the strongest characters that you could have on the defensive side, especially with those impacts.
Yeah, since Shari's been removed out from Phalanx's end, it will be even much more tougher for Phalanx to defend this hold all the way from the drum room. Information will be given from the shock drone as Dagger will continue to get one more kill. That is a powerful frag coming in from the side of Team UWU. In a 3v4, make that 2v5 as Nani gets a headshot to remove Guy Duracity. So now it's all down to Hercules and Don Escobar to hold the site on second floor 3 and karaoke room. Let's not forget that this is a site being picked by Team UWU. So it turns out their attack coordination is working out well in their favors. What they've got to do is just remove the two players out of the place, in which DZ won't have any problems to do so. Now Don Escobar, left all by himself, needs to get an ace clutch for him to succeed, in which he will find two more. There goes Nani and Dresh. Finding the rest of the three players will be tough, but there is still a chance. 1v2. Don, my goodness, he's in it for the ace. Can he get it? No, a huge peek will be made from DZ. Wide peek to confirm the kill, and the hopes of getting an ace clutch will be denied at the hands of DZ as Team UWU will secure their first round on attack.
Smart, clean, and methodical. That is exactly what you need to be in these type of scenarios. They picked off each and every member of Phalanx one by one. They started to peak a little bit too aggressively. I'll agree with you on that. And Phalanx, they took the pause coming in here right after the first round. Slightly questionable because a lot of teams, they don't really prefer to take the tactical timeouts as often. But I guess Team Phalanx, they want to start off early with a shebang because that last round in particular, they just completely lost suit. I had no idea what just happened to them. They took a very aggressive stand on the defensive side. They started to take peeks one by one, where you lost out on one of their players. It's completely fine because Skyscraper is one of those maps where if the defenders set up proper lines of sight, considering how you can, create the lines of sight that you want here on this particular map, you can easily set up crossfires. The attackers can't really get control of the sites that you want or the positions of the map that they really want to without utilizing a lot of utility to gain that level of control. For Team UWU, they just got it for free. Each and every member of Phalanx, they just peeked into their crosshairs and they just had to click one button.
Yeah, for Team UWU, all they had to do was just clear out the second floor site where there was one of the players holding on to, and it was the Melusi. Once they got a hold of that situation, they didn't had any much more problems on gaining control on drum room. Mainly because Phalanx had much more, let's just say, they had much more control towards Kaisha and also from the neighboring site itself. But we didn't get to see a lot of roam games coming in from their end. So it was more of like an extended hold all the way from the Dragon Room, and also we had a player holding in towards Drum. So with both of that angles not working out well in the favor for Team Phalanx, UWU usually got control of it as quick as possible, and they did ended up getting the control on the site nonetheless. So what Phalanx needs to do right now is either they go with the same strategy once again in round number 1 and make sure that they wouldn't get picked off in the first place, or second, go on a different site. There is still a different site like, barbecue and kitchen. You even have the second floor office room. You even have the second floor site itself. I believe, I forgot about one more site, which is at first floor, bedroom/bathroom site, which is a site rarely picked from the defensive side. But all in all, Team UWU securing this one round on defense might have a chance for them to secure this round once again, unless and until the timeout being requested from Phalanx might have a different strategy behind this.
Probably they have an idea of what they want to do now. That last round a bit too disconnected, and you can already see they are starting to adapt a lot of their strategies here for the defensive side. Going for a bit more of a roam clear. They're not really playing an very over aggressive angle, so that's completely fine and dandy on that regard. But this will be quite interesting of how they want to move forward from this point on. Team UWU, they already have an idea of where the site is going to be. And if they play the same strategy over again, Team Phalanx should be able to retaliate where, of course, again, they should not take over aggressive peaks. The main reason why this map is favored slightly more towards the attack is because if the defenders get caught out of position or if they become a bit too aggressive, it's very easy for them to punish them. especially in scenarios like this. When you know that you're confident, when you know that you have the advantage, it should just work. Plus, with these claymores, it's just so difficult for the defenders to just run out and get freebies on them. Team UWU, they're covering all their bases, but is it enough for them to break in now? Because Phalanx, they seem to be a lot more disciplined, and they have an idea of how they want to play this.
Yeah, an idea is laid. All they've got to do is just make sure they go through it thoroughly. But yeah, we just have to find out and see what Team UWU is going to do as of now. Again, drone works from the attackers, finding some useful information on the player pulling towards the deployable shield. That will be Sherry once again. Wumai's magnet nades will be placed to ensure none of the explosive projectiles would go near the deployable shield. So you have good defensive maneuvers all the way from drum room. So the only way that Team UWU can proceed with the push is either by pushing in towards Kaisha or just repel in towards the building side of Karaoke Room. And turns out Ragnarok will be dealt with some minor damage towards Hercules, but now he might be able to get a kill, especially with the melee being made from the barbed wire. And here comes Sherry to start things off. The first kill is present, so does the refrag at the hands of DZ as he removes Dawn.
That's a big kill for them. Define and devastating. Nearly walked away with the kill as well. This is such a beautiful line of sight. The smoke to just do whatever he wants here, holding down the lines. And Team Phalanx, that one pause seems to be a complete and utter shift in their momentum. They have an idea of what they want to do, and they are just playing all the mind games here day in and day out. It's going to be Phalanx with another kill from the side, and DZ's trying to make things work, but it's just not going to be enough to try and find this kill. Team Phalanx, they're back on towards the map. And yep, remember what I said about the lines of sight that you can create on this particular map? You can be all across the map, on the other side of a room, and still be able to see it. That is how beautiful the defensive holds can be on this particular map if you take your time for the setup and you showcase the discipline that you have as a team.
Yeah, Phalanx, a job well done when it comes to holding those important angles. And plus, now you can actually know why having control towards Dragon Stairs is very important on a map like Skyscraper, is that you can hold both the angles all the way from the site itself if you haven't reinforced that specific wall. So for Team UWU, even though that they realize that drum room and even the dragon room itself is very heavily fortified, they decided to go in on a different approach, which also did end up being their demise. You even saw one of the players repel in from the window side on Karaoke. Yeah, even exhibition room. They even forgot about Gaisha, where you had multiple angles covered up. So man, for Team UWU, they had no other choice but to move forward, and they did end up getting caught off in the trap that Phalanx intended it to happen.
Yep. Phalanx, they spread themselves out properly, they created the lines of sight that they wanted, and that is where the perfection lies. Phalanx, the discipline is good, and they just need to keep it up consistently throughout these particular side runs as well. Again, they're up towards the second floor, so that's completely fine and dandy for them. Because now, it's pretty much the same extension here, Baba. Nothing really changes. That's the beauty of Skyscraper, I would say, in some cases, and also one of its downfalls. As a defender, there's not really a ton of strategies that you can play around it. When you extend the site that far and you take control of the entirety of the second floor, there's not really much that you change when it comes down to your strategy. Each and every site has to be held the same way. And because of it, the attackers, they can get a proper read on the position of the defenders, and that's where the problems will start to arise.
Yeah, there will be a lot of problems though for Team UWU specifically if the strategy is being relayed from Phalanx just working out so well in their favor. So they've got to minimize the problems, and turns out they'll make their presence being shown all the way from that angle being made.
That's
Both of the angles,
gone.
window, and also you even have the angle being made from a different window too, in which Team UWU, they are using it to their full advantage, where it was mainly used for the power at the hands of Phalanx, and turns out it is still favoring for the defenders. Already, two of them players are gone. One of them are in a DBNO state. Guy with the Destiny confirms a headshot towards Ragnarok, which leads to Thrish left in a 1v4. And Guy with the Audacity, my god, his hold towards the dragon room itself is so powerful that Team UWU have no idea on how to remove that one particular player off that place.
What just happened here? There's no goddamn way that they just... How did they hold Dragon? I thought one of the players holding from Dragon was already dead, but the player from Drums came in out of absolutely nowhere and got a freebie onto the two players trying to push in from the Dragon side because they got the clearance.
Yeah, I believe that's
I take it
exactly
back.
what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I take it back because Phalanx, they have an idea of how they want to play this map. And the way that the rotations have been set up as well, they have full control.
Yeah, it's full control towards second floor side. The whole second floor side that we have, you know, exhibition room slash office, and also on tea and karaoke room, it heavily relies on that drum room where you have those two long angles, right? And
Yeah,
since
they didn't have drum room control.
yeah, they didn't have drum.
true.
Actually, yeah, they didn't have drum room control. Although they had a good angle from the window side connecting from the main entrance, they had good line of sight that connected both from the windows of Dragon Stairs, so from Dragon Room, and also on the other room which connects towards it. What Team Phalanx did was that there was one soft wall that connected those two rooms, and they've decided to open up one particular hole. So that what happened is that it gave direct advantage towards the attackers, and they decided to make a split angle push where they did catch at least one of the players. Now that is a a good way for Team UWU to getting those initial frags, but what Team Phalanx did was they just played to it accordingly. They didn't hold hold out from, they didn't try to challenge those windows angles, but instead they waited for Team UWU to enter into the building first and then go in for the peaks, and turns out it did work out well. Talk about round number 4. This time it won't be able to give a lot of support towards Phalanx's side, because we will get to see Drish succeed in his initial fight off against Guy with Audacity. Removing the Melusi out will put Phalanx at a very disadvantageous state.
It's just smart all around. Phalanx, they're playing a pretty good game out here, and they know how important the second floor will be, because the side on towards barbecue and kitchen, one hatch, if that hatch gets taken over by the attackers, you're good as dead. There's no way you're gonna be able to hold it down. And Drish, buddy, what just happened there? You're not showing the respect, and Sherry's just casually peeking out and getting all of the freest kills of his entire career. What is happening here?
2 repel kills from Sherry.
Sherry has no fear. Absolutely nothing.
Yep. Why fear when
Man
Sherry
is Dr.
here
Brave
to save the day?
Yep.
Oh boy, for
You know the
Team
movie,
UWU,
right?
this is that was actually a really nice reference. I'm not gonna lie, but all in all, I've got to say, Team Phalanx, once we thought that they've lost the advantage from Guy with Audacity, along comes Sherry with 2 important kills, and now Team UWU are slowly losing their players. Sherry once again a triple kill, which leads to Ragnarok left in a 1v3. He'll secure one of this kill out by removing Devastating, but still you need to deal with Sherry, the castle, who's currently all the way from towards second floor, and Ragnarok will be forced to sprint all the way towards the side, gets caught out from Dawn, and just like that we will see Team Phalanx secure round number 4 once again. I am so surprised that Phalanx has done a wonderful job on Skyscraper, and the biggest question of it all is that why haven't we seen Phalanx play Skyscraper when they go up against other teams? We haven't seen Phalanx do that, right? We'd usually say that Phalanx is so good on map Villa. Yeah, probably, maybe, but looking at the way how they play on Skyscraper, maybe we could see them on other maps too when they go up against Team MercenarieZ, or maybe if they go up against Shaheens. But we don't see Phalanx bring map Skyscraper. Especially this defensive hold is so good. Why haven't they used it on other teams? And why haven't they used it on other teams too? That is my biggest question.
Honestly, I would have to say that from what we have seen in these last 4 rounds, this is pretty much a masterclass hold coming in from Phalanx. They royally screwed it up on the first one because, again, over-aggressive peaks, they were not really setting up for each other and not utilizing the map to its fullest. But here they are completely. The way that the setups are being done, the way that they're using the hatches as well, constant rotations, lines of sight at the bottom end, and through all of this, again, I have to reiterate this, Skyscraper is still favoring the attack slightly more because of the lines of sight that you can create, similar to Chalet, but
Yep.
the attackers, they have no idea what's really going on, because normally what happens on Skyscraper is that they have to worry about very aggressive defenders jumping out of windows trying to kill them from multiple different off angles. That's meant to be how Skyscraper is, because the defenders, they're supposed to be aggressive to take down the attackers so that they cannot have an advantage. But for Phalanx, they don't even care. They don't want to aggress. They just want to chill. They just want to wait. And as the more they wait, the easier it is for them to take a hold of this, because Team UWU, they don't have an answer just yet.
Yep, no answers from the side of Team UWU, because Phalanx, they just have absolute good control, and the way how they're playing to this accordingly, especially with the positionings that we've seen, it's so good. I mean, let's not forget that this is the second time we're seeing map Skyscraper in the SA Nationals. One was when Shaheens had to go up with a different player, with a different team. But Phalanx, this is also their first map on Skyscraper, and seeing their performance on defense, I kept wondering, why haven't they used this map on different team? Again, I'm so sorry about this. I'll just focus on the map as we get to see Ragnarok secure its kill off from Guy of the Audacity, securing in a 4v4 equalizer. Phalanx have good momentum here once again. Don Escobar securing the kill too. Hercules still got to be careful on most of the attackers just pushing in towards the drum room, but he still doesn't want to stop. He still wants to get a kill or two, in which it's not a good idea. Hercules gets caught off from Nani, equalizing it to a 3-3. And with just a minute left, Team UWU, I believe there's still a chance for them to secure this round.
Oh, this is bad. This is probably gonna go from bad to worse. The default cam is still there though, so this guy can just chill and wait. He still haven't cleared him. He's just waiting inside. Oh no, this is bad. They haven't cleared him.
Yep. Devastating he is still in a very good place. No information's been given, and once they make their slow push
out in the world.
Yeah. Oh no, Devastating.
He's
He's still safe from the attack drones. Oh man. This will be huge. This will be huge if Team UWU has no idea on Devastating's whereabouts. Oh man, and if this happens, then Team UWU, my god, they will be in a world of pain. But here comes Don Escobar once again, long range with the MP5K, removing Drish. Devastating succeeds one, and just like that, there's an entire clean out in the hands of Team Phalanx. What a dominant performance that we see on defense.
Why did you not clear out one of the most common positions to hold on to Skyscraper? You need to make sure you check the rules as you're entering from drums. Ooh, this is your own home map. You picked this.
Yep. Team UWU picked this map. Not Team Phalanx, folks. Phalanx's map pick is Clubhouse, the most played map in this region. They decided to go in for an optimal solution, and Team UWU, they decided to pick in for the big guns. And yeah, 4-1 already in the first half, where we'd usually see on map Skyscraper favoring a lot at the hands of the attackers. But seeing Team Phalanx hold so well, the crossfire angles on second floor is so good. No matter what kind of size do we see, Team Phalanx always dominates on this map specifically. I seriously cannot wait to see when Phalanx goes up against Team Shaheens if we get the map. I'm just trying to take a look at the group stages once again on what future matches just Team Phalanx have right now. So Phalanx, I believe, they have one last match up against Team Won't Stop Peaking. So, all right,
that will be interesting.
I'm quite intrigued. Yeah, that will be interesting. But also, it is the last day of the group stages.
Yeah, but think about it like this: Won't Stop Peaking. If they lose out on that match, they can't make it to the top 4. They still have an opportunity
Yeah.
to make it to the top 4. But we'll talk about that later because the match is just still heating up, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both sides lose out on one of their players, but I will honestly say that's a much more of a bigger hit coming in from the other end of this. Don't jump out. There's possibly a Claymore. And Devastating's going to pay the ultimate price for it with his own life. Here comes the jump in. He's not going to risk it. Dagger. He knows. He was expecting a Frostbat to be there. He didn't want to go in for the jump out kill. Smart from Dagger. He's going to be able to survive, but looking at the HP, Team UWU, they're still hurting drastically. Well, Hercules is on the other side. He's just going to wait and chill, but no! Hercules, you made too much noise! Nani heard out the sounds, and that's going to be a kill. That's for 1. And it's now down to the guy with Audacity. Nothing that he can do. Nani comes around from the back end of it. Just slaps him with it. The exhibition room hole just completely fell apart, and Phalanx, they lost out on this round because they got a little bit too overeager. Devastating, that was such an unnecessary peek. He could have just given it up, but no, he just held it.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Guy's Audacity. Although he did secure a down, a confirmation wasn't
Wait,
made
is that a new Ash
in the
skin?
last bit, yeah. Yeah, I believe, no, that, I don't think there was a new Ash skin. I believe that's a new Melusi skin, by the way, the elite skin, as we see. But all in all, with the first half coming to an end, it will be 4-2, favoring the side of Team Phalanx. They will secure 4 rounds on defense, 4 of the most difficult sites that Phalanx had succeeded. And now in the second half, they'll be on attack and they'll be pushing in towards second floor office. And I really can't wait to see how well Team Phalanx will, perform good on attack itself. And I'm hoping that Team UWU will also have the same performance too on defense as well. They did secure 2 rounds on attack, and maybe we might be able to see that, good fight which would happen in the side itself.
5 seconds left.
Looking at the positions and looking at how the entire map has gone through, I would say that Team UWU, they still have a chance. Their defensive side arguably is a lot more stronger than their attack, but again, you cannot be only a defense favorite team. I really want to see exactly how their setups are going to look like, what kind of lines of sight they are going to open, because Phalanx, the way that they were playing, it was absolutely phenomenal. A masterclass when it came down to the defensive holds of Skyscraper, but will Team UWU be able to showcase the same level of proficiency on their own defensive end? We're going to find that out soon enough. They need to make sure they hold down Drum, but these...
Drum,
Where
bro.
did he die?
Maybe towards drums.
Drums is still there. No. This was in the
No,
first
no.
floor. Oh, this is
Believe-
bad.
Oh, man.
This is bad. The buck can play vertical. Oh, this is horrible. If that buck is able to play proper vertical, this is... Oh! No, Sherry, no. You
Man,
just did not
you
do
just
that.
love. Yeah, you just love when you see shots like that. Headshot with just a single peek. Just 2 bullets like that, man, that is an amazing one to look at. But for Team UWU, definitely not the best of the cases because they already lost 2 of the players. Drish already has one of the stolen drones. He might be able to use for it with some information, but they'll just get away with an important kill. Nani will also respond back by equalizing it to a 3v3. Removes both Devastating and Guy with Audacity, which means that Team UWU have secured it, but they've even secured it much more as Team UWU will just remove players off one by one. What just happened? Is it because of the main hole that they made all the way from second floor tea room? Yep, absolutely. Yes, it was. And with the help of the default cams being relayed, all they have to do is just wait for the perfect moment and let Team UWU secure the round without facing any issues.
They tried to run in from drums without clearing out the hallway. One of their players already died to a player inside of tea room. And they did not try to fight him at all. Ouch. That's gonna hurt. Phalanx, they took the attack side a little bit too lightly when it came down to that first round, and they paid the ultimate price for it. You need to show respect to the opposition when it comes down to the defensive holds. Again, I understand this map can be very much attacker favored, but if you try to rush your takes without utilizing a lot of your utility to gain information first, they're just not going to be able to win out on anything. You need to play it slow, work out the lines of sight, take out one of their players, and then after you take that level of control, slow it down, go in for a reset, try to figure out exactly where the defenders are holding, and then plan your attack from there. Team Phalanx, they tried to rush it. That's what happens here.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Barricade set.
I believe the main thing that Phalanx needs to be afraid of is that they have to make sure that they should not push in from the site individually, but try to have some supports from behind. Maybe establishing crossfire angles to make sure that if one of them gets picked out, a trade out should be present. And if there isn't a way where they could establish a trade game, maybe try to remove some of the important utilities like those deployable shields, the vertical lines of sight, having information from the attack drones. There are tons of reasons where Team Phalanx can proceed through this, but they don't have much time as well to begin with. Although we can make a lot of assumptions saying that yes, one attacker can do on one place, but when they're on the clock, knowing that they only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for them to proceed with the push, they've got to make sure that whenever they make the decision, they have to stick with it. And speaking of decisions, we will see the early pick being made from Devastating. A good headshot towards Dagger, but in the end, Devastating will be left alongside with just 30 HP left. So although he will get a kill, it'll be less amount of HP, but the time itself clearly shows that Team Phalanx only have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And the site for them to be pushing is all the way towards the first floor BBQ. So they've got to see and wait to see what kind of plays would they be able to make. It turns out this will also respond back, as he will secure 1 kill. Oh boy! It's right at the face of Devastating. Oh man, that has definitely got hurt for him. And just like that, Team UWU will secure the advantage.
Lion scans didn't even go through, by the way. The guy couldn't even use a single lion scan. They're completely done and dusted here. Shaheens going to be able to throw out an aid, but again, not the positions that they want to be, and Drish gets caught out. That's a 1-for-1 trade coming in from each side, but still a 2 versus 3 situation that they really do not want to be in. Stuck in no man's land. Both of these players, they have no idea of what they want to do to try and break through with this. DZ is going to be able to shut down the guy with Audacity, and now Hercules, he's just done. What are you going to do here, Hercules? Because just as good as gone.
Yeah, you could say that this is a lost cause for Team Phalanx. 1v3, an AK in a dream for this clutch to happen, but once you see DZ patiently waiting with the M5 shotgun, all it requires is just close range. Just like that, we will see Team UWU will get yet another defensive round, equalizing the score count in the second half in a 4-4 scoreline. But a pause will be requested from Phalanx because the players on the side, Guy Audacity, unfortunately had some connectivity issues, so a pause will be requested. On the side for Team UWU to be defending will be on towards Karaoke and T-Room once again. Now, I've got to say for Team Phalanx, the way how they've played their defense on Skyscraper was so good. We could see the Team Phalanx play this map on much later plays. All they've got to do is just make sure that they practice it right on both attackers as well. All they've got to do is just make sure that they fix on how to play properly on attack. On defense, they have done an exceptional job on holding down the angles properly. The deployable shields, the way how we get to see Guy Audacity play as the Frost, it's helped Phalanx a lot. So maybe if we see them practice a lot on that specific map, then maybe we could see Phalanx have a very powerful 2 maps. 2 maps, as in first map being on Villa, second map being on Skyscraper. So there is a lot of promise that's been shown around from Phalanx's side. But when it comes to attack, even UWU knows how it's done. And they've also secured a lot of rounds on defense as well.
Yep. The defensive rounds are shaping up to be something a lot more interesting, I would say. Because for Phalanx, they were playing purely based upon trades and lines of sight that they were able to create. But for Team UWU, this is very much different. UWU, they're playing for off-site holds. They don't really care about the site as much. They're making sure that they take pockets of control of the map where they know the attackers are going to need to take control of this before they enter onto the site. Phalanx, on the other hand, they didn't want to take controls of those particular pockets of the map. They wanted lines of sight on that portion of the map so that, okay, if they come here, we're going to be able to kill them from across the map from a much more safer position. But for UWU, they want to take that risk. They want to take the fight there and then so that the attackers cannot just occupy that space for free. And this is the stark contrast between both of these teams. One team, they want to take a lot of aggressive deals and aggressive fights and be, let's say, in your face a lot more. While Phalanx, they're just a little bit too afraid and they want to play it in a much more systematic fashion. And if Phalanx, they want to play it systematically, I want to see a lot more utility-based operators being picked up from their side. Maybe having a Zofia would be quite, let's say, quite important for them at this point, because that sledge is not really getting a lot of value. I would understand why you picked up the Buck, because the Buck can of course play vertical from down below on the first floor from Sushi Bar if you wanted to, but what's the sledge used for in this case other than its grenades? Sledge is not really getting a lot of value, and the castle normally does not get picked up unless it's I forgot the name of which of the sites on the second floor though. Castle normally gets
second
picked up.
floors, I mean, second floor side, usually we see castle being picked a lot on exhibition room / office, right? Because that's the only place where we get to see castle being played a lot, quite more often. Not a lot do we get to see, castle being picked on second floor tea room and exhibition, mainly because you'd want those long range angles to, be contested. And the perfect example of that has to be from Phalanx's end, right? All the way from Dragon entrance. Imagine if there was a castle RF panel just blocking one of the doorways. You cannot establish that long range gunfight. It's in itself. So that's the main reason why I don't get to see castle being brought out a lot on map Skyscraper, except on one of the sites. But what's more interesting is that we don't see Pulse being brought out on the first floor site itself, because
that is true.
You get a lot of good information, right? You have a lot of information from the from the cam monitors that you get from the heartbeat sensors. You can just use a C4, try to get proper good information, or maybe if you don't want to play a C4 plays, you could just have two of the roamers just play towards the second floor. Let the Pulse give you ample amount of information in a way that you could get an important clearance too, right? So for now, with the pause timer coming to an end, we will proceed to round number 9. And just like you expected aggressive, instead of Sledge being brought out, we will see Guy with Audacity bring in the Zofia this time.
Yep. The Zofia will just add so much utility onto the arsenal of Phalanx that they can easily break it inside. Well, not easily, of course, but you know what I mean. They'll have a much more simpler time with the level of utility she brings in. The fact that she has breaching charges that can break open soft walls, the concussive charges as well, that can give not only an opportunity for attackers to occupy space, but also a lot of information that they really need. The Zofia is just an all-around character for this particular map that you need to have whenever you were thinking of breaking into karaoke. It's not that simple. Again, you might think, okay, Team Phalanx, they are, of course, not as strong on their attacking side, so what if we can do? Team UWU should be able to take a victory here. Not exactly. Team Phalanx, they're having a hard time because Team UWU, they're setting up lines of sight and they're constantly fighting them on pretty much close quarter engagements. And if you want to take close quarter fights, then for Phalanx, you're not going to win it out all the time. It's a 50-50 whenever you think about a gunfight here in Siege, or gunfights in general in any tactical shooter. What you need to guarantee, though, on the other end, is how you set up for your gunfights and how you want to take them. And that Zofia is there for one particular reason, to make it as uncomfortable as you possibly can for the defenders to hold these aggressive angles. Because one concussive shot, and then you just can't hold that angle anymore. That power position that you were holding for the longest time is just gone.
Yeah, and especially the concussions, which can give away good information. Oh boy, got the Audacity, aggressive attempts, but Ragnarok gets away the kill, falls away to safety. And oh boy, not a single trade will be given at the hands of Team Phalanx. My god, Ragnarok just runs away to his safety. And with him securing a kill, an important kill like Guy with Audacity, this will be even much more tougher for Team Phalanx to proceed in towards the site itself, knowing that no more explosive utilities will be used, but a refrag will be made nonetheless. Devastating, paused out with a headshot. Meanwhile, Nani gets a headshot of his own as well by removing Sherry out of the place. Still, I've got to say, Team UWU has things very, has good control in the situation. But oh no, oh, the ace got caught himself from a
Hawkman.
frostmat trap. Oh, Don Escobar.
Recovered their
My god, he needs to make sure that Hercules gets revived up to 10 HP, but Ragnarok still has a C4 in hand. He could use it to his full potential, but he also have the crossfire angles being established from Ragnarok, and Dagger all the way from the Dragon Ball will be able to get a kill like that. My goodness, Team UWU, what a what a performance that we're seeing right now on round number 9. The angles that we've seen from both Ragnarok and Dagger has been so good lately, and engaging in a gunfight which is so good, and ending up dismantling Phalanx's rack coordination like that is definitely gonna hurt. 5-4 as Team UWU requires 2 more round wins on defense to secure match point in map number 1.
defenders. Protect your bombs from being
This is
defused by
smart.
attackers.
There's a reason why they banned out on the Nomad. It opened up a lot of opportunities for them to play hyper aggressive on the defensive side. And that's what I love about this particular team. But for the guy with Audacity, he picked up the Zofia, but he was so hell-bent on just pushing over on towards that corner without even using a single bit. He could have just thrown in a concussive charge, forced out the mute on a much more uncomfortable position, then trying to occupy that space. He's not really using utility to take any of these gunfights. And this might just backfire on the side of Team Phalanx because they are now the ones who are 1 round down. And this is not the spot that you want to be in. Not against UWU, because once they taste victory, once they know that they're going to win, that momentum that they have built up can just spiral out of control.
Absolutely. Team UWU securing important rounds on defense will pose a lot of problems towards Phalanx's end, mainly because they had good advantage in the first half itself. They have secured 4 rounds on defense, ending the first half on a 4-2 scoreline. And now we see Team UWU bringing things back. Oh, C4 deals major damage towards Sherry, but he still doesn't give up. Pushes will be made, Ragnarok will go down, and here comes the refrag from TZ. 4-4, and now the main focus for Team Phalanx is all the way towards the Geisha room, and also devastating from the karaoke room. And I've got to say, for the Jaeger, he really needs to be careful on one of the players. The wall banks will be made, and so does Nani, who will respond back with a shot. And Hercules will respond. Hercules will also get back as well, as he'll secure 1 more kill. This time, Team UWU are facing a lot of issues from their end, but with the help of the Frostmat traps, which has been placed already from Drish's end, a very cheeky spot at that too. If that Frostmat traps gets caught out from one of the attackers, then oh boy, would it favor for Team UWU so bad right now.
Yep. It's not a good position for them to be in, but still, for Phalanx, they're going to be a little bit more happier, I would say, rather than what they were before. The guy with Audacity still very much alive, especially with those 2 shields. Can be a pretty big nuisance. The Buck playing it smart. Now, how does he want to break his way in? The Gongsing was used, not really getting a lot of value. The all-mounted camp does get some information over towards the side of Exhibition, but still the Buck. Wait, I honestly thought the alibi was still alive for a second. Don't tell me you didn't think that as well, Baba. I saw the kill feed, I saw everything. I thought the alibi was still alive.
Yeah, but for now,
Drish?
it's just Drish. It's just 1v2. I believe he will get traded out if his information's been relayed out properly, but let's not forget the default cam is also giving away some important information too. Here comes the EMPs to disable some important gadgets, and that too it is from the mute jammers. But for Drish, securing this clutch is so important, but he's still playing this as patiently as possible. Both Dawn and Guy with Audacity has no idea where Drish is, and if he uses this to his full potential, I'm pretty sure he might be able to get a kill or 2. Bulletproof cams, information's been given, and Guy with Audacity will just use this angle put to perfection. And this win will give Phalanx an equalizer that they require. 5-5. As we proceed to round number 11, beautiful plays being made from Guy with Audacity. A good use of the OSA shield to provide protection, and also making sure that they have a confirmation on the win on round number 10.
Smart. Phalanx, they adapted properly. And Team UWU, they nearly did pull off the victory here again, but they got a little bit too over eager. You know that as well. took too many unnecessary gunfights, and that is how you just start losing out on a lot of your rounds if you're not careful. But this time around, they have picked up Kitchen. Wait a minute. This could be interesting. This hold over onto Barbecue could go horribly wrong, or this could be the perfect site for Team UWU to play in, because now that they have full control of the second floor and the first floor, this side extension could just give them free reign. How strong their hold was previously when they were playing this particular site. And if they're able to re-establish that level of control once again, one more time, then Phalanx, they have a lot to think about.
Yeah, with the action phase coming into play, let's not forget, it's 5-5. Phalanx, they just recovered the round on attack, which means that for Team UWU, they've had the advantage at first, but now it's slowly starting to, it's slowly starting to, have a lot of problems from their end. And if Team Phalanx secures match point, then it will be even much more tougher for Team UWU to deal with this situation. But for now, if you take a look at the operator screen itself, we will see, Dagger bring in the Thorn. Those Razor Bloom will be very useful when it comes to, forcing the attackers to focus on another line of sight. And also the trap, which can instantly down you or, pick you out. So you got to be careful on those certain traps.
Yeah, especially with the POG bats.
Yeah, especially with the POG mats from the Frost too. But yeah, you could say the Team UWU is heavily relying on trap operators, and also you even have the Legion Gumais to give them proper information. But Dresh has got to be careful towards the karaoke window because they've already entered in. But not to worry, Nani's here to help him provide with the exceptionary support, and so does Ragnarok to remove Don Escobar. Cooked Nade will be able to destroy the deployable shield. But talk about the player count here, Phalanx, they just lost a lot.
Yeah, Phalanx, they just lost out on all of their members to just take down one deployable shield. Yeah, that's not value in my eyes. They're not even any closer to the side, and unless they take full control of the second floor, they're just done for here. Team UWU, they're still holding down strong. And because of it, they take one more life here already. Ragnarok still very much alive. Dagger shuts down another kill. And yeah, the guy with Audacity is the last one alive. From being the first one to die pretty much in all rounds, now he's the last one alive. This is not what you want to try and be in. The ace. The odds are stacked against him. He has absolutely no information whatsoever. Getting shot from the floor, getting shot from the front, he's getting shot from the side. Now he's gonna probably die. Good first kill. That's nice shot coming in from the guy with Audacity. He lives through one, but he's just padding his stats at one point because Team UWU, they have all the information in the entire world, while he has absolutely none.
Yeah, being in a clutch situation on a 1v4 is definitely not a good way for Team Phalanx to be in the situation, but still got to make a commitment to it. Not a lot of time left, and for Guy with Audacity, I believe there's no other choice for him to just sit out and yeah, think about what exactly happened in that situation, because Team UWU will secure match point 6-5, and they are one round away of securing map Skyscraper. What once I thought this map would favor for Team Phalanx, UWU just proved me wrong on defense, showing their impressive performance, especially from SherryZ.
Yep. He just came alive in the perfect amount of time. And Nani, man. I have to say that Nani is one of those players that we don't really talk about that often, but he is consistent when his team needs him to be. He pulls out the kills that is the most impactful out of his entire team, and he knows exactly how to do it. Plus, with all of these traps, honestly tell me, who would not be frustrated? They're spending more time staring at the ground, staring at the walls, than actually trying to play the game and trying to click on someone's head. There's so many things that you need to clear out. You have ADSs, mute jammers, POG mats, the Thorn dagger, the Thorn utility. There's so much you need to worry about. And now, you also have to think about the Melusi Banshee traps. Like, what do you do about these Banshees in most cases? And unless you get close to them, the Banshees don't even activate for you to try and destroy them properly. Team UWU, they're playing the most frustrating operator composition that they could think of. And Phalanx, the pressure is mounting.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah, this will definitely hurt them a lot aggressive. I've got to agree, especially having those trap gadgets with the razor bloom trap from the Thorn. You even have the frost mat traps where you have to keep looking at those certain gadgets to remove it, giving them a chance for Team UWU to just go in for a usual peek and capture them with a kill or two. So the only counter to it is to ensure that you drone it quickly, use some certain utilities, or try to have one player focus on removing the gadget while the other trying to provide you with some potential support, knowing exactly where that peak would come from. So that is the only counters that they could do for for the attackers to ensure that those kinds of trap idea would not happen. But it heavily relies on teamwork, making sure to get those kills or two. But turns out it's still favoring for UWU's end, because we will see Ragnarok get one, Nani gets the other, Nani all the way from the stairs will find out a way to remove Devastating off from the Samurai room. But you still got to be careful of the man count, and Hercules, by the power of PDW, he has so much bullets to focus on to, and Dawn will get away with 2 kills. So does Dagger, equalizing it to a 2v2. But now it's still favoring for Team UWU. Ooh, what a shot. There goes Dawn.
Shot, Dagger.
And Guy with Audacity is left to clutch out this 1v2. Desperate attempts for Team Phalanx to secure this map and put themselves on towards overtime. But it's definitely a lost cause, because once again, it's the trap operators, Trish with the frost mats and the razor bloom from Dagger. And you've got to focus on those certain lines of sights to remove those particular places, or you might get yourself being picked out both at the same time. So there's no other choice for Guy with Audacity. So the only thing that he could rely on right now is just the information from the attack drones. And let's not forget, defuse has been dropped, so Guy with Audacity has to go full on with frags.
Think about frags here at this point. It's gonna be quite rough. He still has some information to play around with, right? The RC Roteros can still act as mini drones at the bare minimum, so he has something to use. But at the end of the day, even these mini drones are not really gonna get a lot of value here. Cleared out one of the particular angles, but Dagger, ooh, what was that shot? An absolutely beautiful one. Clean, precise, and the crosshair placement is just crispy. Dagger gets a freebie here, and with the victory coming in for Team UWU, they had us under the ropes for a little bit there, didn't they, Baba? 2 for half, 4 rounds consecutively lost. That could have been quite bad for them at the start, but they picked it up. Chef's kiss, because their defensive rounds were just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, especially on map Skyscraper, where although I've got to say Phalanx have made an impressive performance on defense, I'll give them that. But now I realized why UWU made a decision to bring map Skyscraper in the first place is because they heavily relied on those trap operators, forcing Phalanx to look at the other way, while the other defenders would just usually use this as an opportunity to get an unexpected kill. They tried doing that and did ended up favoring a lot in their hands. And since Nomad was banned on attack, they're free to go in for runouts, they were free to go in for any initial frags, so they were heavily relied on claymores, which forced the attackers to have ace-specific operators in hand, like bringing in the ace.
True.
You know, if they did had a Nomad, then they could have just brought in, Thermite instead, mainly because of how powerful it is for his exothermic charges to blow up most of those lines of sight. But mainly because of the Nomad ban, they had to bring in the ace because he had a Claymore, right? 2 Claymores, which it could have been used to ensure none of those runouts would happen. They had to bring in the Twitch as well, because Twitch also has the Claymore too. So all in all, that ban itself really did affected the way how the attackers had to proceed with the push. But all in all, when it comes to performance-wise, we've seen Sherry made some impressive plays with the UMP kills while they were on defense. They were looking so strong on defense. I'm not gonna lie, their performance on Skyscraper on defense was very impressive, and I hope to see Phalanx bring map Skyscraper a lot. All they've got to do is, like I said, if they can just focus on the attacks properly, I'm pretty sure that Phalanx have got themselves a very strong map. But for now, Team UWU they'll be the ones to secure map Skyscraper on a 7-5 scoreline. An impressive performance on defense, while we did get to see some impactful performances being displayed from Nani and DZ.
Yeah. The replays just give you a highlight of what UWU had to do to try and bring this one back. I'm pleasantly surprised because the team just came back out of absolute nowhere. I was expecting them to have such a rough performance because they were not really playing off of each other, but I take all of my statements back because the team just came alive as soon as the defensive side rolled around. Look at the shots coming in as well from the members of Team Phalanx. All of the points that they were going in for, and of course their shots were just absolutely clean. Looking at the stats as well, that will also tell you the story for the side of Phalanx. They were hitting all of their shots. Looking at their stats, looking at their KDs and how many kills that they have gotten, they were doing phenomenal on that regard, but when it came down to the utility usage, they just were non-existent. What was happening to them on the attacking side? They had so much utility to play around with, but 90% of the time, they opted to use none of it and completely relied on their raw aim potential, which just failed them in most cases.
Yeah. Team Phalanx, although they've had good runs on defense, the attack was where they started to fall apart slowly a bit. And especially, I believe it mainly had to do with Dagger and Nani. The way how they played, the way how they've countered Phalanx's attack push was just too much for Phalanx to bear. And if you take a look at the match summary itself, 3 initial kills to Ragnarok, 3 initial kills to Sherry. The man playing as the support role Castle ended up getting some very good kills. And I've got to appreciate both of the teams. Playing on a map like Skyscraper, we as the casters learned a lot on this specific map itself. I had no idea where you could actually establish good long range angles. You've got getting control on drum room and dragon hallway gives so much control towards the defensive side by just placing that deployable shield. Of course, we did get to see Shaheen do the exact same thing as well while they were also on map Skyscraper. I believe they went up against Team MercenarieZ on that one. But all in all, I'm actually quite intrigued the way how both Phalanx and Team UWU played on map Skyscraper. But if you talk about the end result itself, it will still go at the hands of Team UWU, which means that they've secured map number 1. So for map number 2, we'll be taking a short break and we'll be right back after this.
Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
first one to save you. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, but I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rainbow-Six-Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back with the second matchup between Team Phalanx versus Team UWU. And last but not least, I actually remember saying that we already had a Shaheens versus MRCZ match for in the yesterday's group matches. Turns out Shaheens versus Mercenaries match is in tomorrow. So I want to give that information quite clear to you guys. But yeah, focusing on the second match itself, second map, we will see UWU secure map Skyscraper with a good amount of score itself from their end. I believe it was 7-5. Yep, 7-5 was the score line on map Skyscraper. And now we are here on map Clubhouse to determine whether if UWU can secure map number 2 or maybe push us all the way towards the deciders, which will be on map Borders. So, Aggie, we've seen map Skyscraper on a 7-5 score line. UWU has showed us an exceptional performance on defense. What do you think is going to happen on map number 2?
Clubhouse. A map that has been played pretty much since the start of Siege. And everyone loves this map. Everyone needs to know this map in particular because this is one of the most played maps in the entirety of Siege. If you don't play this map, if you don't have proper proficiency on this map, you can never, ever be a professional level team. And I can guarantee you that we're pretty sure that UWU should be able to take this one away if Phalanx don't come up with a drastically different strategy compared to any of the other teams. Their defensive strategies, mind you, are pretty, let's say, interesting to say the very least. And now with them starting off on the attacking side, this should be an advantage for them. They need to survive 2 rounds on the attack. Just 2. Where UWU, even if they take 4 rounds away, there's a good chance that Phalanx are easily going to be able to take them out and send us over onto Border.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a map where it's you could say it's heavily favored from both the sides for Team UWU and Phalanx if they get their homework right. Mainly because when it comes to making strategies, you've got to make sure on how to counter it properly. And I believe Clubhouse would be the deciding factors to determine whether if Phalanx can hold their ground on Clubhouse or else we could see them push all the way towards map number 3. So maybe we're going to go and take a look at it on map Clubhouse itself as we're going live and right into our screens. UWU has secured map number 1, and now since UWU will be the one going on defense first, Phalanx will be on attack first as well. Let's not forget this is a map being picked by Phalanx, so everything is on the line. And for Team UWU, since they've secured map number 1, on the bright side, they'll at least end their journey by claiming at least 1 point in that end.
They should be able to, but then again, a couple of interesting bans possibly to come out. Baba. Now that has got to be the spiciest ban that I've seen in this entire tournament up till now. Diana getting banned out on the attack by UWU. Now that is something that is extremely out of the ordinary. But is it warranted? Yes. I'll wholeheartedly say that is the most warranted ban. Iana just has so much utility and almost close to 0 counterplay. She has grenades. She has an extremely powerful primary weapon. Plus, she has the Gemini that is pretty much free information for the attackers. That's a free drone.
Yep.
A free drone that you can utilize over and over again. That's massive.
Unlimited drone usage from the Ana. I believe UWU will make a decision to ban that specific attacker first, which would lead to other operators like the Nomad, the Heart Breacher still being available in play. But on the side of defense, we will see the Kaid and the Mira being banned, especially on a map like Clubhouse. Mira is exceptionally strong on these certain kind of maps, which would help the Valkyrie being opened up on the other hand. And not just Valkyrie, Azami is also opened up, which is
Azami
very
and
powerful
Valkyrie, dude.
on second
Oh,
first season
hell
PvP.
no.
Yep,
Look at
Garage
the composition
Catwalk.
of UWU.
Attackers need to
Yeah,
locate and
Garage
defuse
Catwalk
bomb
is, you could say, a very difficult chance for the attackers to win. Mainly because of how good control you can have from the Azami Kiba barriers, and getting control on garage control is a no-go, which means that Phalanx or Team UWU, if they're on attack, they will be forced to push all the way towards second floor gym, open up the construction wall, and then head in for the plant. But you still need to be careful on Garage Catwalk. That is the only main place where the attackers have major problems in. And knowing that both the Azami and the Valkyries opened up, well, this is going to be a much difficult task for Team Phalanx, knowing that they'll be the one first in attack.
They've also picked up a very roam-heavy composition because they have information to play around. They have the Azami to just be an absolute nuisance over towards those second floors, create lines of sight for the Oryx to play around with, and also allow the Oryx to run behind cover if he needs to. They've created so many openings for this one particular Oryx that it's insane. They're putting everything that they have onto the Rish to get a couple of kills and to secure them around. Because they know how important this first hold has to be. If you don't have proper kitchen control, it's just not going to work, and devastating. He's probably going to be the first one to get shut down, and that's what's going to happen. Nanny gets a freebie. That's the buck going down. Drish is going to be able to shut down the guy with Audacity. There's too much information and too much roams for them to think about. And now they're pretty much stuck. But at the end of the day, the shots are still there, and Hercules is going to be able to retaliate just a little bit here, but is it for free? No. 4 versus 3 on the map, and Sherry spotted out one of the players though. And that should give them the info that he needs to play around with.
I mean, it's quite comedic to see how Nanny just waltz out from the window, gets away to safety by going down towards the oil pit and back to the site. Sherry looked at the Mozzie. He decides not to take a shot, and then he gets away with the kill.
Was low.
I mean, yeah, the Mozzie was low on HP. The Sherry could have gotten the confirmation on the kill, at least equalizing it to a 3-3, but turns out that did not happen, and Sherry let Nanny to go back all the way from the site, and let's not forget, he also have a C4 in hand. So imagine the destruction that UWU is going to lay down upon on round number 1 itself.
Get ready for the breach.
I mean... Hakuna Matata?
What a wonderful phrase.
But it's not wonderful for the side of Phalanx because they've lost
Yep,
out on
definitely
two of
not.
their most important members, and yeah, Sherry. Goodbye.
Oh man, this
Ouch.
is definitely hurting Phalanx a lot. And they only have 2 attackers left, and at the span of 30 seconds, they haven't gotten control on kitchen, they haven't gotten control on the hatch itself, and they still need to worry about Ragnarok, who is just patiently waiting in towards the lounge site, and he will pick him out without facing any issues at all. 1v4, Hercules left all by himself. He needs to make a play, and I believe in just a span of 15 seconds, there's no other choice for him to proceed. C4 dodged, but he won't be able to dodge the bullets that Ragnarok is about to give it to him. Round number 1, Team UWU will secure it with ease. And also, especially with the ban phase itself, having both the Azami and the Valkyrie being available on defense, I've got to say this will be a difficult task for the attackers.
Yeah, but for Phalanx, they just need to survive, right?
Yeah, they just
At
have
this
to survive,
point,
yeah.
they just need to survive for as long as they possibly can. If Phalanx are able to get 2 rounds, that's pretty much a guaranteed win for them on the defensive side. They have a lot of options to play around with, and they have pretty much all that they would want here when it comes down to the holds. Ragnarok, though, picking up a bandit to go in for bandit tricks. Okay. This could be the best plan, or this could be the worst, because Ragnarok is pretty much banking on the fact that he's not going to miss a single trick. And granted, in the past, from what we have seen from UWU, their bandit tricking skills is just almost secondary to none. They're one of the best that we have in the region when it comes down to the tricks, because they're the only team that I have seen pull off consistent tricks without fail.
Don't tell me they're not going to bring Thatcher. Thatcher is not... Actually, yeah, Thatcher is banned. I just realized again, apologies for that. Yeah, Thatcher is banned, and since Maverick had a huge nerf with him not being able to use his frag grenades, and this is the main thing that I was afraid of for Phalanx. Do you see
I don't
these
think they
three
saw the bandit.
Kiba barriers? No, they didn't see the bandit. They're going to see the bandit now. They see the bandit now.
Yeah, they had no
From the
idea.
title. And now with that trick
how are
which
they
is
gonna
about
open
to
the wall?
arrive, it's a difficult one, but I think they have to make do with throwing two of the Ace Salma breach charges. Yeah, they need they have to throw two Ace Salma breach charges to at least open up one slit of it. Or maybe it could have been... Yeah, they don't even have a Jaeger and a Wamai from Team UWU's end, so they could use those grenades put to good use, especially from Guy with Audacity.
It's a good chance, but I don't like the strategy that they were going in for. Here comes the tricks, but the trick's not gonna work because where's the Jaeger and the Wamai? I don't know. In idea and in theory, I liked what Team UWU were going in for, but in execution, like, what happened? Nani picked up the Oryx instead of a Wamai or a Jaeger. This could have been perfect for them, but the Bandit had like absolutely no resources to even succeed here.
Yep. Yeah, even I also realized that they have...
defense.
Yeah, they still using the Mozzie. They still have, just like you said, the Oryx, which is good when it comes to roaming capabilities. But bringing the Bandit, not quite sure if that was a good idea for Team UWU and Phalanx. I'm pretty sure they're gonna use it to their advantage. And the Mozzie finding the head of Guy with Audacity won't be able to get a shot. But I just realized they have a total of 6 barbed wires. Explosive utilities, only 2, which will be made from the impacts. And now, knowing exactly what to do in the certain situations, Team Phalanx will proceed with their push by getting control by blowing up the walls in towards construction.
That's another wall opened up, and the Bandit just got absolutely no value in this entire round. But imagine being able to do anything with that, because now Drish is going to get taken down. That's pretty big. You're losing out on players all around, and none of your roams really worked out, Team UWU. What was the game plan here, buddy? Because they were thinking of one thing when it came down to the individual players, but as a team, they just were not on the same boat whatsoever.
A plan's already happening all the way from the construction side, and turns out they don't have control on the side itself. 1v4, all at the hands of Nani. Oh boy, they just lost at the operator's pick itself. Oh man, this is not going good. Team UWU, what exactly happened in round number 2? They just got themselves dismantled out. Guy with Audacity will just find him off. No issues, no worries at all. Just like that, we will see Phalanx secure round number 2 itself. What a confusing round that we witnessed here, Aggressive, especially with the operator's pick. No Jaeger, no Wamai to deny those explosive utilities. CCTV has been opened up. Construction wall is also opened up. Ragnarok couldn't get to use a single one of his bandit charges, and he died with it. Yeah, there you go. Finally, we will see Nani bring in the Jaeger this time. Yeah, finally, there you go.
Yeah, that, like, you need to do something like this. There's no other way around it. You brought out the Jaeger, but maybe not. Maybe the Jaeger's not going to be enough. But then again, he has 3 ADSs. He has 3 ADSs. It's fine. I completely forget sometimes. I still remember where Jaeger's 1 ADS could take out 2 projectiles. Oh,
I believe that was... I believe that was like the previous patch. Now Jaeger's ADS has been changed in a way that it's
Yeah.
accordingly to cooldown. So once a gadget has been thrown around, it has a certain cooldown for like 10 seconds and then it refreshes back. So that
Yeah,
ADS, as
exactly.
long as it stays alive, it can still deny good amount of projectiles.
I don't know if it's a buff or a nerf when you think about it.
You could say it's more of like a buff towards Jaeger because now it can, it can catch projectiles infinitely amount of times, but it has a certain cooldown for it. That's the only difference. Instead of denying two gadgets instead of one, you can now deny gadgets, all of them, with a certain 10-second cooldown. That's the only difference.
I like this holdo coming in this time around. They should be able to live it down through because this is only a one set of grenades. And these grenades are not really gonna get a lot of value. One cooked nade, that's gonna be the first. Gonna be the secondary. They should know it. They have one more flash to play around with it, but the ADS timing, 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure it's almost gonna be up. Time's up. The ADS is gonna catch it. Goodbye. Yep, the ADS caught it. He's gonna be able to trick it down.
Yeah, the secondary EMP will also be put from Devastating's end. And on the bright side, they will succeed in breaching up the wall nonetheless. There you go. A lot of... Yeah, here's the thing. Grenades and flashbangs, all of them were used on CCTV. So you could say that this was a good value coming in from Team UWU. So now they don't have grenades, they don't have secondary EMP, they don't have flashbangs, and now they have to push in with a good amount of info.
No,
C4 tossed, less amount of information. That C4 could have at least saved the life of Sherry, but my god. For now, you could say when it comes to utility, UWU has the advantage, but Phalanx, they could still win it out if they have those crossfire angles covered.
This is gonna be looking from bad to worse. That's gonna be another timing. Zombies just being an absolute nuisance. Puts up the wall straight up in their face, and now they need to try and break it down through. Sherry's gonna be able to get a shutdown kill over onto Ragnarok. Wait a second, things are looking up for the side of Phalanx. They've taken down Ragnarok, and that's a pretty big hit. Now you no longer have the Valkyrie, you no longer have the powerful SUG on your hands. That could just be the biggest nuisance. But for now, they just need to try and lick their wounds and try and survive for a little while longer. 35 seconds left on the clock, and the attackers, they need to start making a move over towards the side. They still have no control over onto Cash Room and still no control over onto Garage, but Hercules is making sure that he pins out the defenders as much as he possibly can so that they can easily overwhelm them. Ooh, nice
Yeah,
shot.
turns out the Garage Catwalk is so good that they had to make sure to remove that particular player. But he's still alive and he's the only one left. 1v3. Dagger needs to remove this, but he will still get the kill nonetheless. 1v2. Diffuse has been planted. Only 40 seconds left for Dagger to clutch this out. And I just realized he's on it for the ace. Can he find the two players? No, he does not. Hercules will deny it and give Phalanx the required win that they need in round number 3. That was the only main thing that I was mainly afraid of. Although that they've succeeded in wasting a lot of utilities into a CCTV, you still got to worry about the gunfight itself. And although the Garage Catwalk had good control, Dagger really did get all of those 3 kills. But you still got to make sure that certain aspects, like the red stairs and also the CCTV, has been held up pretty good. But UWU slowly started to lose control of that situations, and Phalanx, they got the best use of it once they made that push in towards construction.
Much more questionable hold has to be the way that the top end of this happened. I don't understand. Ooh, where is your map control at that perspective? You had 2 players inside of Garage. What was the second player holding even? An aggressive push coming in from the first floor? No one's gonna push bar like that, especially when you know that it's gonna be a CCTV and cash room site. They're going to play from construction. They're going to come in from logistics. That's a much more common positions, and Team Phalanx, they don't really think outside of the box when it comes down to their attacking side. They want to go in for things that are a lot more tested. They're not reading into the strategies coming in from Phalanx, and Phalanx, they now have the magic number of 2 on their side. So even if they lose out on every single round out from here on out, they're still winning.
Yeah, Team Phalanx. although they've had their major disadvantages that's been laid around on map Skyscraper, this time we see some good retaliations being made on attack this time. And also it mainly had to do with the way how Team UWU decides to pick their certain operators. Although they did adapt to it in the previous round, turns out it really didn't work out well in their favor. So they'll just go ahead and go for a different change of site. This time on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, with Thresh bringing in the dock. No Rook. He'll still have the Belief shotgun to make sure to get some lines of sight. Information will be present as always. And I just realized that the the stim pistol can at least put yourself to full HP instead of, healing you up to towards 60 or 70 HP. So Doc just got himself a major, buff from his, stim pistol itself. So instead of healing into a half HP, you'll feel yourself back to full HP itself. So that is a really good, sustain operator to have, knowing that Thunderbird is still, still in play. But we don't get to see Thunderbird being brought a lot. It's only brought if the defenders wants to play in an aggressive manner. So for now, focusing on the round at hand, we will see Team Phalanx slowly making their way in towards the main stairs. Hatches will be removed out from the kitchen. Shouldn't have much more of a problems for them to deal with. But on the other side of hands, they're losing a lot of time. Only 1 minute. Hatches will be opened up. So does the vertical lines of sight. But how will they push towards the side itself?
We need to start figuring it out here. Looking at the spots and looking at the positions. They have an idea of where the defenders are playing in from, and Team UWU, I don't like this as much. They're all hunkering in towards the side, and you know how much I hate this, especially when the basement sides are taken into consideration. They can play for roams, they can go so far out, but that's not really the case. They're playing from blue, they're playing from the positions that they want to here. And the dock is able to keep them sustained for as long as they possibly can, but still, I don't know how much I like this. The dock is now going to take a back seat, and there's nothing
to
pick him up. Positions are good. They're going to be able to hold it. Wait a minute, Devastating, what are you doing? No way.
It's a 1v3. Dagger just has to delay the plant, but this plant is on towards Basement Church. You get the confirmation on the kill, but it's still a 1v2. Breach has already been made. Man, what once I thought UWU had the chance to hold their ground, turns out they forgot about blue. And Devastating, he ended up getting those 3 important kills, and Don Escobar, all he had to do was just get the final frag and let Phalanx secure the win on round number 4. This is bad. This is going so bad from the side of Team UWU. They had everything under control, and then they forgot to check about blue. You even saw Valkyrie, you even saw Valkyrie, the player in towards K9 position, and also the player in towards tunnels. My God, what exactly happened at that moment? They were heavily focused on main stairs. Yeah, they were heavily focused on main stairs instead of blue.
I don't understand. I want to know one particular thing. You have a Valkyrie. You have another character that brought in wall-mounted cams. And you still didn't have information onto blue? What?
Let's not forget,
There's no
Doc
way,
died
right?
in blue. Doc died in blue
exactly.
because of Devastating. He went in for the push, only to see all 3 defenders. One of them focused on the hatch, one of them is focused, one of the players in tunnel forgot to check towards blue, because mainly he was worried about the tunnel push, which might happen from the attackers. I could say that for Team UWU, lack of information is what made them lose the round up against Team Phalanx. They didn't had proper information on attackers' push. They know that they were pushing from main stairs, and they thought maybe they would head in for a default plant in towards the Arsenal room. But what they did not forget, what they did not thought is that they already breached from Basement Church, which means that they are hell-bent on focusing on a plant into towards Basement Church itself. So all of the defenders on the side of Team UWU, not having any information, all of the defenders were focused on their own particular angle. So instead of protecting their teammates, they decided to protect themselves instead, which it did ended up with Devastating being so free in towards the blue side, and he saw all three players on defense. He got two of them because of that main reason. Less of information, less info. That's all there is to it.
Okay, a vigil is getting picked up. Nani. He's bringing in the
Nani?
spicy pickups here, and after this... Sure. And after this, let's say, one-sided affair coming in from Team Phalanx, it's time to switch things up. But to pick up the vigil, what's the game plan here? They want to get a lot more roam presence across the map, and that I wholeheartedly agree. They need a lot of roam presence. That hunker down over into the side just ended horribly, where it felt as though Team UWU, they had no idea what they wanted to hold. One person was playing from blue. They forgot about blue stairs completely. But I guess it's fine, because they should be able to adapt, they should be able to learn. But this one jackal in the hands of Devastating really did put a massive thorn in their sides when it came down to the last couple of rounds.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, and that too, winning rounds on attack is even much more influential, because let's face it, Phalanx will be on defense in the second half. This is round number 5. Team UWU are facing major issues on defense itself, and this is definitely going to hurt for them in the second half if they're not careful about this. Once again, Nani bringing in the vigil. He'll be heavily focused on doing the roam duties, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't get himself, get himself picked off in the process. So what mainly he needs to do is just give good information regarding players' whereabouts, try to get a kill or two, fall back to safety, and make sure that you waste a lot of time for Team Phalanx. And since the site is on basement church, their biggest concern has to be opening up the kitchen hatch. And if that does not work, they'll do the same push as they did in the previous round.
It's not going to be as simple here as well. But for the guy with Audacity, seems to be a little bit more simpler for their side. They still get a bunch of kills all around, and Nani try to get a player off, but he doesn't get the opportunity to. That's going to be shared with another freebie kill on his end. And because of it, one by one, the members of UWU, they're just falling like flies. And I need to remind you this, by the way, Baba, that this is the defensive side for UWU on Clubhouse.
Yep.
Let that sink in.
Defense. They have an Azami and a Valkyrie not being banned on Clubhouse. And Team UWU is still struggling on defense. Dagger really needs to get a kill or two to make sure that Team UWU could bring themselves back up to their feet. 2 to 3 is exactly what they need to focus on. Impact tricks will be made from DZ. Will it catch one of the players? No, it does not. So he needs to use the second impact to make sure that it does not happen, but a breach will be done nonetheless. 2v4 as a trap catches Sherry. I'm sorry, what?
Wait, he was low on HP. He was low on HP.
Alright, he was low on HP, I'll grant you that. But DZ on the other hand, he gets one, gets the second two, equalizes it immediately. What is going on? 2v2, Phalanx had the advantage, and now I see UWU bringing it back. Hello?
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
This is why I say that Siege is one of the games where anything could happen. The Azami is still very much alive, and because of the Azami being alive, all of the breaches that they made in the past is just not going to be working out in their favor. Devastating. He walks away with another one. 4 seconds left. 3 seconds. The timing is there. It's going to be there for everything. They just need to wait. They know the exact positions. Free kill. And yep, that's an abuse. Team UWU, they come out of absolutely nowhere and get the clutch on a 2v5 scenario. 2 versus 5. 1 trap kill. 1 over-aggressive kill coming in from Dagger. Remember what you said, Dagger needs to get a couple of kills to equalize things out? And oh boy, did he deliver. This man knows what he needs to do when the time comes to get in for a clutch.
What just happened on round number 5? Like seriously, what happened? How?
It's just Team Phalanx getting a little... They got a bit too overly aggressive and over-eager to try and close out the round.
attackers need to locate and defuse
They had
the bomb.
everything under control, aggressive. They had everything under control. And once DZ appeared to appeared to happen to be the playmaker of the round, goes all the way towards main stairs to contest the players, gets away with 2 kills, and just like that, he equalized the man count to a 3-3. And let's not forget about the surprise attack from the laser broom trap to remove Sherry off while he was solo on HP. He was 1 HP. Granted, I was a bit shocked. I was like, how did that happen? But never did I ever witness to see Phalanx lose a round like that in round number 5. That was...
Attackers' objective
I don't
is
know what to
locate
say.
a bomb and defuse it.
Uwu somehow gets away with a win like that.
Yeah, at least it's not
I'm
a
just-
Legion
I'm-
Goo mine, right?
I mean, yeah, at least it wasn't a
It's
Legion
sharing
Goo
back
mine,
to
yeah.
a Legion Goo mine. Yeah, that would be, let's say,
That would have been a
A sight to
Halloween
behold.
fright.
yep. I still remember good old Legion. 5 damage as soon as you stepped into one.
You stepped on the Legion Goo mine, well, ouch! 5 damage. Man, back when
The
Legion
amount of
used to
times
be
I-
a menace,
Has been dropped.
Yep.
especially when he was released into the game, right? Legion
He
had
does
5
more
HP
damage
if
if I
he gets stuck
remember
on.
right.
Yeah, he does damage like 10 damage over time. No, I think it's too much. It's either 5 or 7 damage over time. But talk about the first frag. Ragnarok goes out. Team UWU has lost one of its players, and now Phalanx. You could say that they're trying to amend their mistakes and make sure that they won't do it again.
Smart from their end, though. But still, Team UWU, they lost out on pretty much a lot of the advantages that they could have built up over time because now they're fighting to equalize. Oh, okay. I mean, sure, the guy has absolutely no fear. The guy with audacity had no idea that that run out was going to be coming for him. But pretty smart. He heard out the noise and he's going to be able to push himself down because of it. And of course, with Dagger still being very much alive, they can take a lot more risk, I would say personally. And taking these risks are pretty much calculated for their perspective. Some bouts of information being earned from both ends of this. These OSHA shields are just being an absolute horror. Oh. Sherry?
Man. Thrown and caught out by surprise, all the way from second floor gym. Not quite sure what exactly happened, but for devastating, he just got caught from a pog mat. Oh boy, things are not looking so well from Osa's end, and Dagger might have the opportunity to remove the Osa. And in which he does. 3v3, Sherry needs to go in for the push. And now, second floor gym, the entire place has been compromised, but Team UWU, they've got things under control. The P90, it's been dealing a lot of damage. Headshot, there goes Hercules. And now it's Don Escobar, 1v3, he finds the one, needs to find the other two. Nani and Dagger. Dagger still has the stem, he could put himself all up to full HP, and he's going to do that right about now. There you go. 1v2, Don solo on HP. He only has 15 seconds left to make this push. And boy oh boy, do we get to see Team UWU make an impressive performance by holding their ground off. And Nani, he won't be having any problems dealing with Don after all. Round number 6 will conclude with a 3-3 equalizer. A 3-3 equalizer, all thanks to the Pog mat.
There's a reason why we call it the Pog mat.
Mm-hmm.
It does bring in all the hype and all the chances for one particular team as soon as someone steps on it by accident. But for UWU, are they really happy about the 3-3 scoreline? Not exactly. Yeah, they bring out a Monty as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
If you could just see my face right now, Baba, you would understand why I am, let's just say, extremely uncomfortable. And of course, they did it to bait us. Of course, they would do it to bait us, right? Who doesn't want to bait the casters from time to time?
I have, I don't know, maybe the bait could work out or would not, but man, I have no idea, aggressive. Team UWU, the dock really did worked out well. The stim pistol really did put himself back to full HP. But it also didn't work out a lot while the site was on Basement Church.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Although
That
both
was
of
a
the teams have
communication
been...
gap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a communication gap. And although in second half, I'm pretty sure that if Phalanx won't be having any recent issues just like Team UWU did, it should go in the favor of Team Phalanx nonetheless. But also you need to realize that Azami hasn't been picked from Team Phalanx, in which it could have been very powerful on Garage Catwalk hold. But still, they will heavily rely on Valkyrie's cams itself to give good amount of information. Having good information is key in a game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. It's mainly because having information is winning half the battle.
Not really half. It's more than winning 70% of the. That one drone took more bullets to kill than an entire person would, but that's completely fine because Trish is still able to get the kill onto the player. Don Escobar takes a back seat. And with that, the first initial kill going in the favor of UWU, that's going to be massive. Team Phalanx, they're already one man down, and that one man was a Jaeger. That could have easily repositioned a couple of these ADSs to give them a stronger hold on one side of the map, and now that opportunity is pretty much gone. But Sherry, still in a very powerful position, holding down the line. Because of this one lurk and one roam, Sherry alone could just walk away with 2 kills if he does not get spotted.
Yeah, this time he's currently at a very safe state. He hasn't been detected by any cams whatsoever. And here comes Guy Audacity. Oh no, this is bad. This is so bad. The diffuser's been dropped.
Oh no.
Diffuser's
Forget
been
about
dropped.
the
So is
diffuser,
the heart
it's also
breacher.
the heart breacher.
They need to heavily rely on Maverick now to open up the construction. And they don't have information on Sherry's whereabouts. This is not looking good from Team UWU's end. Only a minute left. They have no other choice but to push forward. And they have to deal with all 3 angry defenders who are just waiting for Team UWU's presence to be known. And look at the information from Sherry. Oh man. The Valkyrie's cam, yellow ping, destroys this without facing any issues.
I'm surprised they did not pick up an IQ immediately when they saw the Valkyrie cams being set up. You need to pick up an IQ. There's absolutely no way you're not going to be playing an IQ on the map of Clubhouse where Valkyrie is arguably at her strongest. A couple of these cams are close to being invisible. You're not going to be able to spot it each and every time. C4's in hand, they have pretty much full control, and Team Phalanx, they just need to wait and chill. 15 seconds left on the clock, they get 1 more kill, but still it's just not going to be enough. Two more kills to find. And Team UWU, how are you going to even take this? Devastating holding from the other end of this. Still has time, he can still go in for a fight, but still, what? Moments of confusion, what just happened here?
UWU.
Wait, Baba. Did they
Yes?
just start running in from garage? They rappelled up towards garage window. They jumped in through that one particular window, caught out the player holding from garage,
Yep.
and then switched over onto red stairs and just got the freest kill of their life.
Attackers need to locate
Yep.
and defuse as many bombs as
Yes, aggressive. You guessed it right. And this is what I like to call
How
a
did you-
certified UWU moment. I mean, even I have no
Why?
idea what just happened.
Like, we expected the side of Phalanx to win that because there's no way they should lose, right? You're holding from inside of cash room. You already know the last 2 attackers are over onto garage. But no. They push in through CCTV window. The guy from cash room devastating. He was completely lost in the moment. What happened there? Communication breakdown coming in from Phalanx?
5 seconds left before insertion.
That made no sense.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Most of the fight happened in Garage Catwalk, and since they did equalize it to a 2v2, man, Phalanx, my god. Once they lost control on Garage Catwalk, they only had like around, how many seconds? They only had 10 seconds left, right? And they ended up finding both the players on defense. Team UWU, amidst all of the lesser impacts that they've made on round number 7, somehow they made it work aggressive. Less, less utilities, less amount of players, no problem. We still got it. We still got the round. And they ended up winning the round, while Phalanx got confused in their own positionings. And oh boy, is he going to bite them in the back much more so on round number 8 as well. And oh boy, Hercules once again with the peak all the way towards garage entrance. Won't be able to get the confirmation on the kill just yet. And for Phalanx, oh boy, just like I said, this is going to hurt them a lot. Brute force attempt as the the Azamis keep up barriers that would try to block some certain lines of sight, but instead they're just proceeding a lot of pressure towards Garage Catwalk. Control it is once again. 4v3. They've lost control on Garage Catwalk. And now tension starts to rise around the CCTV site as they're losing a lot of players one by one. They've got the control on the defuse. All they've got to do is to just open up CCTV, proceed with the plant, make sure that the first floor lounge side has got it covered, and indeed they do so by removing Sherry. 2 players left. Devastating and Guy with Audacity. Both of them are in the site. No more control on line of sight, and removing Devastating will force Guy with Audacity fall down at the hands of British.
Dude, what? They won out on the Garage Catwalk fight. When? On the first 40 seconds of the round? They won out on Garage Catwalk 40 seconds into the round.
Garage Catwalk, man. They
won it.
Garage Catwalk.
And they won it.
Yes, they won it.
They
See, to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Forget information. You have Valkyrie, you have Azami, and you still are having such a hard time trying to break into this.
You know what? Whatever that we said about Valkyrie and Azami, let's just throw it away because that's not working out anything at all. How is this match favoring for the attackers a lot? I still have no idea. Second for CCTV, especially on Garage Catwalk, when you have the Azami skipper barriers, you have good amount of protection being relayed from that place. The only problem was that I didn't see more of them being placed.
They're not even picking up a Valkyrie or Azami.
I mean, I only saw one Azami barriers, one ADS which was placed. Azami should have been present from Garage Catwalk itself to provide more barriers. But when you saw Team UWU, they decided, you know what, they're still in the prep phase. They haven't placed out the setups just yet. Let's just force them. Let's just force our control on Garage Catwalk. And they did so without facing any issues.
I guess running into the enemy is one of the ways you try and get an advantage over them. Something to try out on your ranked matches, ladies and gentlemen. But for UWU, I think that's a lot of confidence instead of a lot of, let's say, pure grit working out in their favor. Experience comes along the way, and Team UWU, they're showcasing how experienced they can be when it comes out of rushing their opponents down from time to time.
No, I just cannot believe that it's fairing for the attackers. Oh boy,
Are you
Trish!
serious?
Are you
Again,
kidding me?
how is Don Escobar dying? Where is he? Where is this?
9
shooter? How
kills.
is he dying?
He's already in it on 9 kills. He's in main stairs.
Trish is running it down. It's one of the Ashmays that we see in our ranked matches. The man has no fear. He's just doubling his way onto main stairs.
No fear like Krish. He has no fear, none at all. They've even dropped down in a minute and 26 seconds. They're pushing in from basement church. They've even got control on tunnels. What is happening, Phalanx? Where are you guys? They've even breached out basement church. The Maestro is still holding out. They even have the information, but is it more than enough? Dagger finds out one. Hercules finds the other to remove Ragnarok. 4v3 Phalanx. You're losing control on the side.
Audacity comes in for the clutch plays here with Sherry on his side. They're going to be able to get 2 more kills, and finally Phalanx, they're answering back. They took a while to get into the positions, but finally now that they have the positions under control, they are looking fine. And Dandy Nanny on the other side, it's just being an absolute nuisance. He shuts it down and takes us over back to a 2 versus 2 situation with both of the players still very much alive, but with the plan going down in a very much optimum position, they can just wait it and go in for the full plant regardless. Maestro Camp just being an absolute nuisance. They still can't go in for the hole, but still the guy with Audacity, he gets caught with his pants down, and the Maestro is pretty much in an impossible situation to try and go in for this plant spot. The cam's going to give away a lot of information. They have an idea of where the attackers are going to be playing from, but this post plant's pretty much in the most optimal spot that it could be. The Maestro still has the LMG in hand. Good chunks of damage being given already, and Hercules now at very low HP, while Nani, he has all the advantages in the entire world. He's chilling inside of blue. And I don't think the Maestro has any idea. He has some form of a plan to go in for this, but still, positions are good, and the Maestro can... There's no way he's going to be able to win this. The Jackal has full control. He's done for.
A single headshot is more than enough to secure the kill, but also a single shot to the leg from Nani. Oh, man. What happened in this round? First, I see Team UWU just in the site.
Who needs hatch control, right?
Yeah, who needs hatch control, right? Yeah, absolutely. Well, like, why do you need hatch control when you have Thresh from the main stairs?
Krish.
Ending up, yes, Krish. He has the power of Krish. Aggressive. The way how he pushes from the main stairs, ending up getting the initial frag twice in round number 7 and 8. And Nani just decides, you know what, let's just bring in Kali. Why not? Why not?
No. No.
I have no idea what is happening, alright? Just... Oh, Kali.
It's not even a Valkyrie or an Asami being used, and they picked up the Maestro. Granted, I love using Maestro. It's possibly one of my favorite operators to anchor aside. But not in this meta. Not when you have so many different, much more better options to play around with. Monty's getting picked up.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Oh boy.
Are we really going that far?
We are really going in the distance aggressive. Kali being picked from Nani. The first time in the entire history, especially in this season of South Asian Nationals, do we get to see a Kali being picked
this season, I think
on
we've
this
never
match.
seen this at all.
We've never seen Kali. We don't even see Kali being picked almost every single time. And Team UWU decides to go the distance. I've never been so excited aggressive to see a Kali being picked in the SA Nationals. I kid you not.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
If this Kali gets like 2 kills, I'm done. I'm actually done. If the Kali gets 2 kills, I'm done. There should be no situation in the entire world where the Kali gets value here. Still, that's going to be another barricade opened up. The Kali's going to be able to set it up for them. Freebie. Barricades open. And now they just need to wait. They have a Monty to get them a lot of information at the end of the day. So, is it really a bad thing? Or you can just wait. Just run in.
Oh.
Got the first spots of information. 2 lines of sight already opened up. They just need to wait. But nope. Impact tricks. Good for the defenders to go in for this hold. And now Nani, he's just waiting around the corner. He's just waiting for that first initial peak to come in. And he can guarantee himself a kill.
Yeah, the only way for Team UWU to push with the second for Jim
Are you
is
serious?
just a vault.
Are you?
Dagger gets away with the first. Alright. There goes Guy with audacity once again. But at least on the bright side, a refrag will be made from Team Phalanx. So at least they have some fighting chance. And plus CCTV control is still at the hands of Don Escobar. So they could use it to their advantage. But we forgot about Drish, who will also get traded out. Equalizing it to a 3v3. Now it's a 3v2 as DZ confirms his kill. And let's not forget, Nani is still alive. The 2v2 equalizer will also be made once again as Phalanx are going toe-to-toe.
Guys.
Impact nades will be thrown around. Kali is still present. Whips out his SMG, especially with the secondary. Ragnarok goes very aggressive.
No.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh my god. He missed the melee. How do you miss the melee? How do you miss the melee strike? Imagine
They
if
had it.
they imagine. No, 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 no. Imagine if they
Attackers need
lose
to
now
locate and defuse
just
any
because of
bombs
this
that they
one
can.
round. Just imagine.
You do know that if they could have just planted on second floor gym, they could have just got the round, right?
Yep. The Monty
And
was
they
giving all the
decided-
information in the entire world. He could have just stood there like an iron wall and no one could kill him. But nope.
Montaigne decided, you know what? The time of being a mountaineer comes to an end. It's time for me to be the hero for the cause for Team UWU. And yeah, that happened.
That does sound
And
like you, Baba, whenever we play our ranked matches.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going there.
Come on, man.
You
At this
can't
point,
even
I don't know
deny
what
it,
to say. Yeah. But can you deny it for Team UWU though? They almost had this thing under grabs. And if Team Phalanx secure 2 more rounds on defense, then
Oh, they'll
my
be
God.
kicking themselves for sure. They will be kicking themselves for sure.
Absolutely
If it goes that
aggressive.
far.
Yeah. This time, both of the Kiba barriers will be placed accordingly. So they have ample amount of good covers too. But Team UWU, I believe they'll decide to go in for the same push once again, but they'll be heavily met with good fortification. So a setup had been placed very well. So Team UWU cannot go in for an aggressive attempt just like they did in the previous round. So they should be fine. So the main preference has to be opening up the wall on CCTV. And Drish, the man who has ever succeeded in getting the initial frags, will be the one to go solo all the way towards the garage side. Even the lounge has been opened up, so Sherry is currently in big trouble. So he needs to fall back safely as best as possible, find a different angle, but the shadow will give away his positioning. And Ragnarok knows exactly where his positioning is, but no, he sprints all the way. He gets a kill nonetheless. Oh boy, for a moment there I thought Ragnarok didn't have any proper information regarding this. I believe Sherry was mainly focused on the Windows side where one of the attackers were holding on to, but my God, Ragnarok, for a moment there I thought he didn't have any information, but they still get it nonetheless. Ragnarok gets one more. As Devastating goes out, it's just 3 players left. Hercules, guy with audacity, make that only 2 as DZ gets one, Nanny gets the other. Oh boy, Team Phalanx are falling apart. It's just guy with audacity left in a 1v5, and it's not gonna happen. Flawless round. UWU will secure round number 11.
I mean,
A major
confidence
set of
is
events
key,
that
but
just happened,
still,
man.
This is just
Major
an
set of
unfortunate set
events.
of one
know,
unfortunate
aggressive-
event after the next. Like, Uji just walked away with the victory. What just happened?
You know, we the casters thought that it heavily relied on the Azami and the Valkyrie. Well, guess what? That did not happen. Caster's curse is in effect.
They didn't even
And just like
exist.
that, we will see UWU secure round. Yeah, it's like they didn't even exist. Yeah, Valkyrie for info. Yeah, why would you need that? Azami with the keyboard barriers. Well, why would you need that? It's of no use. Why would you need it? Why'd you need it when you have Kuntal with the Ash? Just use the weaponry with the G3C6, gets an initial frag, and just see how Phalanx would just fall apart just like that. And not only just
This
that,
took a couple of seconds for
yeah,
stuff like this to happen.
even on Basement Church, where we see the side of Team UWU already in main stairs in a minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. You'd usually see the attackers gain control on basement side when they only have 30 seconds, right? This was more than that. Control on hatch, control on main stairs, Phalanx were nowhere to be seen. Basement Church was completely empty, and they went in for the plant. Team UWU had no issues whatsoever.
It was just free for them. And I don't understand, how free can you make something like this for your opposition? Where are your defensive holds? Where's your utility? Where is pretty much anything when you're on the defense? There were no roams as well in a lot of these different cases. Team Phalanx on their defensive side, they just showed absolutely nothing. A team that we were praising in map number 1 when it came down to their defensive hold. Now on their home pick, on the map of Clubhouse, they had no answer. It's like someone just turned off the light switch for the team. They were in the dark, all of them, when it came down to their communication. The attacking side had some resemblance of the team that they were in map number 1, but as soon as the defensive side rolled around, the team just completely fell apart. You can't make this up. They didn't win a single round, other than that one particular round where the members of Team UWU, they were trying to try out a very, very complicated strategy.
A Kali and a Mountain Peck.
Yeah, it's a very complicated strategy, man. Come on. We as analysts,
Yeah,
we,
I mean it's
we can't even
it's a
fathom
good
what's gonna
strategy where you can focus on both long range as well as close range. With just having Kali and the Monty. But Jesus Christ, did I not expected that to happen? My God.
I guess the game did go the distance, but for Team UWU, their run is still pretty much solid, I would say. But for Phalanx, they needed this victory. They could have guaranteed themselves a position almost to head on over onto playoffs, but now I don't know how likely that's going to be here, Baba. There's a good chance they're not going to make it.
Man. Yeah, knowing that Phalanx have only one match left, I believe, and that is up against Team Won't Stop Peaking in the final days of the group stages. Man. UWU, they will finally secure a win after 6 consecutive losses. Not 6 consecutive losses. If I just check the round as of now, 4 consecutive losses that they have in the South Asian Nationals. They have finally secured a match win up against Team Phalanx, securing in a 2-0 scoreline of 7-5, 7-4 on both Skyscraper and Clubhouse. I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the most entertaining matches that I've seen all this whole month. Seeing a Kali and a Montaigne on attack.
Hey, that's every caster's dream, right?
Yeah, it's like you see one of the most least pick operators and being in play, you'd feel like, huh? A Kali being picked? What will be the strategy? But all in all, jokes aside, Team UWU 7-5, 7-4. Although they've secured a first match, they still have two more matches left to go. And if they do secure this, they'll have at least 6 points. But I'm pretty sure for both Phalanx and Team UWU, they don't have they don't have required points left to secure the spot on towards the playoffs. But for Phalanx, I think there is still a chance. I mean, they still have 6 points in that end. 8 points will be given. But maybe we'll get to see that once we, take a look. Yeah, but we'll get to see that in the group stage itself. I'm not pretty accurate when it comes to, the points which has been gained from Phalanx, but I've got to say they still have a chance, Phalanx still has a chance, and that chance will be at the final day.
I don't know how this is going to look like for them, but we're going to be witnessing all of that soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm pretty sure everyone back at home are quite interested to see how this point table is shaping up. Because again, when it comes down to the last couple of closing days, that's when you can kind of sit in stone of which teams are going to make it, which teams are going to not. But for this particular Nationals, I'm pretty sure that at least about 3 teams have an opportunity to make it over onto playoffs and guarantee that 3rd and 4th position. Won't Stop Peaking, they're still in high contention to reach that spot. But is it going to happen that easily? Not just yet.
Yep. For now, let's just take a look at the match summary itself. The end of the second map. 100% cost percentage to Dagger. 3 initial kills to Dresh and 2 initial frags for Ragnarok. Let's take a look at Team Phalanx itself. 8 kills to Dawn, 9 kills to Hercules. And I've got to say, Phalanx, they ultimately fell short on map Clubhouse itself. But UWU will secure their 2 maps. And also they will secure their first win in the series despite having major issues. We did get to see some amazing performances being displayed from Dagger and Dresh. These 2 deadly duos really did show that even if they had major problems, they did show that they were, that they'll give a best performance in the series, and they evidently did so. But yeah, for Phalanx, man, this has definitely got a hurt for them. Let's take a look at the team stats itself from the side of Team UWU. and talk about their whole performance being made on both the maps. Highest picked main attackers and defense. You'd usually see Ash being picked out from either from Drish or from DZ, in which both of them had made some exceptional performance. And I just cannot believe all the three KDs that I'm seeing right now from DZ, Drish, and Ragnarok. Both of them, all three of them, has the same KD ratios: 17 kills, 17 deaths, 16 kills, and 16 deaths.
Yeah, they pretty much have consistency all around. Timu, where were you at the very start of this tournament? This is a team that we were missing throughout the entire tournament. It just doesn't make any sense. The team that should have been there for the longest time, the performances and the confidence that we've seen from them here today when they have nothing to lose pretty much, is how they were playing back in the Pro Series. Where was this level of confidence in the past? That they could have been one of the top 4 teams if they were playing like this. But we saw none of that in the past. What happened?
I think it mainly has to do with stage fear, I guess. Because this is the biggest
Stage fright.
stage. I mean, it can happen to the most of us, right? I mean, especially on the first stage itself. The performance that I've seen from Team UWU while they were playing in Fall Edition were really great. I actually liked the performances being displayed from DZ and Drish. Their performance was so good. And then we finally get to see them on nationals. I can understand that they were, the pressure that they had in the first matches, all the way from first to 4 matches. I'm pretty sure that they had a lot of issues from that. But yeah, all in all, what they can do right now is just know that they've gained good experience from this and make sure that they'll be even much more stronger in the next future tournaments itself. But taking a
Get a
look
better
at the player spotlight
understanding of-
itself. Yeah, talk about player spotlight itself. We'll be able to see Dagger secure a total of 22 kills, having a rating of 1.34, 78% cost, and 0.96 KPR. And Dagger, we'd usually get to see Team UWU relying heavily on trap operators on defense while the map was on Skyscraper. They did end up, getting the win on that particular map and also securing map number 2 on Clubhouse as well.
I think they love to go in for strategies where they just can divide and conquer. Looking at the trap operators that they were picking up on the defensive side, they were trying to divert the attention of the attackers as much as they can away from the, let's say, traditional lines of sight that the attackers can normally hold, forcing them into uncomfortable positions, forcing them to go out for flicks in some cases, while they will have the advantage going in for peaks. It's pretty smart at the end of the day, but a very, let's say, adaptable playstyle that people can read into over time as the match goes forward. And the team is going in for a lot of very interesting strats all around, but I have to say that their attacking side for some particular maps still need a lot of work. Dagger, though, pretty much one of the most important pieces of the puzzle, I would say, for the entire squad, considering how he was playing. But as we head on down over onto the group standings to try and get an overall for what happened here today for both sets of games, as you can already see, MercenarieZ, they're leading the charge now with 5 games played with 9 points on the board. We were kind of afraid that MercenarieZ were not going to be able to make it, but the top 3 seems to be set in stone, while the 4th spot could be highly contested for KIRA with 8 points, Won't Stop Peaking with 6, Team Phalanx with 4. And yeah, I think that Phalanx don't really have an opportunity to try and get this one away. But for Won't Stop Peaking, there could be a chance.
Yeah, and guess what? Won't Stop Peaking has to go up against Team Phalanx. That's the only match that they have. Both of them. Yeah, that is... Yeah. Even though if they do secure this, if Won't Stop Peaking secures this, they will at least secure 8 points, which means Won't Stop Peaking has a chance to succeed, having a chance in the playoffs. But we also need to have a bit of a change factor because Hunters LFO, they have secured 8 points, mainly because they haven't lost a single match in the first few series in the group stages, which means that they still have 3 more matches left, and they can claim a total of 12 points if they secure. And the same thing can also be said to Shaheens. We can also say that to KIRA and for Hunters. And we also will take a last look at the map vetoes itself. Skyscraper 7-5. And for Clubhouse, which is a map being picked by Team Phalanx, 7-4. We won't be able to see Border being picked out, but nonetheless, it was an entertaining match being showed around from Team UWU.
Yeah, both sides really did pull out on all the stops, so it came down to the strategies. Phalanx, though, I have to say, Skyscraper could easily be one of their strongest maps if they just work on their attacking side a little bit more. The defensive side, absolutely phenomenal. I loved it all around. The strategies were present. They had an idea of how they really wanted to play it. And each and every plan that they set in motion was just perfect for them. Good resets all around. But for the map of Clubhouse, the team just disappeared. We saw none of what they were on the map of Skyscraper. And I do believe that Phalanx, they have this tendency all around. We saw this in the Pro Series as well. They start off the first initial map in a shebang. They're amazing. And if they win out on the first map, they can guarantee a win on the second. But if they lose out on the first, they can just pick themselves back up. The team morale just completely disappears on the second map for some reason. They can't push it to the third. It doesn't make any sense. Team Phalanx is one of the teams that are so momentum heavy that if you break their momentum early on, then the team just cannot come on back from it. And if that's the case, I don't know, man, Baba. The team could just fall into a loop where they can't really go the distance and be one of the best in the entire region.
You know, Team Phalanx, despite having their major problems, I've got to say, back when Phalanx was in prime, they've shown good presence, you know, especially in this region. And although I kind of understand that Phalanx are having a lot of issues from their end, I'm pretty sure in the next future matches we'll see them, you know, grow much more stronger in the next future matches. But for now, folks, we just have to end the series for today. Until then, why don't you go ahead and check out the game Rainbow-Six-Siege. Link is in the description down below. And also, if you need some high-tech, graphic cards, Zotac Gaming has got you guys covered. And also our broadcast partner Loco to get to have a lot of content creators out there, especially in the Indian region. But for now, we'll be taking our leave. This will be me, Pavagusta, with also our co-caster Aggressive, our observer side Assassin, and also on our admin end. We wish you a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back last time to leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back last time to leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, but I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that testify back last time to leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back last time to leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people is best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people is best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Or won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.